Your camera's loading.
There we are.
Is it on Twitch and YouTube?
www.youtube.com.
It's up now.
Yo, Dak, do you have like the square version of the thumbnail or anything like that?
No, I don't. I just used the link directly from the stream this time. I didn't make a square.
I can send anybody the thumbnail if they want it.
I'm gonna make a square version for YouTube community post. So if you guys need it, I can send you it.
That'd be appreciated. Yeah, I was just gonna crop the Luffy head because it has the words on the bottom. But if you can make the square, that'd be.
Yeah,
all the logos.
All right, I'll do it right now. I just need to know who needs it.
I can also get you guys all your own individual panels and stuff like that today.
That'd
be dope.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Sometimes whenever I stream, like it has a hard time sending it to Discord and Streamlabs at the same time. So I don't know if you have a Streamlabs camera on as well. But I know for me, it messes up
If I'm
if
not
I have two.
mistaken, it will be splitting that bandwidth quite heavily.
Right. I usually just do one or the other. Like I'll delete the layer that has the webcam on Streamlabs so it doesn't even try it, or I'll keep my camera off on Discord but have the camera come through Streamlabs. One or the other.
Make sure you give the stream a like as well and stuff.
Bluff, you can. Oh, here. I was gonna say you can just turn your camera off on Discord, make a camera layer on Streamlabs, and just what I mean. You can just put your own camera in the corner, because it'll work that way. It's just Discord's having trouble, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even, whenever I do collabs, I don't turn mine on Discord because it always gives me trouble. I just do the webcam layer on Streamlabs for myself. Yeah, like
Yo, what's good, everybody? Glad to see everyone here to talk about some One Piece and people in the chat. Glad to see y'all. Yeah, a lot of y'all probably already know me. If not, Evil 333. I make some of the best theories you'll ever watch. We be hitting it on the target all the time, but I'm just excited to meet more people and just talk about One Piece. Appreciate being here.
real quick, sorry, I gotta cut in. Blumph, you started a new stream. You didn't use the scheduled one, so people are in the other waiting room, thinking we're like there's 22 people waiting in that room, but we're on a.
Did you want us to send people from the other chat
Right.
to here? Yeah, so if anyone's on the chat, start prompting them to head over if that's cool.
And it unfortunately got rid of the thumbnail too. It's just your logo now, and doesn't have the thumbnail.
Let's see.
Yeah, man. Hey, well, thank you. This is my second time being on the Cross Guild Connections, which is really exciting. For those of you who don't know me yet, I make a lot of One Piece theories and I do reactions and all that kind of stuff. I'm probably most well known for Pluton as a mole and the One Piece as an afro. And I guess I'll say that I guess I'll say one other thing I'd like to plug is that I'm now doing weekly collabs with other creators called the Davey Dak Fights. I've already had a few of them. One of them was with Threevil, who's here on stream with me. I've also done with King Recon. I got one with Par coming up. So I did one with JD Legend as well. So definitely come check those out if you like these kind of live things. I'm doing them on my channel. But I'm pumped to be here, man. This is going to be a great stream.
Yo.
Bluff, they said they can't hear you.
Yeah,
maybe
YouTube
your mic
thing.
on Streamlabs is muted.
But can they hear me? Is that the question? That's the question, right?
Yo.
Tekken definitely could the other day.
We good?
Yeah, maybe I should wait until the chat confirms they can hear Blumf.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
can hear
know
everyone.
they can hear me.
Yo,
they
can you
could
hear me now?
Start juggling.
I don't have. Can you guys hear me in the chat?
At least I can hear Blumf. Oh,
I can
terrible
hear you too.
TJ.
We can hear you on the stream now. I just checked.
All right, cool. All right, well, I'm excited to be here. Cross Guild Connections, second one, right? So sad that I didn't get to come to the first one, but if you guys don't know me, I'm just a dad. I'm just a dad who talks about One Piece. I have a channel. We talk, we stream, we just have a good time, and yeah. So I'm excited to see what we talk about today. There's a lot of things coming new, right? We're gonna talk about the SBS and various things. I imagine that these fellow creators have a lot to throw your way. So excited to be here. Oh wow, Sage is here. Wow.
Oh hi.
How you doing? Sorry, I was just like, wait. I talked to everybody except for, and then you were there. Cool.
Yeah, I was getting ready. I'm ready.
Sounds good. All right, thank you, Blumf. Thank you. Glad the stream can finally hear all of us. Yeah.
Thank you for making it.
Seeing you guys.
Thank you for making it. All right. Next we got Kev D-O-G.
What's good? Excited to talk about One Piece. Second time here. Second time's going to be a banger. We got even more people, even more toxicity, even more theories. Love to see it. And yeah, that's really it.
I appreciate you being here. Then we got Marshall D Preach.
Yeah, man, you can find me at Marshall D Preach on YouTube, Twitter, and yeah, I'm just hoping to have a good time and discuss One Piece. Hopefully we get some good topics in. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to what we get going.
Next, we got Sea Stone Sage in the building.
Hey, it's Sage. You might know my channel, Sea Stone Sage. You might not. It doesn't really matter. I'm here to talk about One Piece with all of these very good eggs.
One Piece.
One Piece.
One Piece.
Said it with your chest.
Yeah, I mean, have to.
You have to.
All right, next we got Polar Pede. Am I saying that right? Do I say that right? Polar Pede?
Polypede works.
Polypede works.
Hello, everyone. I'm Polypede Works. I make YouTube content. This is my second Cross Guild Connection stream. I make One Piece shorts every day. Every day, I cover chapter reviews and just various things to go on with One Piece. Happy to be here, and thank you, Blunt, for inviting me.
Hey, thanks for coming.
Let me just jump in quick. Blumph, put your Discord on Do Not Disturb because your Discord notices are popping off on the chat. On the stream.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Popular.
Well, I'll do that, but let me introduce the next person. And last but not least, well, it's two people. Two people who helped me get this thing going. We got Adam, who did the artwork. If you want to plug yourself, Adam.
My name is Amjin Rakai. I also do a YouTube channel. I just recently figured out what the D initial means. But aside from that, I draw my own manga, stuff like that, and it's truly an honor to be with you guys, with these great YouTube creators and content creators. I'm happy to be here.
Happy to have you, and I appreciate you doing the doing all the artwork.
Oh, no problem, man. Anytime, and that goes for all of you. If you ever need it, something drawn up, I'm more than happy to do it.
Oh well, we got a new person who entered the chat. Hey, Elids, introduce yourself. Give yourself a plug. He just hopped in to.
Yo.
Yeah, just popping in. Just ran away from work. I'll be back in like an hour and a half. But yeah, I make YouTube theories, and that's pretty much. I do make analysis sometimes. I want to make more analysis. But yeah, I've been popping off recently in terms of just how much content I'm able to put out that's concise and, not just whatever baseless thing, or just really putting out concise things. And I really can't keep up with it. So I actually hope to work with a lot of you people so I can share my ideas throughout YouTube. I'm not just keeping them to myself, and I just really excited. I can't wait to come back, in an hour. I just want to introduce myself and say hi and what's up.
What's up, Elids? Appreciate you showing up, man. And last but not least, we got Din Din Kushi, who helped me really get this off the ground.
We got Sage after me as well, but
oh no, I've gone.
Yeah.
Like,
oh,
you missed it.
Yeah, man. Where you been?
Yes, then I make stuff about trees, I think, and I think that Sky Islands have pyrobloin in, so like devil fruits couldn't go further than the clouds, and that's about it, really. Make sure to like and all that stuff, and love us up.
Yeah. Hey, Din, how do I guess mute these notifications? Do I go to server?
Check your DMs. I sent you a picture.
Okay.
Look at this, man. On it.
Oh man, that's all right. So user settings, streamer mode.
It's pretty sick to be here, by the way. Like with that the new fucking wave, like, and the new family that's gonna take over this stuff over the next 5 years. Like,
Yeah.
I hope there's at least 5 years left, but I agree with you, man. This is it's the next great age of pirates. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Super rookies.
Yeah.
Voice generation.
And then Sage is like the old woman in all the arcs.
That's insane.
I'm like such a granny of the community, like.
Oh, that is definitely good to know. Appreciate that.
Out of pocket.
Appreciate that, Threevil.
Yeah, I got you, bro.
Someone said Kureha and didn't say Shaki. That's rude. Shaki's is pretty old too, guys. We could go with Shaki.
I was gonna
It's
say.
fine.
Kureha's like
I'm
3
getting over it.
times.
I'm just gonna pretend it's not happening. Like.
All right, so hey, make sure you guys hit that like button if you're watching on YouTube. Hit that like button, subscribe. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure you follow. But yeah, let's get into it. I want to get your guys' opinions. Now that we're out of 2022, I want to get your guys' opinion on like some of the best theories, like some of your guys' favorite theories of 2022. Just to kind of start off with something light for the stream. Threevil, you wanna start this one off? Threevil?
Yeah, I think I had like the best theory of 2022 because like just predicting that Luffy had not only a Zoan but like a mythical human fruit. Like I think that like changed the story like forever, right? Like Luffy having the Nika fruit, him being based off Hanuman, and like it's just a huge rabbit hole because like now we can deduce that like Dragon is like the wind god or has a wind devil fruit because of Hanumanji. We could like learn more about Roxy Zebek, Garp, like all this sort of lore in the story. But yeah, I would say that like Luffy having Hito no Mi.
Okay.
I would say that has to be up there in terms of like theories or whatever.
Yeah, no, That was good. That was definitely a good theory. Seeing how everything turned out with the Gear 5 reveal and the true essence of what his devil fruit is.
Yeah, and I was actually hoping that like Kev's theory about Vegapunk, I think what Kev was saying is that Vegapunk was going to be based off of the doctor that either created or worked with Godzilla, something close to that. But I watched it like 2 or 3 times, like back when it released, and I was like, "Yo, this is some heat."
Working off of that, this happened during a live stream I was in with Kev. When I visited Kev's live stream, and something that was pointed out that I had forgotten. I think that it's a high possibility that what's his name, Eroge, could be rolling with Blackbeard in the future. I don't know if that's called a theory or not, but I really do like it.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't gotten anything from Eroge, and seeing how Oda been saving him this long, he must have an important role.
That's all you need to know, really.
I mean, we saw him with Kaido in Kaido's introduction, which is like, oh, this dude's going to be really important. And then he's been MIA. Other than like Big Mom saying, or I think it was Brule told us that he beat Snack or whatever. That's like the only other thing we've heard of him since then.
I think we'll get more about Yaruja in SBS or something like that.
Oda seems to love those SBSs, you know?
I think Oda will just like wrap up like Yaruja's whole character that way.
Yeah, just never bring him back at all. Just tell us everything in the SBS.
He died off screen. Bird just got his fruit. We don't need to worry about Rouge anymore.
I'm more curious about his fruit than him, to be honest. Like, just kill off your Rouge and give somebody the fruit. Like, that's fine with me.
See, I'm the opposite. Like, I really like the fact we've got a Bricken, like a confirmed Bricken in the plausible story. Because, like, you know, there's always the small % chance that that is the original name of the ancient kingdom, considering that that's the name of the destroyed Sky Island and it's the name of the moon city. So, like, I don't know, I'm kind of vibing the fact he exists.
Yeah,
like,
his wings are significant for sure. The fact Enel doesn't have wings and he does is notable.
well, none of the Kami do. So Garnfall didn't have wings either, and Emu doesn't have wings either. So, like, from what we can tell, it might be a cultural thing to not have wings.
Well, didn't he pull them out to put the drums in there?
Well, Garnfall, yeah, but Garnfall doesn't have them. And Garnfall doesn't have drums either.
Is that like canon or is that like a theory?
That's not canon, is it?
What do you mean?
I'm almost. I can't remember exactly. I know that's been around for a long time.
There's never a story excuse, if that's what you mean. There's never a canon reason for the drum.
They should explain that, and as well as like how NL built the Arc Maxim, right? Like, why was that never explained? Like, I think Oda, at least in a SBS or something, should be like, yeah, he found like these blueprints, and he just sent the workers.
It's too core to the center of the story. Like, his name is God, and he was a child that doesn't have wings, where everyone else around him knows how to have wings, and now he wants to go to the Fairyverse. And Sage was talking years ago about how like Emu promised people the Celestial Dragons about going to the Fairyverse. So it's possible that as a kid he was abandoned there. Like his natural like draw to being godlike or above other people and taking over could be the fact that he isn't from there originally. He's like a Celestial Dragon or someone that's dumped there, but he definitely has ties because he has the earlobes and his fruit obviously has a will that drives him to go to the moon and stuff because the murals show the same fruit and blah blah blah.
See, like none of that was ever explored though.
Also,
including like the ship, right? Like
with the wing stuff, just going back real quick, that's why I was always so interested. I didn't expect it to happen the way it did, but when King was had wings, I was like, maybe with King he'll have one of his wings removed and then we'll see if he can regrow them. And then Zoro cut it off, but we still don't know, like, is King just gonna come back if King comes back in the story, does he come back with like half a wing or does he come back with a regrown? Because then with the theories around how Enel removed his wings or Gonfall or whatever, it would show us how these wings would work loosely, you know, because one thing that's always been weird is I'm pretty sure this is like a confirmed thing. Someone went back and looked, but King has never used his Lunarian wings to actually fly. Whenever he's shown to fly, he's used his pterodactyl wings. So
he did verse Marco.
But it wasn't like flapping. It was like floating. Or if you're referring to like an anime scene, I don't hold the anime scenes as like
he was in the air for a long time, I guess.
Yeah,
so I would, because like they were fighting in the air, so I feel pretty
safe
Luffy
saying
be
flying
he was using
in
them.
He be in there.
Also,
Yeah, that's why with the manga, right? It's like there's so many people just floating in the air or going in the air various ways. Like we have Skywalk too, and it's just like interesting that whenever it's shown to be like a flying, like whenever King is mobile in the air, and that was shown, it's always has been with the pterodactyl wings. Which, you know, I do like the anime scenes where King flaps his wings. I'm like, yo, that's pretty dope. But you know, it's interesting because the Skypeans and Yarouge, I don't think they've ever been shown using their wings to fly in any regard either. So it's, you know, I wonder if there's ever going to be like an actual demonstration of what these wings' purposes are too, or where they stem from.
It might actually get stitched, kind of like remember when the Impel Down guys got beat up? I think they had like this iron kind of padding on their wings. I think that was on like Magellan's costume in like a cover story since he like lost or whatever to Bon Clay. So maybe like with King, like you'll see like stitches across his wing. Maybe they even grabbed like a piece of it.
I was just gonna say, I think for that example, like Pig God would be a better example, because like that literally gets cut in two and just gets like stitched back together, and that's like not a zombie or anything like Hogback's experiments. But going back to like the Lunarian stuff, does anyone feel that they are kind of an outlier, like not just because of like the level of strength and like the design being slightly different, but they're not on the cave paintings and there's no reference to them on the cave paintings? And although like Oda could have added them later, I just feel like the Lunarians give an Imperial Guard kind of vibe compared to like an actual normal thing. Like I feel like there's a like we all admit that there are people at some point that lived on the moon, and like recently I've kind of been thinking along the lines of what if God lived on the moon and God controlled the tides with the moon, and then the people of the Red Line, the Lunarians, were actually the guardians of God, like God not being obviously a real God, but God being one of these kind of winged races, and like the clash between the Blue Sea and the White Sea being the Void Centuries War. I don't know what people's thoughts are on Lunarians, because like Vegapunk looks into genetic experiments and he specifically hones in on Lunarians, and like it's weird to me that Vegapunk is able to create the Sephirim but the Ancient Kingdom wasn't, when Vegapunk admits that the Ancient Kingdom was more advanced than he was. I don't know.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Go on.
I agree. Also, fun fact, Roge is not the only current Birkin in the story. Harudes, the guy that trained Nami in weather technology, I guess in the SBS, because I was
area.
Yes, he is a Birkin. He does not have wings, so that may mean that he was the god of Burka at one point, and he kind of fled. I made a short about this when NL blew it up, so that's something to chew on. But yeah, I agree with that's. But yeah, that's very interesting about the Lunarians, because out of all the One Piece races in the series, they seem to be like the most oddly superhuman, because they got the durability, they got the pyrokinesis,
they seem engineered. Like they seem engineered.
I
agree.
I actually have a whole theory about how I think they're kind of created beings. And when we think about angels and stuff like that, they're created by God to do his work. They're created like a combustible engine or whatever, with the fire on the back of them, stuff like that. And when we look at God Valley, it almost looks exactly like a Ford motor plant. If you look at the old smokestacks and stuff of a car plant, they're almost identical. And I do think that the Lunarians are, if not some sort of cyborgs, there's some sort of created genetic being that, like you're saying, they're kind of made for a purpose. Maybe that is the Guard or the Imperial Guard, like from Star Wars or whatever. But I definitely think that they're some sort of, if not mechanical, some sort of created thing that is like a combustible engine.
Well, what does Queen say to Sanji? You know, Queen literally says both. Like you have half the community going, "Oh, like Sanji's Lunarian," and you have the other half going, "Oh, he's a machine."
Well,
You know,
we see the Seraphim or whatever, they've been recreated, like the F1, F2 for Ford and stuff like that. I do wonder about all that stuff, and Toyota
maybe
and
to
Subaru
protect
and
the
all
Eve
that stuff.
tree as well.
And
Yeah, I
you
think
have to
Hidden Island has
you
a
have to
theory.
wonder about that tattoo that's on King's face, because like that's a very significant design choice, and like all of the Pacifista and Sephiroms have like tattoo markings, and like, you know, it's that Caesar straw crown situation that's on his face as well. So like you have to wonder like what kind of markings would you put on Lunarians, and he does have markings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Hidden Island has a theory essentially, basically, he presented at the Reverie, I believe, where
Oh,
like the Seraphims were made by Vegapunk to be the ultimate form of humanity. They were based off the Lunarians, but who's to say that the Void Century, they didn't create the ultimate form of humanity, and that being the Lunarians from the first
Well, you've
place.
already seen them make robots or whatever, like Astro Boy or whatever. So I wouldn't be surprised if they made, more condensed beings in the form of the Lunarians.
Also, to what Sage was saying about the tattoos, I think the Lunarians are probably the precursor to all Sky people, because out of all the other Sky races, you know who else has tribal tattoos? The Shandarians. So maybe that's a tradition that's passed down. Go on.
My only issue with that is like logically, and obviously this doesn't mean it applies to One Piece because that's illogical. But logically, it would be odd to me to have a superhuman-like race that then devolved essentially and like lost its powerful traits, especially given these traits like seem to have had them living on the red line and like having power.
Yeah, it's like it's presented like the world government discovered the Lunarians there, but I actually want to backpedal real quick because I definitely agree with Sage where like I think the concept of a god being on the moon and controlling the tides, I think that fits Im like perfectly because if you look at the Princess of Kaguya, the Japanese tale, it was said that she did pretty much the same thing. She came down to Earth and she met like this shogun of Japan, fell in love with him and like returned back to the moon. But I think like
Panda Man?
What's up?
Oh, I mean, in the actual story, that person meets Panda Man.
Yeah, because basically that, and like it's presented in One Piece like Kaguya is like a canon character because Panda Man, who's canon, spoke about seeing Princess Kaguya. So then you have to wonder like who would that be? And I think Im, controlling the seas and the whole Imu Umi thing that you guys have heard for years now, like that would make sense with the herning backwards, controlling the oceans, controlling the seas, and controlling the tides, and then you'd have like this dichotomy of like sun versus moon, like light versus dark. I think that like fits One Piece perfectly, especially like with the intros to One Piece, because like if you, I don't know what saga it was in. It might have been Dressrosa, but like in the intro to the episodes, it'll show a moon going in front of the sun, causing an eclipse, and then like the world's in total darkness. And they'll talk about world government at the same exact time. So that seems to like imply like there is a moon counterpart, or especially like a god of the moon counterpart that'll be in One Piece. And I think circling back again, Im being that character like fits perfectly.
I do actually have a slightly contrasting concept when it comes to Im and the connection to the moon. I think that Im is actually disconnected and wants to be connected. And I think that's why they allow Vegapunk to do the kind of research he does, is because Im is promising the moon to people, the celestial dragons, and made that promise a long time ago, much like Joy Boy made his promise to Poseidon. But they're not able to get up. Like, there's almost no flying machines in One Piece, and the only one we've really seen that's like a true flying machine is the Arc Maxim, and that needs a Nail's fruit to work. And a Nail's fruit, for as far as we can tell, has been in the sky for a very long time at this stage, because like, where did a Nail get it? He has to have got it from the sky. So like, to me, there's this kind of almost, we ask where the Arc Maxim came from. What if he discovered the blueprints? What if these blueprints are something that Im is aware of? What if the Pluton, we all know that that's probably not a true weapon. Like, what if part of the Pluton is the capacity to go to the moon? But I believe that the Void Century War actually disconnected Imu from his tidal connection to the moon, which is why at the moment they've had to use other methods for controlling the floods of One Piece, like the Aqua Laguna and how Water 7 needs to float, and also like the giant hole in Ennis's lobby.
Yeah, I
Can I
think
just quickly Can I just jump in quick? I just want to tie that back to one sort of like real simple thing that not many people seem to talk about. Like, I agree with both exactly what you're saying. I think the Arc Maxim is super important, and like it was distinctly not told to us how he built it. But also, Enel's on the moon, breathing, living.
that's not normal for even for One Piece character. You don't just go to the moon and live your life like that. That's why there's automata on there. Like, is because they're machines, right? And then we see the space pirates. They've all got pressure suits on. But Enel, he's just walking around. And then on the murals, when you look back, one of the people on the murals has a staff, which like is definitely electric staff, and you can see him controlling the others, which means his fruit or someone of his will has been up there before. Yeah, I forgot the rest, but yeah.
I think Eam is going to be from the moon, especially like when you consider like major villains in One Piece, like even as far back as Arlong, where there's this guy from a different place that he's like a totally different race and species, or even like comes from a totally different upbringing. He'll go to a location like Arlong Park, Dressrosa, Skypiea, whatever. He'll go to another location, eradicate everyone there, and like take it under his control. I think like that's intentional throughout the story over and over and over, because that's going to lead up to the end game final boss where Eam came from the moon to go and dominate this planet, and Eam's probably done it before. Like if we have a Godase member that's named after Saturn, I'd imagine the other planets would have similar names. So it could be like Eam and the Godase, again, they're like this galactic group. They're going from planet to planet, just like hijacking and taking it under their control. Almost like, I don't know if you guys watch Invincible or read Invincible. It would be something like that. Where like I'm not gonna spoil it, but you probably caught the comparison.
Watch the first one, the first season.
Yeah.
So
I just sent it in the chat or whatever. We have all this sea talk or whatever, and according to the United Nations, the Vatican City is actually called the Holy See. It's SEEE, and when you look inside the actual cathedral, they talking or whatever. I sent it in the chat. It looks like a serpent, and there's so many things when it comes to the thunder god versus the serpent god in all creation mythology or whatever. And I think that Umi has some huge ties to this whole idea of the Vatican and the serpent that eats the world and all this stuff. But I just sent it because it blew my mind when I saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all.
I think I'm just going because it's really relevant. Sorry.
Go ahead.
To say, the devil or Satan in the older testaments of the Bible and older translations is referred to as the great serpent or the dragon. Most importantly, the dragon. So like there is a massive kind of theme, especially within like monoatheistic like Christian religions, with the concept of the devil himself being a form of dragon.
Absolutely. And the devil and the Lightbringer are two separate people. They are not the same. Like Prometheus in Greek myths or whatever. The one who brings the fire and the light is not the same as Satan in most religions aside from Christianity.
Yeah, Satan,
you know, that would actually connect to like, I made a video about Emu being the Sea Devil, and like that would actually connect to how in the beginning of the story Shanks said that the Sea Devil cursed devil fruits, and it's like, wait, Sea Devil, who would that be? And it's just like that could be like one really early on connection for Emu being the devil serpent, like that kind of stuff.
So what about hold on, Adam. It totally misses the salt concept.
Hold on,
there
Adam.
is the sea, the immortal waters, and then there is salt for humanity, and I think that just totally misses the salt aspect.
So because we talking about sea devils, but one thing that's been established in the series are like these different gods. Back in Skypiea, if you guys remember, the forest god, what was it? The sun god, the forest god,
rain
the
god, earth
rain god, and the earth
rain god.
Like, who do y'all think could, like? I think Luffy's kind of established to be connected with the sun god. With
Green Bull's definitely forest.
Yeah, Grain Bull.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
No.
For forest, yeah. Well, Green Bull said he was a forest for him, or woods man, didn't he?
Like the father of nature.
No.
Like
he said, yeah. Like I think it might be his fruit connected to a character, because when you look at like the Sea Forest, right? The Sea Forest has connections to Joy Boy and Poseidon, right? And there's Joy Boy was introduced there, and it's a panel of the Sea Forest with huge whales around, and we know Joy Boy has connections to trees and the whales, right? Not that we know why.
Robin.
Yeah, but there's a way stronger connection with Green Bull, though. Say 100 times stronger than that.
I would think it would be somebody who has the will of the and then the fruit. as well. Not just as simple as if you have the fruit, then you are a god. It's not as simple as that. Like
But
Luffy and Joy Boy, for example, like Luffy couldn't just be the sun god. He'd have to be like have that compatibility with the fruit and stuff like that. And hence why Blackbeard went and got the Oreo off Whitebeard, right? Because then he could have the earth ability on him.
For
Yeah,
me,
I
but
think it is Greenbow though, because if we look at the theory that I had was in Mary Joy, you see the forest and the trees. They see the artificial trees, but my theory was that someone in the past made those trees with Greenbow's fruit in Mary Joa, and that's how it became like that. And same thing with the place that we see Eam in the first time. It's like a garden, right? So he could have created that too. But if we're looking at Greenbow now, if those people that created Mary Joa had the forest fruit or his devil fruit, they were probably worshiping Eam and the celestial dragon. So when you look at Greenbow now, he's the same thing. Like he'll worship them no matter what, and his ideology is so focused on what the celestial dragons do over everything. So I think he does fit it.
I
he might
think
be indoctrinated into it. And like you could just break it down really simply. Like he said, I'm a woodsman with the power of the woods fruit. You would only say woods if that was like referring to the forest. Like he's a literal forest man. Like I think like that's the easiest connection you can make.
I'm pure Logia. Just to clarify, he said I am pure Logia. So it's definitely
Luffy
like,
thought he was
connected to that.
exactly.
Luffy thought he was Paramecia as well.
Yeah.
So like
No, I'm not saying the fact he's Logia is relevant. I'm saying the fact that Oda made him say I'm pure Logia obviously and clearly distinguishes the fact that that ability is connected to the forest god, if there is such a thing as the forest god, right? Like years ago, someone in particular would have had that fruit. I don't think it's going to be as simple as like, oh, if you take this fruit, you're the new god. It's more complex than that, because or else the god thing would just be happening all over the world all the time. It'd be chaos.
Luffy wouldn't be sun god if he didn't have the sun god fruit, right?
Yeah, and he wouldn't be the sun god if he wasn't Luffy.
Yeah, I think the thing is, like he has the potential, you know, he has the potential to be the fart, but he might not have the will back in it. But where
But
Luffy,
Luffy,
he has the
do you think
potential
Luffy
in
was
the will.
always the sun god, or do you think he awakened it with Gear 5?
I think
he was destined to be.
He
always had the temperament for the sun god.
He was fated to have that fruit, but like if he didn't have the fruit, then he wouldn't be like it's like a prerequisite, right? So I think like if Green Bull says he's like a forest man and he has a woods fruit, I think it's just kind of like safe headcanon, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
What I'll say about it is that, you know, whether we go the route where there's these four gods, or there's like a moon god, sun god, that kind of thing, the sun god thing, it's if Green Bull were to be the forest god, the connection of Green Bull to his power to the forest is basically 1-to-1. But then, you know, the question I ask all the time is, what is Luffy's connection to being sun god, right? He doesn't have nuclear powers, he doesn't have fire powers, you know, the fire stuff is part of his imagination. So there's an abstract way that Oda's connecting Luffy's Gear 5 or Luffy's power, or Luffy's will to the power of the sun, whether it's being the happiness that suns brings you, right? I'm sure that on Elbaf, because they revere the sun, we'll learn more about what the sun actually means, and that abstract meaning is why Luffy's called the sun. And the reason why I bring that up is because Oda has this fun way of creating epithets, and these epithets run throughout the entire story. But these epithets also are very punny, are very fun, and you can start to get an understanding, especially through like Kaido's commanders. They all have epithets that refer to the calamities, right? Wildfire for King, very 1-to-1. Plague for Queen. It's not like Queen directly is a plague or has a sick fruit or something like that, right? He can create the destruction of a plague. And then the best one is drought, right? Jack is the drought, but he's like an elephant. Honestly, that's ironic that we're calling him the drought. But the reason why he has that epithet is that's the disaster he leaves on a battlefield. A lot of these names that we see, whether it be Poseidon and the commanders' names, it might not be as 1-to-1 as we might think. It could just be that the result of their actions could be what their epithets lead to. So, you know, that's where the reverence of gods in One Piece specifically is very interesting, because it's less so that whatever the people do is what people are remembered by. We have to remember that it's the stories that create the epithets. Similar to if you were to ask someone who liberated Dressrosa, there's many people who would get that title, but then you have God Usopp, right? God Usopp, who the Nentatas and all the people who are imprisoned, they revere God Usopp in that regard, right? But you know, if for our viewership, it's Luffy. And so in that context, it's almost more apt to me that these, if we were to go the 4 god route, these powers, if Luffy is sun god, then the other remaining 3 wouldn't just be like the power of the forest, it would be the representation of the forest. Whoever has the power of the forest, it would be something. And I go back to Thriller Bark, because that's when we first got like Luffy in his liberation mode, warrior of hope. And what we saw afterwards, in the chapter afterwards, all the people who are liberated, specifically, you know, the people in Lola's crew, they were saying like, I can finally leave the forest. And the reason why the forest was so significant to them is because at the time they feared the sun because they could not live in the sun. And the forest provided them shadows, it provided them darkness. And so in that regard, there could be an abstract connection as like the earth or moon being the forest god because it provides shadows, similar to what is shown in the story. So there, you know, I do see the Green Bull one, but I also wouldn't, you know, I would look outside of that because of the abstractness when it comes to sun god Luffy or sun god Nika, and then we look at what we're seeing of the sun god.
Yeah, I think Oda's has like a pattern of breaking patterns though. Like for one example, right? Kaido is using like a bunch of attacks that were named after like the 7 Wisdom Kings, but for some reason he didn't use like the 7th one. He used like 6 out of 7. So like a lot of times like Oda will set a pattern and then just like break it for no reason. So like if Oda's like having Luffy represent the sun through like his character and bringing the dawn and stuff like that, I don't think that also same logic and framework also has to apply to Green Bull. Like Green Bull could be the forest god manifested because of a devil fruit, or maybe it's coincidentally Luffy's same character, but I don't think it's like a prerequisite.
With Kaido,
for the Kaido,
he couldn't be the 7th one because he wasn't Joy Boy. Like he was
Or-
only the 6 stages. He couldn't do the 7th.
or
to
another
just
way to
pull up
look
the
at it
other
is a lot of people
Yeah, but
don't
those are
think
just
Kaido's
attacks.
story's over. Like Kaido could come back, and that's where the 7th one would come, when Kaido's story is resolved in a full way, right? Because that's also like another Oda thing, right? That like people don't die so that their stories can get resolution, even when you think that they aren't resolved, right? And that is, you know, when we're talking about Oda type things that piss people off, it's keeping people too long in the story for some resolution that Oda wants rather than what the reader wants. But at this point in the story, we kind of just have to accept that. And I you know, in that example where you're saying he didn't use the last one, I like what Den said, but the other part of it is like, I can very easily see the resolution of his plot line. He uses that move at the very end of towards the end of the story to complete that pattern if he chooses to, right? But I don't disagree with you. There's been many other patterns that have not come to fruition. But when if we were to go the 4 god routes, we don't. The only one we have right now is sun god, so we don't have a pattern necessarily. But in that case, I think I like to think of like the ancient weapons and the other ones. Like for example, Saturn, right? Like what would make him representative of Saturn? It's not like it could be that he's just from Saturn, sure, or it could be that his power is representative of something related to Saturn, right? There's multiple ways that can go by, and we won't know until we see the rest of the Gorosei, right?
Like a ring fruit.
I low key think the Gorosei might be like ancient weapons, or at least strength wise, they may be up there. But you know,
I really.
But
I'm
go
really
ahead,
trying to
Adam.
bring something up.
Go ahead, Adam.
Like I really.
Or go ahead, let Kev
So-
go. Go ahead, Kev, because he ain't really say much.
So I think the thing Par is saying about like the gods being sort of deemed as these like mythic things because of what they represent is really cool. And honestly, I don't know if you guys can like follow this path, but this is what I'm just thinking. Like I feel like the gods are kind of like the new Yonko, where we all expect Big Mom, Kaido, Shanks to be just like Whitebeard, because Whitebeard is that character. But Big Mom and Kaido are so completely different from Whitebeard, and that's what makes them interesting. I feel like the Forest God could just be Green Bull, but Green Bull could have got that thing from being strong. You know, the Forest God could have just been strong. He might not have been a good person. He might have just been a very strong person. That's why people said, oh, it's the Forest God. I feel like the same thing could have been said. Like, say Lucci awakened thousands of years ago, and they're like, oh, that's the leopard god because he's the leopard man who's really strong. You know what I mean? I think it's all about the status, the mythical nature of it. Like you said with God Usopp, people are going to view Usopp as this mythical figure, one, because Usopp's the goat, but also because Usopp freed this entire people. He's literally called God Usopp, you know? I feel
Yeah,
like
so
having
like
this.
Green Bull's personality, like being obsessed with like the celestial dragons, almost like a Lucci figure, that could be the reason, or it could be a vessel for a backstory of him being indoctrinated as a marine or even as a celestial dragon, and then they're like, okay, this guy was raised as, you know, a celestial dragon meat rider. Of course we're going to give him this forest god fruit and let him become an admiral and, you know, do his thing. Or maybe like once he, you know, was already high up there as a marine and he was becoming the admiral, that's when they gave him the fruit, because he would be one of those guys that would like never turn their back on the world government. That could explain why he has this god fruit, possibly, of course, but while simultaneously making sense of it for his character.
Two
Go ahead,
things to
Adam.
speak on that. That makes a lot of
All right. Yeah,
You hear me?
because Adam was trying
Yeah.
to say something, and then I'll let you go. Then you got
I'll
next.
if I can go first, and I can go after him.
All right, well, go ahead.
Speaking to what Threefold said, that makes a lot of sense because from Green Bull's introduction, he seems way more indoctrinated than other Marines because he's fanboying out about somebody. People have assumed that that could be Aki Inu, which is a very interesting thing. So it could be like we could see a turn his character later to where he changes his mentality and is like more in a way of like, say, Kuzan or kind of Borsellino, and where he has a different outlook on the Marines in general. Another thing that's very interesting, and I think Adam mentioned this a while ago, Usopp being Metaton, I believe, is a very interesting idea because we talk about Luffy being the sun god, right? What did the Soki King mask look like? It looked like a sun. So it's like, and then too, Soki King is kind of like a alternate personality for Usopp. So that's kind of like a weird parody of what Luffy eventually became. But that's all I had to say.
Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, no, but what Paravision was touching on. So forest originally meant area to hunt game in. So to me, that pretty much describes the grand line about the bounties and all that stuff or whatever like that. And I truly do not adhere to the idea that Luffy's the sun god. When we reverse the gum fruit, it's mug. And when we think of the Holy Grail, what is it? It's usually a chalice or a mug that holds in the power. And when we think about, okay, what holds the power of the sun as far as the Earth's concerned, and that would be the moon. The moon. The only reason it's bright is because it reflects the sun, the sun energy, sunlight, or whatever like that. And I truly believe there's lots of stuff going on with that. But this forest guy idea, whatever, lots of old ancient maps would just have a forest as the barrier. They'd either have sea, ocean, monsters like that, whatever, as one barrier, and then the other barrier would be a forest because there's wolves and there's bears and there's all these things don't go in there. And I do wonder if he is, maybe not so much now in the One Piece story, but in the past was more of a barrier figure as far as, you know, don't explore past this point.
Yeah. What about all right, so we talk about the forest god possibly being Green Bull. What about the Earth God? Because I already have an idea. I kind of think the Earth God might be Eam. If we go by the pattern with the Gorosei being named after planets, that leaves what we have Mercury, Venus.
It leaves the moon.
But they only they only cover 5 planets though, because what we got 8 planets altogether, 9 planets.
Yeah. So
9 with Pluto.
In like Greek's geocentric model where they thought everything revolved around the Earth, they didn't count Earth, but they counted the moon. That's like part of the reason why I think Eames like the embodiment of the moon. It was only until the Greeks switched to the heliocentric model, where they thought Earth was going around the sun. So in that context, it would make sense for Eam to be the Earth god. But like we know that's not the context because in Professor Clover's laboratory, their model of the I guess their solar system isn't heliocentric; it's geocentric. So they don't even look at the Earth like how we would to call Emu the Earth god. Like that just wouldn't like.
But they
make
would look
sense.
at Earth as in like the center of everything.
There, I think. Well, that just steps into like. It's hard to talk about that without just making it a theory per se, because like all we saw was like the geocentric model. I could send you a picture if you need, but like they wouldn't look at Earth as like its own entity, especially if it's implying that people came down. Well, especially since it said that people from the moon came down to the blue planet from NL's cover story.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably like really confusing to explain without pictures. I could send you a picture if you need.
Well, a lot of that stuff is very, very kind of confusing and wrong because they knew the Earth wasn't the center of the universe, but from our perspective, the Earth is the center. No matter what, as a human being, we're seen from Earth. So a lot of their helio models and all that stuff, or whatever, took that into account that what we're seeing is from the Earth as a center, even though we're not.
No. They genuinely thought the Earth was the center, though. Like
I
that's
know
like
that,
that's
I know
what they
that a lot
thought.
of textbooks say that and stuff, and I've seen a lot of alternate theories that it was more of just the idea of representing the soul and the person and the human as being what we see in the night sky, not so much what is actually there.
Dak,
All
you
right,
wanna or go ahead. Was you finished through?
I posted 2 pictures because like explaining it is probably like really confusing. But basically the geocentric model, that's what Clover had in his laboratory. So I think what Ode is aiming for is he's gonna show the One Piece world going from the geocentric model where they think everything's going around the Earth into the heliocentric model, which is the truth where everything's going around the sun. And the reason why that would also further imply that Emu's the moon is the moon is obviously going around the sun along with Earth. So like I guess this is my perspective of it. It's just all my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess I looked at it more from a heliocentric, I guess, based on your graph. But because I would say like we got Saturn, we'll probably have a Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, Mars, and that still leaves Earth as a like those other 5 would be the Gorosei, at least according to my speculation. Those other 5 would be the Gorosei, leaving Earth, which to me it makes sense for Eam and maybe Blackbeard to be the moon god if there is indeed a moon god. But from the 4 gods that we know, there isn't a moon god. So I'm just kind of going with the Earth god.
Add on to what
and Eam, huh?
Just add on to what 3 was saying, like just add on to what 3 was saying. Obviously, we were talking a second ago about Luffy being the sun god, right? And Luffy's the main character of the story, and obviously we hear a lot about like the effect he has on people and like liberating them and like he's got gravitas, he draws people towards him, right? And if we're talking about helio and geocentric systems, then it would make sense that like we go into the system where the characters revolve around Luffy by the end of the story rather than around the world government and the center point, which is Marie's world, right? From some perspectives, like.
Totally.
Yeah, if you look at the last picture I sent, I don't know if you could put that on like the stream screen, but like that's like the. All right, perfect. Because like I think that's like really good representation where like you can see the Earth in the middle, and then the moon is its own celestial body, which is obviously the moon for the Earth. But I think like that perspective is really important because again, Clover's laboratory, but also like the world government seems to be like every classic villain in the story, where they're like fooling the world into believing something that's not entirely true. Like Doflamingo, he was trying to make Dressrosa seem like it was like a beautiful kingdom with everything good and holy going on, but like there's a dark truth to it, right? Same with the Void Sentry. And then that would also explain the ancient weapons, because in the last picture of the geocentric model, you can see like the planets that would be the ancient weapons aren't listed there. So like that just again implies that maybe Joy Boy was the embodiment of Earth, and then Luffy's son or Nika or like something like that. But I just don't think it would land Emu the spot as the Earth, because Emu is implied to be from elsewhere.
If I had to
I
pick,
think-
I would pick Blackbeard to be the Earth, just because, well, the good are good to know me, but also the fact that Blackbeard, I believe that he wants to be immortal. So if he wants to become immortal, it's like he's holding on to all of the earthly possessions, right? And he's so afraid to die because we see him act differently every time he's in pain, right? He feels a different sense of pain because of his devil fruit, but also he's afraid to die because because we see him in Marineford too, where Whitebeard's about to attack him, and then he starts panicking and acting crazy. So I think, like, if we're talking about the Earth, if he wants to become immortal, he wants to conquer the Earth and rule the Earth. He's not thinking about like the afterlife or anything else.
Okay. All right.
Someone said, "Oh, go on." Sorry.
Nah, go ahead. Go ahead. I was about to
Oh,
make a segue.
someone in chat, I think I see it was Cube. He said, "I think the Earth is the Gura no Mi." What do you guys think about that?
I can see that.
It's possible.
Would definitely make sense why like Blackbeard would want to steal it, right? Given the motivation.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of like, I have no
Interesting thought.
basis for this, but what? Oh, go on.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I was just.
What about crocodile? Is that too outrageous?
For Earth God?
Yeah, for the Suna no Mi, sand fruit.
I agree.
Yeah, it's definitely like I think he's a character that's gonna get like a big glow up. So I like to see it being something like he gets the the fruit at the very end or something when someone dies. Like I don't know, maybe Blackbeard dies and he gets the Guru or something as well, or something like that. But like, yeah, he definitely would make a good candidate for the god.
Well,
Yeah,
and in tons of origin, creation mythology, whatever. If it's not a snake, it's a crocodile. The representation of the evil form of that wants to eat the earth.
Also, man,
What
I forgot we-
about-
oh, go on.
Hey, what about Pluton the mole being the Earth God? Is that even like on the table?
Hey,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Um,
like, I feel like we're talking about these people being gods, but I think there's more potential really in, like, if we look further than just devil fruits and people, like, surely, because like Emu, I can kind of see how that could be Earth, because Earth is mostly water, and especially the One Piece world is almost entirely water. So like Earth is what we call it, but we've never actually heard the name of the One Piece world, so it might not be called Earth.
We
it might
have.
be called Have
Earth
we?
is Earth.
It's Verth. It's Verth.
Oh, okay.
It's Earth.
So, but isn't that in Skypia?
No, so Verth is like the blue planet, and then Fairy Verth is the moon. So like on Skypea, when they had the dirt, they were calling it Verth because it was from the blue planet, and it got shot up. Remember the knock-up stream?
Yeah, no, I remember, but like
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Isn't that only said by the Skypians, not by the people that live on the Blue Sea?
True.
I
And they
guess so,
don't call
yeah.
the Blue Sea either. They in Luffy and that didn't know about the White Sea until they got there.
True.
That's my only thought, is like their knowledge kind of thing.
That was a good point.
My
Yeah,
only
that-
problem with the mole stuff, and I love Dax theories or whatever, and all that stuff. He's got some great ideas or whatever. But when we think about a human body with a mole being cancerous, or a mole as a general definition being someone who's a spy, and we hear from Big Mom that pirates always betray each other, and I think that all the mole clues are maybe a reference to someone in the Straw Hat crew being I guess an evil person, I guess.
You got a
Well, the
response
other
to that,
thing,
Dak?
like,
Wow.
I definitely don't agree with that. I don't know if mole is used in Japan the same way we use it in English for that, like an undercover person. You know what I mean?
I think
In Japanese, the word Mogura
Was
that
it
means
lost the
mole,
powers?
it also means earth dragon. And you know the leaders and the leaders of the world government are celestial dragons, right? So whenever we're talking about all this god stuff, which I agree with some and disagree with some of what you guys were saying, but in general, I definitely think the ancient weapons are a different thing than the gods.
True.
I guess there's a lot of reasons for it, but I definitely think they're connected, but they're all different. Like for example, Luffy's Joy Boy, so like he's a bit of a different pedestal than probably what the other gods are, I would say, because he's obviously like the main character and all that. But we've been told like like a sovereign's supposed to come and lead the ancient weapons, or like Odin said, a certain figure is going to come in the future and save the world. So there's like, so I don't know, like the sun god to me is like on a different pedestal than a lot of things. So I think it's really hard to draw any kind of parallels. But I do think the ancient weapons are going to be like dragons per se, right? Like if you look at Poseidon, there's a dragon on top of Ryugu Palace, right? It's like the palace is and Kaido was a dragon, but was a fish, right? So we've already seen that fish and Fishman Island and all that have ties to like a sea dragon. And then, like I just said, the mole is actually Earth dragon. And then for Uranus, I mean, that already ties to the sky. So it'd be like a sky dragon. And I have a whole theory, and I won't get into this whole thing, but tying to what we were saying earlier about like the Lunarians and the Skypeans and stuff, so the Lunarians, which the only one we really have is king, he thought Kaido, who was a blue sea snake, was Joy Boy. And then the Skypeans thought a blue sea snake being Nola, or Nola's parents or whatever, were a sun god. So why do these sky races that have ties to the moon, with like the Skypeans are from the moon and the Lunarians have a name hinting from the moon, why do they think blue snakes are like sun gods, right? Like his Joy Boy had the powers of the sun god or whatever. Like what's up? Like what's with that connection? So I definitely think there's going to be, like, whenever we find Uranus, I think it's going to have a big connection to space and all that. And I guess tying it back to the original question, yeah, I definitely don't think, I think like they're all going to be animals, like the mole stuff. I definitely think that's like, maybe it is just a dragon, you know what I mean? Maybe it's not, maybe it's like a furry dragon, I don't know, but maybe it's, not actually mole looking, but it's like based off mole because Earth dragon and mole mean the same thing. So I think all the ancient weapons are going to be loosely based off dragons, basically.
Deck, do you
I have a question.
Hold on, Adam. Do you think like those dragons, like the dragon statues that we see, do you think they may be indicators of where the ancient weapons are? Because we know there was one at Fishman Island, and that's where Poseidon is. Mm-hmm. And there was one at Wano, that's where Pluton is. So wasn't there one at I feel like there might have been one in Alabasta. Like there was one on a cover page with Vivi or something. I might be wrong, but I feel like I was watching a theory recently.
There's like in the poneglyph room, there's a lot of like hieroglyphics that kind of hint at like definitely like serpents, right? I don't know if it's dragons per se, but then there is also, whenever you get to like the Alabasta crypt right before we see the poneglyph, there's like this big, I don't even know, like walkway basically, and in the middle is a circle with a mustache that looks like a dragon's mustache. Like it's just, so it's like what you would think is a symbol, like a really basic symbol for a dragon. So I think that could be something. And there's even like little clouds under it that look like flame clouds. So
yeah, and if we're talking about dragon statues, I guess another place to look would be, we didn't exactly see it necessarily, but wasn't it Meridra? Wasn't it like they have the hoof of the dragon there too, right? So like that could be connected to these dragon statues.
Is the hoof of the dragon.
Yeah.
Right. So the Arabasta one's kind of interesting because obviously the Nefertari family is somehow complicated in all of it, but the statue connection is kind of dope. What you just said,
that's awesome.
I didn't even think, like, I've been thinking this dragon for a long time, and Blump, I never even thought about the statues. Like,
no, when you kept saying like ancient weapons and dragons,
Dragon Castle.
I have a whole video about the statues, but the connection between Fishman Island having the ancient weapon, Wano having the ancient weapon, they both had not just dragon statues, they had the same dragon statue. Like that's pretty important.
And Ace destroyed one. And just real quick, we were talking earlier about the gods and stuff. One thing I just want to say is, you would think the sun god fruit would be like Ace's fruit, right? Because it has firepower, and also his Flame Emperor attack against Blackbeard looked like a sun, and then Sabo is now known as the Flame Emperor. So Sabo is named after something that looks like the sun, essentially, right? And he's the brother of the sun god. So there's like an interesting comparison there. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know where it's all headed, but it's like, I don't know. There's a lot of connections here for sure. I don't know.
Dragon statue at Elbaf. Let's go. I'm praying on it.
Oh, I'm down for that.
Are you guys on the boat that Elbaf will be the home of Uranus?
I like that boat. I like that boat. I'd buy tickets to
I
that
got-
boat just in case I want to ride that boat.
Yeah,
All
same.
right, all right.
Yeah, I'm
Same.
kind of
I'll buy
like, I'll buy a
tickets.
ticket, but I don't know if I'm riding that boat. Like,
Yeah, I'm not on the boat now, like getting prepped. I have my ticket. I'll be there right when it happens.
RSVP, like maybe
Yeah,
we'll be there,
RSVP.
maybe not.
I'll be waiting at Elbaf for you, Dak.
Yeah, what about me? Hello?
I mean,
Anybody,
I'll say this:
anybody.
if it's
You
at
you said
Elbaf,
what you said. Like,
if it's at Elbaf, it's because it hatched somewhere else, and then this is like it's like home. You know what I'm saying? Or like it knows this is where it's supposed to wait, right, or something
Yeah.
like that. Like
Are you
it
aware?
definitely.
Sorry, go on. Sorry.
I was gonna say I think the egg came from Skypiea. I think that's actually why during Roger's flashback, we just like Roger went up the knockup
Skypiea,
stream and then
yeah.
immediately went to the poneglyph. Like there was no discussion, there was no like, hey, what's up, Sky people? You know what I mean? Like he just skipped right through it, and that's like so it tells me they have a connection, like the Sky people and Roger, and Oda just didn't want to tell us. So I think the egg is from there, but then I think he took it, they protected it because maybe like God Valley talked about it, like maybe Rox said something about it or something, and then it hatched later, and then so I can see that. I would like that if it's waiting at Elbaf because that's like maybe like a protective place. Maybe Shanks has been waiting there because of the egg, like he knew that it was going to hatch at a certain time and it would need a protector or something. So I can see it.
I want to go off the.
Go on. Oh no, Adam, you were waiting for a long time.
Oh no, I had a question kind of for Dak and for everybody is what exactly is Joy Boy apologizing for? I personally believe that he's apologizing for not killing all of humanity because he decided they were actually good and decided not to kill them all. But I didn't hear your guys' thoughts.
Well,
I think his apology was not bringing Fishman Island to the surface, and I think I actually messaged Dak about this yesterday.
That's one thing, but they have the sun down there, so I don't totally buy that they don't have any sunlight because they
I don't
actually
think it's
do.
the sunlight.
But they're going to be
It's not the
facing
sun.
It's not
racism
really about
forever,
the
right?
sunlight, though.
That's the
Yeah.
point.
That-
of it.
Because like if you look at Jinbei's cover story from like forever ago, he was doing this thing around the world and he found this underwater city, and when he was going down to grab it, he found a poneglyph. Then he brings this, I think he brought the city to the surface, and then there's a bunch of issues going on with sea beasts, and he had to bring them back down, and it seemed like he was promising to bring that city back to the surface again. And I remember even when he was like entering that pathway, sorry this is all over the place, but when he was originally going to the city, I believe it said sea god or something to that effect on like a sign. So it seems like in Jinbei's cover story, the city he found underwater is supposed to parallel Fishman Island, which would answer Joy Boy's promise.
I know that cover story pretty well because it features my main man, Jinbei. So like, yeah, the sea god tributes, you remember the one on Thriller Bark where we open up like that tribute to the sea god and then there's like a flare. There's loads of those barrels down there, which is where that comes from. But the city, like, Wadatsumi is like upsetting the sea beasts, and the sea beasts are bothering a village, and the village itself is who gives the poneglyph to Jinbei, and then Jinbei gives it to Big Mom, just to like clear up the timeline of that.
Yeah, I gotta. Oh, go ahead. I'll let you finish.
I was just gonna say, on theme with what you were saying, Adam. Like for me, the promise with Joy Boy, I do think it's just bringing the fishermen up to the surface. It's not about the sun, it's about them walking on their ancestral land, which is most likely Sabodi. Like that's personal for me. I feel like they were kicked off Sabodi by, like you're saying, like by humans. But then I think Joy Boy's promise is to bring them back up to the surface, and it's not really about the sunlight, it's more about like their homeland. But personally I have this theory that like at the defeat of Joy Boy by Imu, because at some stage I think most people would agree that happened. I believe that there's a panel in Skypiea where Garnfall is thrown by Enel down into the sea, and just before that, like Garnfall talks about like, are we the evil ones because we've kept up this battle for land, and we've persecuted these people for over 400 years, and are we too late now to go back on like what we've already done? And he's having this moment of questioning, which I feel like really could relate to the Joy Boy plot. And then he's thrown into the sea by Enel, who kind of like usurps his throne as Kami, or God. And I feel like maybe there's this connection where Joy Boy is thrown into the sea from the Red Line by Imu and his forces, and then he writes the last poneglyph, which is the one in Fishman Island, which is the apology for failing. But that's what I think that poneglyph's about and why it's so
really,
different.
I really like that. My only issue with that is just that the fishmen themselves breathe water. So for them, a purified earth, let's say, would be all water.
It's
It
not.
would-
No, it's
No,
no. They
the-
the
no,
mermaids
there
don't
too.
breathe. Like
It's why
some
we
of the
it's why we
mermaids
saw
don't as
blood
well.
transfused, right? It's
Mhm.
why we saw blood transfused from like fishman to human is because like I imagine the idea is they were originally human. You know what I mean?
I
So
agree that they were originally human and made to be fishmen or whatever. But as far as the fishmen concerned, an entire world of water would be much more of a paradise than any sort of air.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. Or why
Because
would
they wouldn't have the
we?
sun.
Well,
No,
and
it's
the
not
thing
even
is,
that.
there's-
It's
if
not
you
even
look
that.
at Fishman Island right now, right? Like even in their own preferred habitat, as you say, they live inside the bubble, which is all air. Even in the
Mhm.
kingdom itself, right? Like it was the palace itself was aired out, and then someone broke the bubble, and then water came in, and that was like a huge detriment to them. But the other part of it, in terms of the sun part, you can see how different it is to get the trickles of the sun than the sun itself. In Shirahoshi, when she goes up to the reverie, she's like brought to tears at the immediate sight of the actual sun, and she wants to share it because she realizes how different it is to be up above and all of that. So the confusion or that you see in those moments, I think that lends itself to more of the question about exactly what we're talking about. It's like, why are they down there? They are in air, they want the sun, but somehow they're fishmen, so you imagine that they'd be better off in the water, but that's not the case. That's not what they want. And I think that's more
can I just
big
shoot real
example
quick?
for me where
No.
she can't even walk on land. She has mermaid
just
skin.
to answer
Well,
your question.
to that
right?
note, that note, the interesting thing about mermaids is at the age of 30, I believe, they grow legs, which is like kind of crazy. It's like,
got next.
Oda included that.
We know
Also,
she's
That's where Kokoro
the
can
other
walk.
thing is
Exactly.
the other
Hold
thing
on.
is
Let Den go. He
has
was
the
waiting.
bubbles the mermaids use.
After
Like Sabodi has
Sage.
those bubbles all around. Like that's what's coating and stuff. Like the bubble resin. So like, I don't know. I feel like there's a really fine, like, uncomfortable line for me by saying that people's homeland, because we all just agree that they're displaced from their homeland. Like, it's a really odd thing to say that they wouldn't want to go back to that and be on the surface and be part of society, like, and to assume what's best for them. I just find that very
personally,
world
It's kinda-
government logic. Like,
Yeah,
Personally,
that's almost like
part
spitting in the
ass,
face
right?
of that's like spitting in the face of Princess Arahime as well, isn't it?
yeah.
Like you're just like destroying her whole character for
Who's over
like global
that
potential.
Hey,
Uh,
Den Kushi's been trying to talk for
let Den
like
go.
10 minutes. Can we let him go?
Yo, Polly, can you mute up a sec, mate? Because you're like leaking a bit of audio.
Oh,
Who?
Yeah, but all I was going to say was Pa asked the question like about why are they down there, right? It's obviously it's symbolic that they are supposedly under Marie-Joie, right? That's symbolic because of their status. However, I bet you money that the reason why it's specifically there is because it's an insurance policy for
Yes.
the world government that Joy Boy cannot destroy the Red Line. Because if they destroys the Red Line on Marie-Joie, it will destroy Fishman Island. Hence why you get the Noah, which is a ship built of Adam Wood. And Adam Wood, you know, Joy Boy ties to trees, blah, 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 blah. So there you go. Like, it's probably under there because it's an insurance policy that Emu, like, you know, that she put there to stop Joy Boy from freeing them, and that's probably what the apology is about.
I think it's an insurance policy for the ancient kingdom because if you think about it, Emu can't do a Lelucia blast on Fishman Island because it's directly under Marie-Joie, right? So it's like Joy Boy. I think the apology was Joy Boy like, yo guys, I'm sorry, I got to do this to you. You're the only race on the planet that can realistically survive down here, and we have to have someone under Marie-Joie because the core of the earth is important, and it's also like just like one of the key forces. Like, we can't lose you guys because of Poseidon, right? Like, if you guys get wiped out, we lose Poseidon. So the only way I can guarantee that doesn't happen is by putting you under Marie-Joie, where they can't emu blast you and they can't visit you very easily, right? So it's like, so it actually, in order to protect you guys, I'm forcing you to be at the bottom of the sea for 800 years. So like, you could almost say Joy Boy manufactured Fishman racism on purpose so that they wouldn't go to the surface, so that Poseidon would always stay on the good side, right? By like making them at the bottom of the sea, cast away from everyone. Then Poseidon would always be at the right side, because Joy Boy will go find him is the idea. And to back this up, think about what happened 200 years ago with the Iron Giant. Remember, it climbed right when the Fishmen joined the Reverie. It climbed the mountain or climbed the red line, and then they didn't get to go to the Reverie. So it's like they were like, "Oh, we can't let this happen."
One other fact as well is we don't know why female fishmen are worth so much more than male fishmen.
That's true.
Like, value-wise in the slave trade.
Water worth more?
I just assumed it was like fetishization, honestly.
Yeah.
They're probably worth more because they can make more babies.
Dragons.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good assumption, but knowing Oda, knowing One Piece, it could be like he did that so we'd assume that, but it's actually going to be, like, I don't know. Like, that's definitely what Charlos wanted. Charlos, however you pronounce it. That's definitely what he was aiming for. He's a weirdo, but maybe there is like an actual reason why, generally speaking, they're important.
I mean, the main reason for that would just be that if the Celestials created this system, then it wouldn't be surprising if they knew some stuff of the Void Century, mainly the royal legend that was in Fishman Island, which is that Poseidon reborns in female mermaids. So if that was the original intention, and like Dax was saying, it's like, weirdos like Charlos just kind of like ironically and coincidentally chose those people, then it could play it off as like, no, they were trying to get like Poseidon under their in their wing, something like that.
Also,
I was also
go on.
Go ahead, Polly.
I was also gonna say with we're talking about like because Kami is obviously the victim in the whole situation. When Kami's first like reintroduced into the story, like for real outside the cover story, one of the first things she does is like control like a ton of fish like immediately. So that could also possibly come into it. But Jinbei also could talk to sea animals, so that doesn't really matter. But I just thought that would be
Jinbei is like noted to be an outlier in that regard, but most fishermen cannot do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, there was a kingdom under the sea that in the Jinbei's cover story, they talk about an ancient kingdom and you show it that's under the sea, and they say it was made by humans. And I'm not sure if that was made before the sea level was above that or what, but for sure and it's got Kuma's symbol on as well.
There's also the other one in Hachi's backstory, which is the Goldfish Empire, which is a race of manfishes. Yes, manfishes. They have fish bodies and just the faces of humans. And this is introduced in the earliest chapters, like 170-ish, 180-ish. That's where it is. And hey, I mean, if Oda planned Arlong Park, Saba Odi, Fishman Island, and then he threw Goldfish Empire. Hey, I don't know. I won't sleep on that detail.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah.
You got
my mind is racing. First off, touching on what Sea Stone Sage said, that's actually genius that Shabandi Archipelago is the original home of the fish people, or like the fishermen and merman races. Because you think about it, both of them are amphibious, right? In Fishman Island, what is their culture revolved around? Bubbles. Bubbles naturally occur on Shabandi Archipelago. Therefore, that would aid even like young mermaids in their transportation, because you have bubbles readily available for them to be transported. Also, it's not a island, it's an archipelago, so it's like closer to the water because it's just like a conglomeration of trees, giant trees.
Yeah,
so that
mangrove.
Mangrove. So that makes a lot of sense. Additionally, with the Goldfish Empire, it's very interesting you would bring that up, a race of manfishes, because there's a very funny little drawing that Luffy does of Nami during Arlong Park, and she looks like a manfish. So that could mean something. I'm not saying. Yes.
It's in the anime in Fishman Island, the Nami fish.
Oh, and it's in the manga.
Let me hit you with one more. Let me take this as Super Saiyan God, bro. Do you guys know what Oda draws himself as?
A fish.
Fishman.
Fish. Let's go with our human body with a fish head. I don't know where this is going. No, I do know where it's going, but gotta stay tuned for that one.
All right, I got a question. Terribly TJ tipped $5. He said, he asked, Blackbeard is the opposite of what we've known of the D's. Luffy doesn't fear death. He just won't allow himself to die because he will Bones. Not sure what he's trying to say. Bones and can't be with his friends. Blackbeard focus on his goals is why he's scared to die. Seems like a fake D to me. So I guess he's saying like Blackbeard isn't really a D. he doesn't have.
Well, if
the
he
same...
doesn't
Yeah.
sleep, he can't dream, right? If he doesn't sleep, he can't dream.
Mhm.
So how can he be a D?
Exactly. I think we
I
have
think-
a.
I don't know
go
if
on.
I would use that argument though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
I
like
don't-
Blackbeard definitely
like-
has a dream. He
like, there's
definitely has
been-
a dream.
There's better arguments to make, right? Like smiling in the face of death is like a way stronger one. And like, who was it that said that? Was it TJ?
TJ, terribly TJ asked that question.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
that-
the
yeah, that's
best
a good point.
argument is what Shanks says to Blackbeard and Marineford, surely, because
You're
Shanks
not-
corrects his name. He says, "It doesn't he say teach, or should I say Blackbeard?"
Mm.
Like he corrects his name.
That's interesting.
I'll go
I
find
mean,
it.
I'll
He
take
did
it-
say
no,
that,
I'll
but I
take your
think
word
it
for
was to
that.
say like they're not
He said
fret-
I should
like
call you
fret
teacher, I
family
should call you
anymore.
Blackbeard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know. Oh.
But
Go on,
like
Preble.
that's a really good point by TJ, because like if you think about it, like the D clan's supposed to be like this infamous group from wherever your headcanon believes, and it's just like Oda likes to set like these rules or like these patterns and like this tradition of something in the story and then just completely break it, especially with Blackbeard. Like you have like this whole precedent, you can only have one devil fruit. If you eat two, you die, and like Blackbeard has two devil fruits and he schemes his way to the top. So I think
Possibly
of
a third.
or even a third, yeah.
Or
And
he
so I
could
think
get a third.
nah, I'm betting on that. But as far as like Blackbeard goes, like breaking rules or whatever, I think if you have like this whole precedent of this really great famous ancient clan, there's gonna be like this one character in the story that's like bending the rules a bit because he's not even a D, or maybe he's a half D or something like that. And like, who better would that be than Blackbeard? Because not only again is he like that type of character to break the rule set, but he's also having traits that, or not having traits that D clan members should have.
Yeah, I just...
Also, what's very. Oh, go on.
No, go ahead, Polly. I'll let you go because I know you was trying to talk.
What's very interesting, and I don't know if this means anything. When Blackbeard is in near-death situations, like when he got mollywopped by Magellan, or when he was about to get hypocentered by Whitebeard, he doesn't smile. He always has a face of abject terror. So that's very interesting. That's
True.
it. Go on.
I think if there isn't,
say?
if he isn't a D, then I feel like there's a chance that there are two sides to the coin that makes the D. And like the biggest evidence to me that so far in the story about that is Roger and Portugus de Rouge. So why does Roger specifically find a woman who is also a member of the D clan? Like, and births Ace with the intention of that becoming the Joy Boy of this age. Like, there must be a significance to that to me. So if there is like a link between like two sides of this coin, because it's the people of the D, it's not just one family, it's not just one like group of people, it's a whole like potentially society. And like my personal theory on that one is that, like, going back to the Sabodi stuff, where like the red line kind of almost intersects straight through some of it, like what if these original islands, because Nami mentions a while ago how it's almost like the red line has multiple islands because it's got different seasons. Like islands have their own individual seasons in the Grand Line, and the red line has its own seasons across it. And so like a lot of people already feel like it's man-made. Like what if this man-made structure is like multiple islands, but more importantly, where did these islands come from and who was on these islands? Saul mentions that there are other giants that aren't from Elbaf that have been displaced somewhere else. We never get any mentioning of where they're from. What if originally they're from Sunlight Tree Eve, because the other giants are from Treasure Tree Adam, we assume so far. So like if there are these people of the D, what if they are the people that were displaced to make this red line, and therefore their will always counteract the will of the gods, regardless of who those gods are, or kami, or whatever you want to call them, like celestial dragons. Like the reason that they are always going to go against them is because they have stole their ancestral land. That's just a concept.
I think your point about Roger specifically finding a D is like so good, because like it's pretty evident that the D clan is very outnumbered to Fishman, to three-eyed people. Like it's the smallest kind of group of tribe. So like Roger just coincidentally running into someone, like you could argue that's fate, but like the way One Piece is written, I think I'm totally on your side that Roger intentionally aimed to marry and have a kid with a D clan member.
Yeah,
I really
so
like that point.
it's crazy that Sage like is like the third time I'm like, yo, I'm like shivering because she's like, I'm like typing stuff on the side and she's like hitting that note where something that always struck me as odd is Roger's choosing Rouge specifically, but the Gorosei in like chapter 595 or whatever, I think it's called The Message, they said something odd where they were like, you know, the part about Ace dying or Ace, you know, being involved in anything, it wasn't necessarily that bothered them. They were saying like Portgaz, like his you know, original name and Rouge's name is too relevant right now. Like people know the name too much, and I was just like, that's a very interesting thing for the Gorosei to say, specifically about. They could have said the D clan, like, oh, the D symbol is too like often said, and that was what was highlighted the entire time, right? Like Monkey D Luffy, Portgaz D Ace, Gold D Roger. During the entirety of Marineford, the D clan was being emphasized, and to us, the D clan was being emphasized when Roger. Whitebeard had the flashback with Roger, and then you know, Whitebeard had his speech. Like the D clan felt emphasized, but then the Gorosei are like, nah, it's not the D clan, it's Portgaz that's specifically important. So you know, I have a video cooking about why the Roger's actions, and so hey, you guys got answers. I'm happy to talk about it later on. That's exciting. That's exciting to think about. But the island part, yeah, like I think what you're talking about with, you know, the islands all having different seasons on the red line, but it's all being connected is so odd, because Crocus specifically said it's like all the islands have different magnetic signatures, which is why the log poses works. And he also kind of said like that's also why there's like interesting storms along the Grand Line. But then if that were the explanation for the red line, and then they each have different climates, then how does that necessarily work, right? Because then it's like, I wonder which. It's almost like which came first. Like, did the red line come first, or the Grand Line come first, and then the red line was formed afterwards?
Do you think that Wano is like a preview of that? Because we see Wano's built up of like loads of different regions, right? They're like stuck together, and like it does look kind of like the concept of how they said the continents have been put together by like to make the red line. And obviously we think that ores was found there, frozen and blah blah blah. So it could be like that all ties in. And also, while Dak's here, the Long Ring Longland is a prototype of the red line. Like that, I'm 100% or 90% that's going to be revealed, man. Like,
oh my god,
like it's definitely like loads of little segments that have been stuck together, and it makes a circle, which is a ring, right? And like there's a ring that goes around the world, which is the red line. So,
which is also made up of connected islands that Nami said.
Exactly.
True.
Yeah, and might be affected by water levels. You know what I mean? Flooding. Similar to Long Ring.
Yeah.
And
100%.
Sorry, yeah, actually, that was aimed at you. Why am I talking? I'm sorry.
You're good. No, if you have something to say, go for it.
So excited all the time. I was just gonna say, like, it's interesting to bring. It's interesting to bring up like Long Ring Longland actually, because and the flooding concepts, because I know a few people have pointed this out there in the call, but like Alabaster's main palace is above all of the land level of Alabaster itself, and that main palace I believe is in Alabama, which is said to be 4,000 years old by Robin when she's reading off the poneglyph, which isn't what's on the poneglyph, but it's unlikely that she'd lie about history.
The crypt is 4,000 years old.
Yeah, especially considering that like we have knowledge that the tree of Ahara is 5,000 years old. So things go this old, like that's fine. And it's planted as well. It doesn't just grow, it's planted, which means there's human intervention, which means there's some form of civilization going on 5,000 years ago. The concept of Wano's flooding and the way that it flooded with rainwater, and the concept of Ennis Lobby having that massive hole in it, like kind of almost draining and cycling out water. The fact that there's a man-made hole in the red line, because even the giants are incapable of breaking the red line, but there's this massive hole like that you go through to get to the other side. Like that makes no sense. Like that makes no sense at all. Like Elbaf's spear from like a strong giant isn't enough to break the red line, but someone's able to put a massive hole underwater for the water to flow through. It just but what I'm kind of getting at is there are all the Minx is another one. Zoe, like they're on top of Zoe. Like there's all of these hints to the Aqua Laguna. Again, I'm just but there's so many hints to this concept of flooding, and a great cleanse is also mentioned by the Gorosei, and like. To me, Jimby's cover story, we have that underwater city. Like, to me, there must be a displacement theme, like not just of peoples, but of also water and land being so important in the One Piece world. And the Skypians having their own precious names for it, to me hints towards the idea that the resources quoted in Anel's cover story isn't just to do with like Earth, like Fairy Verth, because the Fairy Verth is barren. The Fairy Verth isn't land that's capable of growing trees or anything. By the looks of it, it's just dusty rocks. Whereas, and the Skypians kind of acknowledge that when they talk about Pyrobloin and the fact that they have no natural resources up there, particularly for growing things. And oh my god, not right now. And the most iconic part of it to me is the fact that like the earth of the blue sea is the most fertile, so it's that fertile land that's important. And Alabaster again has that kind of theme where they're dealing with the rain powder or dance powder, sorry, and the rain, and their problem is fertile land. Like that concept of land is like really significant. And when it comes to Long Ring Long Land, to tie this all back in, the flood happens every 10 years, which means it's a cyclical nature of flooding, which relates to the fact that we have a cyclical nature of how Poseidon works, which is every 100 years, my bad. And then the idea of Joy Boy coming back, there's a cyclical nature to the concept of floods. And there's also arcs, because there's the Pluton, which is like this massive battleship apparently, but I think we can all agree, considering the promise on Fishman Island and the fact that the Noah is this massive arc, and the Arc Maxim is even called an arc, that there is some kind of theme with people trying to find fresh land. And when we come to the idea of Noah himself as a character, we have this concept of all of each tribe coming onto this ark to save themselves from a flood. And the other important thing, and the last thing I'm going to mention, is the Tontata have absolutely no records for the 100-year Void Century, which makes no goddamn sense, because they have records before the Void Century and they have records after the Void Century, which means there was a period in Tontata history where they were unable to log anything. I'm done.
Yeah, that also ties into NL's cover story, because it said like people from the moon lacking natural resources came to the blue planet. So like that would just kind of go hand in hand with every single villain, or at least the major ones, along with Emu themselves, like lacking natural resources. They left the moon, and that would also tie into like the Gorosei having like planet names. So that's why like Emu is like so heavily implied to like not even be from Earth, which is like, it like goes against the idea that Emu is Earth. I'm sorry to like bring that back up, but like that was a good point you made, and it just like clicked.
Also, Sage, permission to make a video about this bubble stuff, because I just thought, I think Burka had some contact with either Shabandi Archipelago or Fishman Island, because Bubbles come in contact with Sky Technology twice in the story, on Witheria. And then the ball guy on Skype, I forgot his name, with the annoying guy with the two brothers, and he's shaped like a ball.
Oh, I know who you mean.
Satori, right?
Satori, yeah.
I'm bad
So
with
it has to be
remembering
Burka.
names.
Worst character in One Piece.
Yeah. So Burka has had to have contact with either Shabandi Archipelago or Fishman Island at some point, because Hydrodis, like I said too, is from Burka, and
Polly,
we're going.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go this way with it, but just to add to what you're saying, at the end of the conversation with the bubbles, we spoke about Nami, and obviously where does Nami get sent during the time skip? Witheria. And what do we see in Witheria, particularly in the cover stories? Bubbles with flames, with all sorts of weather conditions inside them. Not only that, but we see these bubble type of technology used at the Red Port for the Celestial Dragons to use the lifts. Now, going back to what Freeville was saying earlier, if you look at the Arc Maxim, there's these fans on the Arc Maxim, and there's only two other locations where you'll see them fans in the whole of One Piece. And it's the Witheria cover story time skip, and it's at the Red Port with the bubbles that lift them up in that like genie lamp looking, sky lift or whatever it is the CDs take up.
That's genius.
And I want to just shout out that One Piece talk. Larry has a theory. Actually, he beat me to the bubble theory. I'm making a second video to build off of that because he went in a little bit of a different direction. But if you guys are interested in the bubble stuff, definitely go check out. He has like a video. It's like on his channel, Ayo Larry, about Birkins and specifically Uranus, and it connects a lot of the details you're talking about. But because from my standpoint, I wish I made it before Oda did this, but and I wasn't expecting him. But in Egghead, what is being emphasized? The ultimate defense, bubble.
Yes,
What
sir.
Lilith's canon is a bubble. Bubbles are definitely, in my opinion, going to be extremely important because we're seeing more and more inclusion of it. And when you think about like, whether you want ancient weapons to be this outright devastating weapon of like destruction, think about what Oda is going to do with that. He's going to make a twist, and he's going to make the scariest thing in the world a bubble, right? Like that's kind of how I see, where it's like bubbles are like these kids' toys, things that people just see and they float up in the sky, but then is a very Oda-like thing to include that and make it into a very, very prominent thing. And in my opinion, a weapon or of some sort makes a lot of sense because of the idea that like in Arabasta specifically, there was a line, I forget, it was right before Pluton got introduced. It was between Miss Doublefinger and Nami. And the line, and this is right going into when Crocodiles talked about Pluton. She goes, a weapon can be anything. If it kills or hurts anybody, even a face can be a weapon. And if even a face can be a weapon, then I think a bubble can be a weapon. And so if we're thinking ultimate defense is a bubble, and that's what Vegapunk says, you can easily see how that could be turned into a weapon and then, changed and commodified. And then if the Birkins and Sky Islanders and world government, like you guys are pointing out, is connecting to bubbles, hey, I'm going to be excited to see what conclusions you guys draw from these points.
I'm sorry if you said this and I missed it, but like it would also connect to the birdcage being a bubble, Wano or Onigashima floating up being like an air bubble. Then you also have like Skypiea, the big bubble Enel made. I'm sorry if I missed all those points.
Also, the celestial dragons were bubbles.
True.
Exactly.
You need a
Like
bubble to get the Fishman Island.
Specifically on the point though, it being a weapon, like I totally agree with Parvision because like there's all these sort of catalysts for like the destruction of an island like over and over and over again. So like you'd have to imagine like if Luffy ever does come across Emu in the world government, which seems to be like everyone's headcanon, I think Emu would be like planet level destruction because like Dressrosa, like yeah, there's a whole bunch of people there, like millions of people would die, but like imagine like Emu, the king of the world, running this whole planet, having like this big bubble in the sky, just like all the other major arcs, like threatening to blow up the planet. Like that to me, like some Oda, like yo, this is serious, Luffy better win kind of deal.
So
I think
what do we?
I was gonna say I think a really interesting connection with the bubble and being a weapon is because this arc is obviously meant to parallel Sabaody Archipelago because of Kuma showing up, Kizaru showing up, Centaurus here, and now we're getting all this bubble stuff, right? In Sabaody Archipelago, when the Straw Hats go missing over and over again, we see the bubbles pop, and I feel like that's meant to be symbolizing them dying essentially. And if Emu does have this bubble weapon, that would be, I'd say, pretty cool, like a parallel to foreshadow that that is the way that the bubble is the weapon. The bubble is what causes them to die, essentially.
Just to hop in on that concept, like one of the things that I feel is a recurring theme in One Piece that hasn't come up a super load, but when it comes up, it's normally quite significant in how it is an attempt to wipe out mass amounts of people and commit kind of genocidal almost acts, is poisonous gas. Poisonous gas is a theme that returns into One Piece several times. We have it in Punk Hazard, we have it on Zoe, and we also have it in Baratai with Don Krieg and his technology. So there seems to be this suggestion that higher technology using poisonous gas, and we have the concept of a deep cleansing as well. And I do feel like those bubbles that the celestial dragons wear must have a cultural significance to them, for them to want to purify their air and believe that something is wrong with the air on the bottom of the sea. So I do believe that if this bubble technology has ever contained poisonous gas, that's your weapon to me, at least.
That's probably what they did to the ancient kingdom. Because like think of Zoe and think of like Flevens, right? I'll use Flevens because that's a really good one. Like we know like when they were getting the minerals, the lead, whatever. It was said that the that it was said that the world government knew it was poisonous and they knew the exact effects that it would do to the kingdom, which by the way, Flevens was also called the White Town. So like it seems to be like Flevens, Zoe, etc. These are all kind of like little microcosms, just like Skypiea and Dressrosa, where we're seeing what happened to the ancient kingdom through like this one small little kingdom here, this island here, this island there. The reason why that's so important is because I could imagine a scenario where Eam and the world government, they go to the ancient kingdom, maybe they drop a nuke and have nuclear warfare. They're shooting poison everywhere, and like again, we're exploring this through these small little islands now. That way, when we do get the Void Century flashback, everything comes full circle and it feels thematic.
Also,
Flevens is racist. No black people.
But to speak to the poisonous gas point, also in Impel Down, Magellan, he uses venom and he also has a poison tear gas attack. And then in a act of desperation, when the crocodile was about to lose, he pulls out a poison hook to try to get the upper hand on Luffy. So yes, poison and poison gas are very significant points in One Piece, and they do come up quite often. Also, even Caesar Clown as a character is very interesting. Yeah.
And the other interesting, no, go for it because I've talked loads.
I wanted to add something because literally you mentioned the Celestial Dragons in there and the bubbles on their head. And then I saw Par unmute for a bit and I was like, oh no, he's about to say it right now. But Par made a video about why the Celestial Dragons have the bubbles on their heads. And I remember that video very well because I thought it was fire. And I accidentally dropped it in the chat already before, but definitely check that out. It's about like the origins of the Celestial Dragons. Super fire video.
Send me your video.
Will do. Yeah, I mean,
video.
some of the things is like it would take away from the conversation. I like seeing where the conversation went. But thank you, Kev, for shouting that out.
Yeah, I saw you on mute and I'm like, oh, I see where this. I think this might be.
Also, to that point, I find it very interesting. I think it's 1076 or is it 1075 where we see a child Kuma. I find it very interesting that a celestial dragon is present in his backstory, and we know Kuma to be the one who actually creates bubbles in the future with all his devastating attacks and when he's trying to hold things like pain or memories or such. So I find it interesting that the wearer of bubbles were ended up beating someone who would in the future create bubbles. So that's kind of interesting.
I think that covers. I think it was Par. I think we just talked about it, bro, on your stream where it's like the flashback of Kuma where he was getting beaten like by what seemed to be celestial dragons. I think like Oda's implying it's God Valley.
Oh yeah.
I went and like after when that stream ended, I went and I did so much digging and like talking about it, and like I think that'd be such a great segue to have Kuma be at God Valley and express that through Bonnie running through the bubble or whatever. But then you also simultaneously have Garp approaching Blackbeard, and I think like everyone kind of understands that connection between Blackbeard, Zebek, and Garp and all that. I think again, like just kind of circling back, Kuma would be a super interesting vehicle to get some type of God Valley lore from.
It'll be unexpected. I wouldn't expect like us to get it through Kuma of all people.
Yeah, because think about it. Every time like One Piece fans were thinking about God Valley or having discussions online, it was always like, oh, well, Shanks and Buggy, they were like born, and Blackbeard, like all these guys, they were born around that same time. But like we never really put it into like a different framework, a different point of view where it's like, what about the people that were already aged up by God Valley? And like Kuma, I think he would have been like 8 or 9 at the time of God Valley, if I'm not mistaken. So that's why I think Par was just going crazy with that one.
I think my favorite part of that theory is if that pans out to be God Valley. One, it lends itself to the perfect introduction to eventually Garp is coming into the story, and Garp is the last prominent person who has firsthand experience of God Valley. Like if we thought that you were going to get it through Big Mom or Kaido or the Rocks Pirates, well, all of them are gone. The only person left who has firsthand experience other than like Rayleigh or Rogers Pirates, which aren't current in the story, would be Garp, and Garp is coming in the story, and I think there's plethora of theories now that like we're probably going to get a flashback through there, whether it's on his own or through pulling out those memories. There's more than one ways that works. But the other reason why I love that idea is because if Kuma is from God Valley and Garp is the hero of the Marines because he was participant in God Valley, then that would imply that Garp freed Kuma in a lot of ways, which then brings the huge connection of why Kuma is so in debt to not just Garp, but also Dragon, right? If he finds out, oh, Dragon is the son of Garp or related to Garp, then that explains why he would go under in the Revs. That would also explain why he's giving up his body for the Marines, for the thing. It'd be because there's a larger goal here that Garp has started, then through Dragon, and then also explains why he's super helpful for Luffy, being one, not just a descendant of Garp, but also kind of being like a spitting image of Garp in a lot of ways, right? So that's another reason why that sliver of, Oda included, he didn't need to do it, right? It was Bonnie entering the memory world. Everything was like white and hazy. You just showed Kuma in silhouette and off in the shadows, off in the distance. But then he gave us a sliver of the buildings. And it's like, dang, and Oda goes hard on the architecture. And we've yet to see those buildings. And yeah, we haven't seen Sorbet Kingdom either. But the thing is, it's like, it wouldn't necessarily, the context of that memory wouldn't make sense in Sorbet Kingdom if like Kuma was a royal and all that. So in a lot of ways, if you really contextualize that flashback, it doesn't make sense for it to be in Meridjoa, and it doesn't really make sense for it to be in Kuma's homeland. It would make sense if it was in a place where we know that there's celestial dragons, we know that there's probably slaves, and there's like a place that other people could enter, like the Rocks Pirates, like the Marines, like all these other entities. So yeah, I really
Yeah.
like
that you
also,
could take that.
just to jump on that quickly. Like, I think like it's not like facts or anything or like big canon, but it's interesting that like I've not thought about that. And when you think about it, him being abused the way he is, and then he might have fled to the South Kingdom, to the South Blue, and that's why he's like always clutching that Bible. You know what I mean? Is because it's like the South Blue's got ties to like Christianity, Catholicism, stuff like that, and like maybe he's clutching that Bible because it's like that's what freed him. Someone freed him from God Valley or something like that, from the experiments. One thing you can tell as well is he doesn't have his power at the time when he's there, as he just pour them away. So we know that he didn't have his fruit at that point. Like,
But you know what? I like what Pyre was saying, because like you could even take it a step further where like Ivankov saw Luffy and she's like, wait, you're the son of Dragon? Dragon's this great guy, help me, blah, 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 blah. And then we also had kind of like the same context and in Water 7 where it's like, oh, you're the son of Dragon, you're the grandson of Garp. Like imagine we had like those same kind of scenarios for Kuma where he sees Dragon and he's like, wait, Garp's your dad? Like I worked with Garp, he helped me, he saved me here, saved me do this. It'd be very, again, like thematic for the story to have like these characters express like this excitement and joy because who they met and who they're now going to be working with is either the son or the father of who just saved them. It's like the same thing kind of over and over again, especially when you think about how like Kuma protected the Sunny. Like it just lines up so well for Garp, Dragon, and Luffy.
Love it.
I like that a lot.
You know what's really interesting about Kuma just in general? I know a lot of people talk about the Bible, and I think the Bible he carries is very important. But what always stands out to me is why does he have a reticle on his tracksuit?
Yeah. I'm sorry, go on. I was so excited. Go on, sorry.
Because the reticle kind of looks like a sun to me.
Okay, I tweeted about that yesterday because I really like this question or this point you're making because I always wondered the same thing. I did some digging and apparently it's a Celtic cross, and like a lot of the times what they would use it for is they would have Jesus's head or like his face in front of the Celtic cross. So the simple fact that the reticle or the Celtic cross is on his chest is interesting, but the Bible he's holding also has the Celtic cross on it. So like if you're holding a Bible with a Celtic cross on it, I think Oda's heavily implying that there's a Jesus figure in One Piece.
That's insane.
That would
I'm
be
just
Luffy,
gonna
right?
hop in for a sec on that one because, like, to me, it wasn't a Celtic cross. It was a target, like a crosshairs for a target, like shooting, because he like shoots people.
Also,
But
he
how would that be on the Bible though? Like that being on the Bible.
But it's not a Celtic cross. It's not the right shape.
Yes.
I
Like,
mean,
sorry, being Celtic. But Yeah, I never saw it as that, and because a Celtic cross is essentially the same as a normal Christian Jesus-y one, but with the ring, and it normally meets in the middle too, a Celtic
Mm-hmm.
cross.
Yeah, it's because there's like
Whereas
many different variants
crosshair
though.
doesn't.
There, like, I could link you the Wikipedia right
Yeah,
now. There's
yeah.
like 100 different variants.
Okay.
Though I think this is like a double entendre sort of thing because I think it could be both. Like
This is the one that doesn't meet in the middle.
What were
No,
you saying?
go
Polly?
if you go to the Wikipedia, there's like
Yeah, I'm
100 different
looking.
variants
That's
there.
what I'm looking for. I'm not seeing.
It's like having a crosshair on the Bible. I don't really, I don't see
Well,
the
I thought it was
correlation.
more. Well, I thought it was, to be honest, more to do with his fruit than because his other parts of his outfit denote his fruit. Like he's got like the paw prints.
I can spit
I
my
just
idea
do
on
them
this.
all.
If
I
you want,
don't
like,
see one that doesn't meet in the middle.
Because they've got like paw prints on the jacket. Like,
I think it's both because it also plays into him being kind of like a priest sort of figure in a way, in like a weird off kilter way.
He's a priest.
No,
Of course, he's not meeting.
personally, I think like it's interesting, right? Because this this might be a bit like too much for some people, but basically we have the four gods, right? The idea of the four gods, and a few of you would have known I've spoken about the whale tail symbol before. Like that's the X that's on Karibo's top, right? It's got like the whale tails on the edge. It's on the back of the Kazuki symbol. It's all over One Piece. It's the handle of Yoru. I believe that them four whale tails is Joy Boy's symbol to represent the four gods. The marine symbol is like one whale tail, like that seagull thing, which is one god, which is Emu in charge. I personally believe the woman on the Bible was Emu when she was good, and the cross that Kuma's wearing is the four gods in balance, and then that's really old. And I think since then, Emu's become the one god overall, and the symbol's changed to the marine symbol, which is just her end of the cross. Hopefully that makes some human sense to people. But
And real quick, building off the whale tail thing, remember the celestial dragon's hairstyle is a whale tail. I think we've talked about that before.
It's true.
And so it's a whale tail in a bubble, like we talked about that earlier. So a whale in a sphere, like that's, seems very special.
Also,
And-
oh, go on.
I was gonna say on the Bible, you know what Emu is blocking in front of? The sun. Emu blocking the sun, like how the moon blocks the sun. Sorry.
Yeah,
More agenda
no.
for that. But maybe.
Yeah, that's a good
Good.
point. But like also going back to the Celtic cross, it was said that Jesus would be like, and his face would be in front of it. So like again, with it being on the Bible, and then you can see like the woman's face there, it seems to be like a depiction of, I guess, One Piece's Jesus. This even goes back to like Skypiea, because if I'm not mistaken, Wiper had a tattoo of like Skypiea in their culture or whatever, and it looked just like a I gotta make sure I'm saying this right.
pirate steering wheel. The pirate steering wheel.
Yeah, but it's very reminiscent of, I don't know the exact phrase, but like a Buddhism logo, like their kind of symbolism.
It's not karma. It's one of the symbols. You're right. Not dharma, not karma, but it's one of them.
Dharma chakra. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. So it seems like One Piece is like taking like these little bits of lore and these little bits of culture and even like religions from all across the real world and applying it to that story, which is again why it would be like a Celtic cross.
Just to tie that up, right? To tie not Elid, sorry, Threevil's point up with Polly's point and what Sage was talking about earlier. You have all of these civilizations, right? I say all of them, but there's 8 specifically. There's one on Zoe, there's one in Alabasta, which is Alabana, there's one in Wano, which is where the flower capital is, and they're all raised and they're perfect circles. There's one in Skypiea as well, and them people have that symbol tattooed on them. There's each one of the circle civilizations, like Zoe, the Goa Kingdom. Each of them have a very similar symbol with 8 spokes, just different variants. Alabasta has the one with the sun and the petals that go around it, and blah blah blah. So they're your 8 kingdoms, right? And then the tattoo, that symbol that he's wearing, is the sky version of eight kingdoms symbol, if that makes sense, in my opinion.
What up, Elids?
That's really interesting.
Agree. Hey, Eli.
Hey, what's up?
Hey,
Like the shades.
Shades.
those are great.
You got anything
Yeah,
you wanna
testing them out for the stream. It's exclusive.
you wanna jump into this?
Sure. I mean, it's kind of a superhero timing because it's literally what you guys were just talking about is what my latest video is about. Kuma the Bible, the cross imagery. I've been on that for a pretty good while, but the latest one, I think I really hammered it in. The other ones were sort of all over the place 'cause I was talking about devil fruits and seraphims and all that. This time I really focused on who I think is the One Piece equivalent of Jesus, and I think it's Joy Boy. Now, there's a lot of speculation of who he could be based off imagery. You know, there's the monkey, lion, whatever, tiger, I hear people say. But one of the things I think helps point you in the right direction to figure out what direction Oda's going in is the origin, or it's not the origin, the original or the introduction. So the first time we learn about Joy Boy is through a poneglyph, and it's about the Noah. So the fact that it's about the Noah, I think, is at least a hint of the direction he's going with that because it's a biblical figure, person, but ship, you know, Noah's Ark. So the fact that that's even there is enough to even toy with the idea that he could be based off a biblical figure. And then I go towards Jesus. Well, that's because I find
Glasses are
so
thrown
much
off the origin.
evidence. Yeah, I was thinking. Oh, I just wanted to show on here.
So funny.
The sheep imagery that I find throughout this series, like from like front to back. Well, it's not the back; it's not over yet. But the sheep imagery is all throughout the story, and it started with me relating Nika to the devil, ironically enough. Satan, Lucifer, whether they're the same or different, all that stuff I get into. But then it dawned on me. I was like, wait, sheep, could there be good shepherd in this? So then I started going in that direction. And then I noticed there is a dichotomy. There is both devil and, or like demonic and angelic throughout the story. I mean, just look at the Straw Hats. You have Sanji and Zoro, who are known as the Wings, right? So that gives a sort of angelic impression, but then they also have demonic named attacks. Ashura, Ifrit, Diable, whatever. Look at Robin. She initially was shown like making angel wings with her powers. Then all of a sudden she makes a demon form. So there's so many instances in the story where it shows basically simultaneously angel and devil, or like holy, unholy in one entity. I was listening all throughout. You guys were talking about sun god and then the idea of a moon god, and as if they could be opposing forces. But I would say there is a possibility that they're not opposing forces, but rather cohabitating forces. I think one of clues to that is the Bing Sake song, where in no way do they talk about the moon and the sun as opposite, but really they talk about the moon and the sun in the same vein. And when you think about it, the moon is the sun reflecting light back to us. We need the moon. The moon is good for us. It's not a representation of evil. And you were talking about earlier the idea of Emu. What would she represent or he represent? I think she. Once you see where I'm going with it, if it is planetary, like the girls say we think are being set up to, or let's say celestial or a satellite, because I do think the moon will play a role. If that were to be the case, I wouldn't rule out the possibility of Emu being Earth. Because if it is geocentric, then that would mean Emu could just be the center. Emu could be the Earth. In fact, that would only make sense. If she has the Earth power, that means she represents the Earth. So she is the center of the geo. And that's super important because of my theory is that the woman on Kuma's Bible is Mary. And we know in the real world, we have the Virgin Mary and Marian devotion and the Rosary and all that stuff. So Mary is worshipped in our world. Some sects of of Christianity treat Mary as just the bearer. You know, she just birthed Jesus and that's the end of the story. But there's many other religions, especially Roman Catholicism, which is super important, you know, with Saturn and Rome, where Mary is very worshipped, like very on a high, even higher than the apostles by many. And that's a big deal because the apostles basically are the ones that started Christianity and was a follower of Jesus and whatnot. So the idea that Mary is relevant and that woman on the cover of Bible would be relevant, I looked at well, it just dawned on me one day. I was just like, why is Mary Joie called Mary Joie? And if I'm right that that's Mary on the book, and that's somehow related to Roman Catholicism, could you then link that to the world government? Well, the world government sign is a cross. Obviously, it's not the T-like cross that we're used to, but it is a cross nonetheless. And we see now, not only are they called saints, which is heavily within the Roman Catholic religion, but with one of the Gorosei being named Saturn and not Cronus, which is the Greek equivalent, because if you notice, the ancient weapons have the Greek name. With it being Saturn, I think is a very deliberate choice on Oda. It's not just haphazard, like, oh, I like the name Saturn, so I'm going to go with that instead of Cronus. I think it's actually very symbolic that it would be Rome. So you add the saint with the Rome. I mean, it's really, I think, pointing towards it being Roman Catholicism. So then, Mary Joie. Mary and GEO. Yes, the Joie is in reference to the bourgeois, but GEO means Earth. Geocentric model. That's the whole reason it's called that. So Mary Geo, Mary Earth. And that's just basically the summary of my theory that I just uploaded
Son of
yesterday.
Earth is
Yeah,
I
Joyce,
say a
because-
whole
like
bunch more,
America.
but
I'll
Because like
100% agree
Blackbeard,
because. Go ahead.
Blackbeard and Luffy are like two sides of the same coin, yet Blackbeard is an antagonist and he's a villain. So even like if Eam was a villain represented by the moon, I don't think that really goes against anything, because you would need Luffy and Emu to work in tandem for the story, just like Luffy and Blackbeard, Luffy and Enel, Luffy and Doflamingo, and like all those kinds of characters. And like when you look at the arc Maxim, it specifically has the world government logo on the front face, and it goes to the moon to illustrate how people from the moon came down to the blue planet. So if Emu and his people came, or her people, whatever, came down from the moon with this like ship that has the world government logo on it, and then they wear like astronaut NASA outfits, that's implying that Emu's not from Earth. So like if Emu's not from Earth, I don't see how Emu would be Earth.
I just
is
want
that
to
sort of
throw in the
yes.
like I think when it comes to the moon and earth thing, like I threw out this idea, and I even did it as a poll, and nobody really liked it. But like, you know, when you think about Joy Boy and like Luffy, they're parallels, right? And if Joy Boy was the progenitor of his powers and this all-powerful like being, it's like you almost wonder how he lost. And there's a lot of ways, like recently we talked about betrayal and stuff like that, like enemy within. But there's like another route where it's also like, when you think about what Mihawk said of Luffy, right? His most formidable power is that he can bring allies over to his side. And I kind of look at it, and we're seeing it now, which is, you know, hilarious, is that Luffy needs to make all of the people who oppose him come to his side. So even if it's the moon, even if it's some random thing to oppose the sun, I think Luffy's job ultimately is to have everyone work with him. And whether it's on like their dreams end up aligning, or they see that Luffy's able to complete their dream, one way or the other, that's kind of how I see it. And that might be where Joy Boy failed. So like regardless, like the moon and earth could be like opposing, and the end of the story could be that they are together. The same like what Threevo was saying, like all these different antagonists, it's like people were confused. It's like in Impel Down, it's like Crocodile and Buggy and Luffy. It's like why does that have to happen? And then, you know, people were surprised, but at Lucci having to create a temporary alliance, it's like we're seeing these antagonists, the people you would expect the least to still come over to Luffy's side, and the permanence of that is what might have caused like a void century or a betrayal or something like that. And just going back to what Elids was saying, like it's crazy because I already know that me and him have a lot of theories that connect, because you posted this yesterday. I don't think you didn't mention this part, but I'm working on a video that the points that you mentioned, god damn, I wish I like included all of those things, because that's crazy about the marriage and the marry and go. But like I'm just gonna leave a teaser, because I actually have to go in a little bit to take care of the baby. Maybe I'll be able to come back in a little bit, but I just wanted to drop another thing for Elid specifically. You said marry and you said go. Don't we have the marry go? I don't that he'll be interesting.
I do reference that.
It's on the thumbnail.
That's like a huge thing is that, yeah, it's in the thumbnail. That's the
Okay,
huge thing
okay.
is that it's his name. The name is Mary of the ship, and it's a sheep. And that's one of the huge points I point to is like, why would only the Thousand Sunny be a retro reference to Luffy? Because we didn't know Luffy had a sun god fruit back in Water 7. Now we do know that he has a fruit. So it's retroactively, it's like, oh, there was that weird coincidence. And there's a whole bunch of coincidences. You know, Luffy's brothers, not one, but two brothers just so happen to have fire powers, and he's a son. So there's so many different coincidences throughout the whole series. So what are the chances of Mary Go being referenced to Luffy and or Joy Boy? I think it's really a reference to Joy Boy, just like the ship, the other ship is a reference to Joy Boy. And my thought is that is, I think the ship represents the devil fruit Nika, and I think I said this ship, there's two ships. Thousand Sunny represents Nika, and I think the Going Merry represents Joy Boy, which is Jesus reference in itself because it's the lamb into the lion. That's, I mean, that's pretty blatant.
That's
right
pretty
I 100% agree with Jesus with Luffy. If you look at it from this perspective, the word Nika, it comes from a religious phrase too, because it comes from Jesus Christ conquers, or the victory of Jesus, right? That's where the word Nika comes from.
Victory.
So once again, I 100% agree that Luffy at least is inspired by Jesus, at the very least.
That's the funny thing.
And
I think it's also Lucifer.
And Joy Boy,
yes,
Joy Boy died and came back to life like Jesus did, right?
Yeah, that's
like
true.
he died and came back in form of Luffy. And then also look at Brook, right? Brook died and came back to life. He walks on water just like Jesus did. And he has the afro, which we know that Luffy got a Gear 5 like flaming afro whenever he became Joy Boy, right? So I'm 100%, and I also think, just 2 seconds, the ships, the first ship and the second ship, I also think those are parallels to Luffy's dreams, right? The first one is being as free as possible or whatever, becoming the pirate king. That's why it's like the Going Merry. It's like, you know, like being happy and free and all that kind of stuff. And then the Thousand Sunny is about traveling any sea, or traveling 1,000 seas with sunny days or whatever. And I think that's connected to his second dream, and that's the ultimate reason why he was the fit for the sun god the whole time, right? Like whenever he says his dream, he's always looking upwards, like at the sun. So,
just real quick before you guys continue, is just definitely, guys, you know, support all these creators. Elids, I'm gonna check out that video because while my video is rendering, I'm gonna check that out because it's crazy. I'm telling you, it's crazy. Everything that you just said, like if you hold that in context and then watch my video, I think the combination probably solved a lot of different problems or questions. So I just want I might be able to come back later, depends on, you know, the baby, but I just want to say thank you guys for being so fun and all the ideas that we shared. It was I was, though I had to have the camera off because it was doing random things, I was smiling the whole time. It was a great time. And thank you guys in the chat.
Par, man. Appreciate you coming. You want to let people know what you got planned this
I mean the main thing. Yeah. The main thing is, you know, I just do chapter streams. We have a lot of fun, definitely a lot of fun. But the main thing is I got a video dropping tonight, hopefully, and that's gonna be exciting considering the conversations. And there's a lot of other things. So, I mean, definitely, guys, subscribe to Plump God, subscribe to everyone around here. Looking forward to talking to you guys way more in the future because hopefully, you know, One Piece doesn't drag, but I wouldn't be sad if it did. And, you know, 5 years still feels a little short. And I'm looking forward to talking with you guys more in the next 5 years.
Parvision.
Yeah.
We're about to move on to another topic. So just before you leave, you start us off. Who's the traitor of Egghead?
Who's okay. This is where I'm at with Egghead is I like the idea that it might not be one person doing all of the actions. It could be multiple people doing those actions, but it could right now I think the line of logic that has benefited me the most is the programming, like the punk records. That at the core seems like
I'm with you on that.
When we did the detective stream,
A lot of people nodding.
It's like the punk records, one way or the other, whether it's good or evil, it doesn't matter because, throughout fiction, you see this thing where it's like, what Sentimaru said, right? Sentimaru gave the order to the pacifistas: at any cost, get Stella off the island. If you gave an order at any cost, that means at any cost. That means that sacrificing satellites, that means sacrificing people. If you're getting Stella off the island, that's what the programming is going to do. So that isn't necessarily the programming going off the rims. That's an error in judgment, right? And that's what we see with AI. So I really like that idea, and to stem off of that, I also see a way where maybe it is an evil thing, and the reason why that would work is something that's gone, like, a lot of people have mentioned this, is like this idea that the satellites have to link up, and I've talked about this a lot, is like each satellite has like some sort of information that seemed like it disconnected, like the other satellites don't know about this information. And so it could easily be that the punk records is one way or the other contaminated and is feeding each satellite a different agenda. So each satellite might not be evil, it could be evil, or they're just working on the information that they receive, that, hey, all these other satellites are doing this, you need to do this. And then they're like, okay, cool, that's what I'll do. And so that's how you can explain a situation where the information of the poneglyphs were sent, or were told to the world government, sending the cipher pole, but then at the same time the cipher pole agents were kidnapped. You have to explain how that kind of thing works. And one of my favorite things I just realized recently was like Atlas could be like if you want to go like the evil satellite route. Right now I'm looking at Edison, but Atlas is a cool one to me because when we were dissecting the names, analyzing the names of the satellites, York was a standout because it didn't seem to have like either a person of significance or a relation to the moon, and all the other satellites have relations to the moon when they come to the names. But the thing about Atlas is yes, a crater on the moon, but it's also one of Saturn's satellites. So one of Saturn's moons is named Atlas. So now that Saturn is coming to Egghead, it could be that, yes, Atlas is a satellite of Vegapunk, but also a satellite of Saturn, being the informant that started this all off. And again, that could be two-sided. That could be just an illusion that Atlas was the one that gave the information, or it could be that Atlas is working for Saturn. Like right now, Egghead is so nebulous to me that Oda's writing it in a way where I feel like we're supposed to suspect everybody. And maybe that's the end goal. Maybe it's not just one person. Maybe it's everybody. Or maybe it stems from one place and then everyone is affected by it. And I regardless of which way, I'm loving where it's going. And I'll be watching the VOD in hindsight to see what you guys talk about it. So
yeah, I was kind of going with the whole Skynet, like, if anybody ever watched the Terminator movies, like, it's this idea of Skynet end up evolving. Like, it was created by humans, of course, but then it eventually evolved to where it surpassed like being controlled by humans. But I wanted Adam, you had something to say earlier. I
just want to say bye, guys. Peace out.
Yeah.
All right, later.
Have a good one,
Have a good one.
Hey, man.
Appreciate having you.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna head out for a little bit too.
All right, three. You want to answer this question before you go, and then I'll give it to Adam because I know he had a topic or he had something he had to say. But
yeah, no problem. It was the traitor thing, right?
Yep.
I think it makes like no sense for it to be a Vegapunk. Like, there'd be like many conflicting things with that. So I think it has to be a third party source. And like, given that Oda is telling us you have to be in the control room to deactivate the shields but not be seen, that just implies like they looked through the person or over the person or under the person or something like that. And I think that one of the simplest explanations would be Shiryu. Like, they looked into the room to see who turned off the shield, and he didn't see nobody because he's invisible. Mm-hmm. But I also think he would have to be working with someone in order to pull everything off. And I have to be careful how I speak here because I definitely do not believe anyone should talk about spoilers, and I've had this belief for many months now. So don't try to twist it with spoilers or anything. But
I'm with you on that.
Here, I'll add this detail where, like, we know that the Cypher Pole 5 guys have been missing for 2 months, And the last time that we saw Shiryu was at Hachinosu Island, which was about 2 months ago during the Reverie. That's why Blackbeard's like, oh, things are getting interesting, blah, blah, blah. But I think like the shortest explanation, in my opinion, obviously, is that Shiryu came to Egghead to stir trouble and have the world government focus on Egghead. That way Blackbeard can do what he needs to do outside of Egghead. It's basically making Egghead a red herring for the world government. But that's my take on it.
I was going to ask you. I was like, whoever is the traitor or whoever's doing all this seems like they had to be there, like they had to be on Egghead Island for a period of time. But you know, you made a convincing argument.
Yeah, because that's like one of the things, right? They said that the Cypherpole 5 ships, those guys have been missing for 2 months, and then the Vegapunks update their brain every 24 hours. That's why like it being a Vegapunk makes absolutely no sense, amongst like a bunch of other things. But I think it would have to be someone that would capture Cypherpole 5 agents while simultaneously telling the world government that Vegapunk is researching poneglyphs. And then when you put it that way, there's very, very, very few options. I think it would be Shiryu plus a Blackbeard pirate.
All right. But before you go, do you want to plug? I know you say you had to go. Do you want to plug anything?
Yeah, I want to
Anything
plug
you got
everybody
going on?
in. I don't even want to plug myself. I want to plug everybody in the stream right now. Shout out to Adam, Elids, Kev, Paulapede. I hope I said that right. Obviously,
You did.
Sage, Blumph, Dak, Hyde, Preach. Subscribe to all these guys. Follow them on their socials. Show love to them. These guys have been around in the OP community for a very long time. It's always nice having these debates and even talking about like theories in One Piece. Like that's like the funnest thing in the world. So no plugs for me. Plugs to everybody here today. Like thank everyone for the opportunity.
Thank you,
sir.
Threevil. Appreciate you coming through.
Yeah, no problem. Everyone have a nice day.
You too.
Peace, man. Peace.
Well.
peace.
Take care, man.
All right,
I would like to
Adam.
nominate Kev to tell me who he thinks the traitor is.
Hold on.
I would like to nominate Adam, who's been waiting for
Adam.
like 15 minutes.
Adam still
I
has.
know he has so much to say. I just want him to speak, but after Adam, of course.
Yeah, man, that shit is bullshit. Go, let Kevin go.
Nah, you say you wanted to, like, you had something to talk about earlier. So
My shit is so off topic as far as we're at now, an hour later, that it is gonna be just BS. So let Kev
I
go.
wanted to give you a chance, man. But
I will go after Kev. I will try. I'm gonna think right now about how to tie into all this stuff.
okay.
Yeah. So I have like a lot, I guess, that's brewing. At first, I was a strictly Shaka is evil and sus and completely awful because, like, okay, let's just be completely honest. Let's talk about the Den Mushi that was talking to lots of people. There were no facial features at all. Shaka, we don't even know if Shaka has a face because he has a mask on. He could just have like a computer chip right in there and it could be no facial features whatsoever. That's why it's a blank Den Mushi. However, the same thing could be said for Punk Records because Punk Records is just a brain, no face. So same thing could be said there. I am pretty completely sold on the Punk Records thing because I'm really getting into the idea of what is like real that Atlas has been pushing throughout the entirety of this arc, and Oda's been doing it over and over again with the idea of the holograms especially. I think that's a pretty huge one. You know, you could possibly change the way you look. I saw someone commented in my last stream and they brought up the idea of what if Atlas was just faking being injured with holograms, and I'm like, I don't think that happened, but that's pretty awesome. You know, the idea of just changing the way you look like nothing. But yeah, no, I'm pretty sold on the Punk Records thing because of, like, obviously this is the sci-fi arc of One Piece. Like, this is by far, like, there's so much love for just technology, and like at first I saw a lot of fun stuff talking about like it's a video game related stuff, and I think this is really cool with, I don't know if you guys have seen the promo stuff for volume 105 where they show Egghead in color, and it's like a complete Link's Awakening reference now it's just confirmed because the egg on Egghead is the same color as the egg in Link's Awakening. And now this is what's really interesting. I'm actually just going to be a huge nerd. As you can see, I got a Zelda poster right over there. So clearly, I'm just going to gush about this right now. But in Link's Awakening, when they get to Egghead, it's sort of like, not Egghead. When they get to the egg and go in, they realize it's all an illusion. Everything is fake. Just like Egghead with the holograms, everything is fake. So what is real? Is the experience they're having a real thing at all? A bunch of the people, like what I theorized, the Cypherpole agents, I assume they would be hooked up into like Matrix-y pods. That didn't happen. So I'm still curious to see where that goes. Maybe that's the plan for the Cypherpole people. I'm still really curious about that. But my main reason, outside of all the Zelda spiel, the illusion, the idea of what's real, that I think it's Punk Records is because of the agenda that Punk Records is sort of meant to have, which is acquiring knowledge. If Punk Records is meant to acquire knowledge, trapping all these people, whether it be the Straw Hats, a Yonko crew, Cypherpole, people from the world government, Revolutionary Army people, maybe even Blackbeard people, because Shiryu could be here, you know, and Katarina Devon could be here. If he could just trap all these people in one go and kind of ensnare them in some bird cage-esque scenario, which would be fitting because Egghead, birds, that would be pretty smart, you know, logically getting all these different ways of acquiring knowledge on the One Piece world from different factions, especially because history is oftentimes, like Doflamingo said, written by the winners. But Vegapunk wants to have all the knowledge in the world, so acquiring it from many different points of view would be the best thing. So doing all this to ensure that none of them are able to leave is, I'd say, the best option for Punk Records, so I think it's them. Yeah.
Agree.
Anybody?
I was expecting everyone else to jump in. I 100% agree. Real quick, I just want to tack on like 2 minutes because I totally agree. So we can. I'm not going to stray too far, but I totally agree. Even for more bigger meta reasons, like for example, I think this could be the start of a storyline where the One Piece history is like repeating itself, essentially, right? Like basically, maybe Vegapunk is almost doing what the Ancient Kingdom was doing, and that's why the government got in the way 800 years ago, and all. And it's like we just saw Joy Boy come back, and now he's talking to the advanced technology guy. Like, and we know that the Ancient Kingdom had Joy Boy and advanced technology. It's like this all connects like too well, right? And then on a bigger meta or on a smaller level, sorry, you know, looking at like the CP 5, 7, and 8, whatever they are, agents that have been there for 2 months. Vegapunk's like, man, this has been going on right under my own nose, and I haven't known. And I'm like, all right, well, Vegapunk's like a super genius. So how is something going to happen in his own lab that he doesn't know is happening for 2 months? Like, how are people going to get held in his own lab without him knowing? Unless it's someone smarter than him, right? Like that's like my first go-to is like it's got to be something more sentient, like who's thinking ahead of him even, and whatever. So if you look back when Shaka said, I'm going to die today, right, or whatever, like, I think I'm going to die today, Dragon, it's like, maybe Punk Records realized that 2 months ago, right? Like, it's way smarter than Shaka, and it put all the pieces together 2 months ago and was like, oh, dang, like, we got to start putting the pieces together now if we want to make sure that he leaves on that day because there's so much to do. And then that could tie into what the One Piece is and what like why it's been hidden for so long, because cause remember Odin was able to see the future basically, or he knew that something was going to happen in the future. Like in 20 years, someone's coming. Toki, just jump 20 years and you're good. Like he knew that was happening. So I think Punk Records is almost a smaller version of what the One Piece is. And it was even able to see a few months in the future and detect, and even be, like, it's so sentient, is even able to be like, all right, I can't tell anyone what my plan is because then they'll ruin it. So I got to operate all myself, you know, in the shadows or whatever. So yeah, I think it's definitely Punk Records, and it could even, like, maybe this is how Emu was created. Like maybe we're gonna get a smaller Emu because it's like Emu. Hidden Island talked about this a lot in his video, where like Emu could be a sentient AI that got so smart that it like there's no way to escape it because it just knows how to defeat everything, and it knows how to make the world. It knows everything about the world. It has every fact, like it knows all the physics and everything. So yeah, like, and even like the show, like even bigger than that, like just because it's a One Piece world and stuff, like with devil fruit powers, like it knows how to do everything. So yeah, I totally agree.
On that, go on.
I was going to really quickly say, all I want to say is, like, if it isn't Shaka, he is a terrible character, because all he's done, beep, boop, beep, 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 boop, boop, in like every single chapter. Like, it's just like, dude, yeah, he's super sus. If it ain't him, then yeah. Anyway.
Also, it makes a lot of sense for based on what Dank Psycho was talking about. It makes a lot of sense for Punk Records to be this advanced, because are we to think that the user of the brain fruit isn't awakened?
I don't think so. But I mean, it's maybe Vegapunk can force awakenings, but I don't
Yeah.
think so because
Mm.
like an awakening for a parameci would be doing it to somebody else, right? Like
Fair.
doing it to your surroundings, and it's still his brain. So that's my thought on it. But
Fair. All right.
I do think so because the satellites are other vessels. They're not Vegapunk. So that could be part of why he even has the satellites. That could be part of why he even has punk records in the first place, is because he's projecting the power that's contained within him outward, which is, for the most part, what we've seen a trend with Awakening. Kid can make someone else magnetic. Law could give, Law is interesting because he's a geocentric when you think about it, because his whole thing is that he makes something around him. But when he does Awakening, he can give the room to another thing. So that's just, I think we all know this, but like just the idea that something outside of yourself being awakening, I think that's a good reason that could point to him being awakening. But even besides that, if it's something that's more science, like he incorporated science in it or forced awakening, I think this idea that we're questioning what is real, right? And we're talking about data. If this was my video, I'd be making a Kingdom Hearts reference, but that's a little too niche. I think for the most part, we know about the Matrix, right? The punk records could be a reference to the Akashic records. And the idea of the Akashic records is that it is records about reality itself. So, what's interesting about the islands within One Piece is that they have their own weather. You guys were talking about earlier. And could there be something to the islands themselves have their own frequency? And what Vegapunk is doing is tapping into the frequency of his own island. And by doing that, he can manipulate almost reality within the confines of that area, which is the Akashic. What Akash is, it's the same thing as ether. And what it is basically godly air. It's air on another dimension,
Uranus?
which air is all around us. So this idea of the idea of the air itself being elevated, the area around you being elevated and awakening. If punk records is that, and it's science based, you're gonna expect it to be analog, right? Binary code. The internet. And when we all first heard about punk records, the first thing a lot of us thought was the internet. But it could be more than just the internet. And that's why I mentioned the Matrix. Because the whole idea of the Matrix is the reality itself is data contained within that world. And that's why I didn't want to bring up Shaka and steal Kev's thunder, but the idea of one of the satellites being tapped into and like synchronized, almost being manipulated by punk records, the one it would make the most sense to be is the logical one. Logic, analog. His face, Kev mentioned it, is 0-1. That is binary code, 0-1. That when you see the Matrix and you see like past the illusion, everything is just zeros and ones. So that's, I think, so on point. I'm so convinced that it could be Shaka, thanks to Kevin. What you said, Dak, and Polyfeed was like really eye-opening as well.
Awesome. Oh, go on. Sorry.
I have a contrasting point, so if you want to go.
I just think the binary code thing it's so obvious that it's genius. So I just some gushing about that, but go on, Sage.
I was just gonna say I have like a slightly different concept to how punk records might be involved in the situation. So like my big thing is a lot of this arc seems to be about humanity, not just like the future, but what defines a human, what defines the soul, what defined like, we get these memory experiments, we get these kind of like experiments with like androids, but also cyborgs, but also clones, like, and then we get the speech about Stussy, and we assume it's Stussy, where it's the first successful clone, even if other people don't see you as it, I see you as human kind of thing. I see you as a success. which in its own right suggests that there are failures. We have this massive junkyard where we have all the failures. We have the robot down there, and we see Shaka going down there for some reason as well. Which is like almost odd because like he doesn't really expect Luffy and stuff to necessarily have found their way down there either. So like going back to what my actual point is, I have this assumption, if you will, that there are failed satellites because like surely for there to have been successes in an experiment and in a scientific way there must have been previous failures. And so what if, to me, the what if is all the satellites sync up to Punk Records. And so we assume there could be something within Punk Records that's either, you know, hiding things or making things funny. What if it's actually different? What if Punk Records is putting itself into one of these failed satellites? What if Punk Records is using a satellite that wasn't successful to Vegapunk, which we know the standard of Vegapunk's success is incredibly high as a bar. So my question is, what if there is another satellite working in, you know, the lab, but they've been hiding? Like Vegapunk himself said, oh, I didn't even know you guys were down here. And they were containment cells. What were they containing in the past? This is my question. What was, and it says P001 on this containment cell. So my question is, if something was being contained down here, something was being kept down here, and Vegapunk had not really gone down to see if it was even still there, what if it wasn't there anymore and that's where it was putting all of its hostages? What if Punk Records was downloading its malicious intent into this satellite, separating it from all of the Vegapunks so no one had access, because they only get access to the satellites themselves once a day, like we were saying. So my question is, what if this artificial intelligence, we were looking at how humanity itself is becoming a theme within, you know, what defines a human, what defines a soul? And Vegapunk kind of talks about it in relation to Kuma as well. And Frankie is his own question in reality, because Frankie is so augmented now. Like, we see his legs go hollow, we see his arms go hollow, we see his face is fully metal. So what is actually left of Frankie? And so to go to that point, what if Punk Records is protecting itself? What if Punk Records sees Vegapunk's research as a threat to itself? And it sees that maybe there's a way of succeeding through its possibility. We see the possibility on the labosphere. Like, what if it sees its chance as giving up Vegapunk? Because one of the things that the CP0 specifically say when they go to Vegapunk, we're only killing the satellites. We're not trying to destroy any of the lab. Why is that? Surely if your mission is to take out this person who's gone too far, all of his technology is too far. But no, they want the lab intact. Why is that?
I think, like, just to jump on that, like, I think it's interesting, and it's very interesting you bring up Cypherpol as well, like, because there is this huge theme in Egghead around, like, autonomy and, like, free will and, like, independent thinking and stuff like that. And who happens to roll up? Lucci, somebody who you can guarantee has had his mind messed with, just like the other Cypherpol agents, just like we saw with Stussy when she turned coat. You've got Hattori, who is super sus, you know what I mean? And that'll all tie back to the whole, like, Sheep's House, like we just did a video on it at the moment recently, and Coop's got one about Clockwork Orange coming soon. And like the mind control vibe, it's like that's what's going on here. So for an AI to sort of not climax that, but like to encompass all of that, like a really poetic way to do it. And then you've got like, there's probably going to be, Dax said some interesting stuff earlier as well, but I think there'll be some good and bad stuff to the AI. It'll be interesting. Like, I said it quite well. It's quite nuanced and like nebulous. Like, on that note as well, I'm going to shoot. I'm going to be in the chat and whatnot, but thank you all for coming. Thank you, chat. Thank you, mods. Love you all. Peace, 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 peace. You guys are the best.
Peace.
Yes.
Everyone go sub
Better
to
man.
Denden Kushi right now.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sub to all these as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Kiss
I
of
would
the
yeah,
Oh,
I do think it's Punk Records. Like a lot of what Sage said, because we talked about this. We kind of like we had a discussion, and I agree with some of what she said. I think maybe Punk Records is pretty much trying to gain some independence. Now maybe it still is trying to protect the original Vegapunk, or maybe it's trying to protect itself. But I do think Punk Records is gaining independence. Maybe there's like a Vegapunk Seraphim out there because she brought up those tubes, those big tubes that all the CP agents are in, and Vegapunk was held prisoner in, and it looked like almost like a container tube, like something to hold something super powerful, possibly, right? Possibly. So I'm thinking there could be like a Vegapunk. Maybe Punk Records was creating like a Vegapunk Seraphim behind Vegapunk's back or something. I don't know, but I'm gonna go with Punk Records for the traitor. I also consider possibly Saturn being there as well, but I don't think he's there based on the last chapter. I think they're still on their way to Egghead Island. But I thought maybe he could be there giving the orders to the Seraphim. It makes sense because the last order that the Seraphim got was from a Vegapunk, even though just to stay there or just like to not move or whatever. You know, like we know orders have to be overrid by somebody higher, like on the higher scale of the hierarchy. So if Saturn was there and he gave the Seraphim the orders, nobody present would be able to like override that order. So, but I don't think that's the case. I think whoever is the traitor, they have to be there, and I do think it might be Punk Records.
On top of that, you know what's very interesting? The brain fruit, I think, is the first devil fruit. Correct me if I'm wrong. That actually targets a part of the body. So really, when you think about it, who actually is the user of the fruit? Is it Vegapunk's body or is it Punk Records now? Because really, the body could be expendable.
Mm-hmm. That's a good
That's
point.
very.
I think
That's
I think that
I
apple
think
on
that's-
his head is
You-
kind of
you
like
mentioned that
a
it's-
satellite too, to where he could.
Yeah, that's an antenna. That looks like
it's
it's
antenna.
sending out. But you brought up that was such a good point. First of all, I want to say the failed experiment thing is brilliant. And you started by saying contrast, but after hearing what you said, I'm thinking, why can't both be true? Like, why can't this failed experiment be working with Shaka? I feel like both could be true. And the idea of the Saturn clone too. Like Saturn could be a failed clone. Like maybe it wasn't a failed clone for Vegapunk. It was like a failed clone for Saturn, and that's why Saturn personally is going there. In fact, I just want to quickly mention how interesting it is for Saturn to go there because you got to imagine one, we've never really seen a Gorosei go one Gorosei go anywhere, pretty much, especially by themselves. But two, they already have the Marines going there. They already have Cypherpole going there. So why would a Gorosei feel the need to personally go there unless they either don't fully trust Cypherpole or the Marines, which realistically they shouldn't because we know that Stussy and who knows what Sword's up to. So they have reason to not trust them. But two, what does he maybe not want people to see in his interaction with Vegapunk? And then lastly, what Polly Pete said, I never thought of that, but that was so mind blowing. And you said we've never had a devil fruit that targets a part of the body. And I can't think of one physically. But when you think about it, Brooks' devil fruit targets his soul. And that's why his body doesn't matter. Well, it does matter because that's what he's anchored to, but he came back without his body. And if he never found his body, he would have just been roaming the place.
Does
as a soul
Luffy's
because
devil
the
fruit not target his body?
it
like
targets
his
his
whole
whole
body.
body.
No. Specific.
Oh,
Would you guys say
specific,
Viola's
specific.
fruit? Kind of. It's just eyes. But like,
that is,
Yeah.
I was
that
thinking
was the
either
only one I could
Kuma,
think of. I've been
the
racking my brain.
Paw.
I think Luffy was the
Paw
only one I
fruit.
could think of.
Yeah, the paw fruit's a better
Paw,
example
yeah.
because it's only in the hands.
Because it literally
Yeah,
turns
well,
her.
that would be super relevant with the Vegapunk Kuma connection. So there could be
Oh,
something
which
more to
reminds
that.
me of like, you know how you guys all have at least one theory where it's like, I think like the politically correct word would be like out there, but like I had one. Yeah, I I had one while like we were talking about the bubbles, and I just want to bring it up because like it's getting a bit late and I am starting to lag a bit, and it's you said Kuma, and so now I get to talk about it. But like I was thinking, what if at Laugh Tale one of these memory bubbles is there, but it's Joy Boy's memories, and this is how we find out about the Void Century flashback stuff. Is because, and that's why Roger is so able to completely emotionally understand the people of the D and all of this stuff, and is able to laugh rather than it being like translated via Odin, is because he's actually physically seeing Joy Boy's life through Joy Boy's perspective. And
That's
then
the
he's like,
afro.
wow, that was a film.
Bubble is like a sphere, you know.
Bubble piece.
That's the afro
like
right there. Joy
You
Boy's
know?
memories stored in his fro.
Oh my god.
And
I always
it could be Vegapunk's fruit, or it could be Kuma, like someone with Kuma's fruit pushed out Joy Boy's memories into, like I said, an afro or another thing. But I think an afro makes sense because you would put an afro on your head, right, to like download it. But
I
Okay.
do like it,
I
but,
gotta say something. I just gotta, because it's so relevant to what you just said. This idea of it being an afro or a bubble, right? And my theory is that Joy Boy did have an afro, and because he was a sheep, it's woolly hair. But this idea that the wool could be an afro or bubble, the memory could be an afro or bubble. There's so many sheep stuff throughout the story. Khalifa has the fruit to make bubbles, and what is the animal she represents?
The sheep, yes, sir.
Yeah. There's so many. I can't wait to share. Like, the video I posted yesterday was only part 1. I have so much more. It's crazy.
all right, so going with the Kuma stuff, I just got 2 points to make because I do think that Kuma's going to die while that flashback is fading out. Like while Bonnie sees the end of it, I think he's going to die. But also I do like the idea that the bubble shows the flashback. But I always personally I always thought it was going to be a transponder snail, like an old ass snail that they see a laugh to.
here's my thing with that I've always thought about, and maybe you have an answer for it. Is wouldn't they have to sit there and like listen or watch it for like a long time? Like if it's a light transponder snail, they'd watch or whatever.
They would watch.
Like, wouldn't that take a long time to like learn everything? You know what I mean? Because it seems like they got there and it was like pretty quick. Now, obviously, we don't know that for sure, but it seems like they got there and it was like kind of immediate. They like, started laughing and they were talking to Joy Boy. But
I think that's just because it's kind of slightly what's that word? Montage. It's slightly montaged, so I think it warps the perception of time.
Yeah, because I mean, like, how long do you think the Void Century flashback would be?
well, they said they learned
Realistically.
everything about the ancient weapons, the 100-year void. He said they learned every truth of the world of the world that day. So to me, that's like days
A
of
long
watching.
time.
Personally,
Yeah, like there's a lot to it.
Yeah.
On the subject of Kuma dying, I'm going to be a little coy here. I've got a card that I'm keeping close to my chest, but I will say, you know how Kuma means bear, right? And then what Tachi D, right? Tachi D Spins just made a video and he blew my mind saying that the pawpaw fruit gives you bear ears, right? Who else is named after an animal that has prominent ears that looks like a bear? I'm just putting it out there. You can come to your conclusions.
I thought you were going with the one guy from Syrup Village who looks like a ram. That's where I thought you were going with that.
Panda Man.
I'm trying to think of a bear person.
No, but somebody whose name like is the same animal that's recognized as a bear.
Panda Man.
Panda Man.
Not Panda Man. It's from Australia.
Barthok.
Koala. I'm there. It's koala.
Yes.
What
Barthok?
about
Yeah,
koala?
koala.
Okay, there we go.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just saying there aren't many characters who have a personal relation, especially a parental relationship with Kuma. It's really just Bonnie and Koala. So I'm not going to go into too much detail about it, but I'm just going to say that's very interesting.
I'm still going.
I
with
think
Panda Man.
I think the more interesting connection is that Kuma and Koala were both slaves. They both, suffered from the celestial dragons. They're both revolutionaries. Like, I think there's more there than the bear connection
No,
personally.
you're
but they're both-
absolutely right.
Do you think
Be-
it's plausible that Koala has kind of almost inherited some of Kuma's will and like that will to take like impoverished state and transform it into a successful kingdom, and that because it's that new his original book as a kid, like it goes on about that kind of building up your area, much like Odin does for Curie. Like, do you think that's kind of going to be like Koala's inherited will and like part of why she's so attached to the revolutionaries?
Not only that, I think she's going to inherit that and the will of your favorite character as well, because she's the only human that has a sun pirate tattoo on her back.
I think she inherited the will of Fisher Tiger more than Jinbei. Absolutely. Like, He was the
Yes.
one that saved her. He was the one that brought her to home. And I think what your Sage just brought up is really interesting because her home was on some desert island that wasn't really that built up or anything. Maybe that could lead into her making some place that's more welcoming. Maybe she's the person who makes the place that welcomes fishmen and humans first, rather than anywhere else in the whole One Piece world. That could be really interesting.
Do
Yes.
y'all think that
Oh,
Fisher
okay.
Tiger might have carried Joy Boy's will or Nika's will?
No.
Because he was a liberator. You know, he was a liberator. He has a lot of ties to the sun and
I'd say
everything.
no.
No.
I'd say no.
I think lots of people can carry people's will, even if they're not like the descendant of them. Because, like, for example, I'd say Helmeppo carries Garp's will, but is Helmeppo Garp? No. Like, it's just the way that people sort of affect other people. You know what I mean?
Dude, Helmeppo
think-
has Axe Hand Morgan's will.
I think
Come on, man.
There's
Don't
definitely,
disrespect
a,
my
there's
boy.
definitely a connection with Fisher Tiger and Nika though, because honestly, I feel like Jinbei at this point, he knew more about Nika than we got in that interaction with Who's Who, because of the racism stuff, we didn't get to see what Jinbei knows, and I feel like it'll be similar to how Whitebeard was talking about Lunarians. Fisher Tiger might have told his crew about Nika.
Yeah, he
I
probably
think
heard it.
the only thing I would say is there's a difference between inspiration and inherited will. So like to me, like Luffy has taken on Roger and Ace's inherited will, like he's actually embodying that concept. Where even though he's not bloodline related, whereas Fisher Tiger I think has his own kind of, because the problem that I have is his lack of love for humanity, like his absolute kind of borderline hatred of humanity, and like how on his deathbed like he refused to be saved because it was human blood. And I feel like that doesn't, to me at least, embody enough of what I would expect to see in someone that truly had inherited that will. But I do
100% agree.
think,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, like that's you go.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
what
completely agree. Spot on, 100%.
we're gonna let. I
Oh,
think
go on.
Adam's trying to talk. So
Go ahead, Adam.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna go on a crazy tangent or whatever. Watching Elbaf's video, it occurred to me that this drum of liberation thing, the only other time we've heard liberation is from Blackbeard's main black hole attack thing or whatever. So I looked up. I'm big on the etymology. I think that English is kind of the main language always playing with, because the letters can be backwards and forwards, and there are all sorts of different languages aside from Japanese. But liberation itself, liberation means to set free. So not only does that imply that you are the owners of these people, you are the slave runners, whatever, and you're giving them freedom, but when we just break down the actual words, to set free, Set is one of the major Egyptian gods, and he's actually the counterpart of Horus. Horus is actually the dark side of Egyptian myths or whatever, and Set is the light side or whatever, like that. And every single time there's these reborn things or whatever, you can't actually kill Apep or Set. They reborn themselves or whatever. And I just recently had a video. If you guys can check it out, it'd be great. It's about the me and the D initial. I think that means road. Okay, road. It's tons of crazy. You can watch the video or whatever, but it's tons of crazy stuff about reading backwards and forwards or whatever. But the opposite side of that road coin is R, and you get Rogue, Ace's mother, whatever. But you also get Roger. You also get Robin. And I think that all of these characters are kind of a stopgap when it comes to what the D is supposed to do. Maybe even the one that brings their death. I'm not 100% sure, whatever. But I think that it's a very murky territory between these R's and D's or whatever. And then if you look at a D is basically a R, an R is basically a D and an upside down V, making an R. You get the letter. That's why I think that English is kind of one of the main languages he's playing with, because you can make all the different shapes and words or whatever like that. But with all the stuff you're saying or whatever, I really wonder how much like we talking about cycles and stuff like that. The R Roger ending into a rogue cycle is not a complete path. It's going to R to R instead of R to D. And I do wonder how much that this this current cycle depends on an R like Robin ending into a D like Luffy, and that being a complete formation of it instead of just kind of the same halves joined together.
You got some elites.
To support what he's saying, because at face value, you might think, read it backwards, because I was thinking, I did watch his video. He makes a lot of good points. And one of the things that really stuck out to me is Goldie Roger's name. Because if you take Gold and Roger and you focus on the first 3 letters, which Gold is only 3 letters, is Gold, G-O-L, then R-O-G. And with Japanese, you can flip the L and the R. So the fact that they're almost synonymous, it's like, in a weird way, it's mirroring itself, which it's sort of like it's the end point and the start point are so close to one another. And you guys were mentioned earlier, the chances of Roger setting out and finding Rouge to be his the mother of his child, and this idea that he set out to find her. Now, I think it's not impossible that it really was just, genuine happen chance connection, just because we've seen with devil fruits, the type of people that eat devil fruits, it almost seems like fate. So the idea of people getting relationships also being that way, I wouldn't put it past it. That's not really the whole big deal. The idea of them, the chances of them getting together, it goes beyond just them both being D's. Look at their names. One is Roger, the other is Rouge. They both have that R-O-G. In fact, the origin of Jolly Roger comes, one of the theories is that it comes from the word Rouge, which is in reference to blood.
And the
then
word
you got to think about what
forcibly have sex with.
Whoa.
Say that again.
Wait, what was that?
We only caught like
the word Roger basically means to forcibly impregnate or have sex with someone.
Rogering someone is an English term and it just means sex. It's
Okay,
not a euphemism.
You're absolutely right. Looking up just later etymologies or whatever, it seems to imply the R star E, the sexual assault word.
Oh.
Because it is still used in England.
Okay.
Going back to what you were saying about
that's interesting.
Roger and Rose.
I just want to finish the point is that
Go ahead.
there's the Roger, there's the Rouge, right? Weird coincidence, they're both D's in reference to that. And then it's the fact that where is Roger from? Like what was the island he's from? It's from Log Town. And remember, you can switch the L and the R. Yep. And that's where he's born and where he died. And he chose that place to die. So it's like, I feel like there is something to this idea of examining the words. What does it mean backwards? What is the symbolism in there? Because you can even relate it to the events in the story and all the different happen chances.
Well, I personally think
I don't think it's a coincidence because I feel like Roger and Rose, Oda in the first volume, I think it's in the first volume of One Piece, he explained what you said, like Rose and Roger have the similar meaning with what was it, with Devil and with the Jolly Roger too. So like the fact that he even pointed that out and then he decides to make Roger end up with Rose, I feel like it's not even a coincidence at that point. I feel like there is something with that where it's going to be tying them together. How you said maybe fate or the will of D, but yeah, there's definitely something there.
Go ahead, Adam.
Oh no, I agree with them about the R's and the Roger and the Rogue and meaning red and bloody or whatever and all that stuff. When you actually look at actual old pirate flags, they weren't black, they were red, and it meant you're coming for blood, you're expecting blood to be spilled when you mess with us type stuff or whatever like that. And Blackbeard in particular, his Jolly Roger was actually a Gemini man, which if you look up on Google, it will be a weird human that has all of the parts of the Gemini. Sagittarius in the legs, it has fish for feet, it has a Taurus in the throat for the thorax and all that stuff, chakras. It ties in a lot to Eldas's chakras theories or whatever. And when you look at Blackbeard's flag, he's holding a trident, the Conqueror of the sea, whatever. It means you know how to drink clean water. But the Conqueror of the Sea, and he has his organs outside the body, and those represent a controlling of them outside of our physical manifestation, using the brain to kind of flow those things or whatever, and having a mastery of it. It also means taking those other, if you do not have the same understanding that I have, I as Blackbeard will take your parts. And just means death, means a ton of things or whatever like that. But I totally agree with them that it's totally one. Marshall, your voice sounds crazy different on the stream than it does on videos.
Preach.
No,
Well, he has two
Yeah,
people.
I get that a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
shoot.
I do. Like people do tell me that that my voice sounds different.
When I first started editing for you, that was like the first thing I said.
No, it's a totally sexy accent. I know Dak and I are Ohio brothers, so we have a hillbilly accent.
Yeah, when
or
Preach
whatever.
talk, I
Northeast
don't
Ohio.
recognize him.
You know what it is
When
though?
he talks on the
It's
stream,
like
I
the
don't recognize
YouTube
him.
voice, bro. I got my own YouTube voice. You feel me?
YouTube.
And I had to get it. If you go back to my old videos, bro, I sound way different.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I wish I could match your voice right now to be on my videos like Den Kushi and have that kind of I sound smart just because I'm foreign.
No, it's just okay. I'm so sick of this fucking thing.
You have
Since
the two
no,
things. You have the two.
no, I know what you're gonna say. Every single other time I talk to Americans about One Piece, they're always like, "Sage, you're saying the same thing as me, but you just sound more right." And I'm like,
Oh my
why
God.
do you have this problem with the British accent? Like you
Yo, I'm not
hate
even gonna lie.
England.
That's that America
accent.
defaultism.
When I
Yeah.
watch like
It's not a
Grand Line
problem,
review, when I watch O'Hara, I feel the same way, bro. I feel like they can say something and it sounds so much better. Like the way they just speak is different.
Why you think they always hire somebody from the UK to do like those nature documents? If it was an American, he'd just be
Yup.
sounding
Hey,
stupid.
William
You wouldn't even-
Attenborough,
like, who's
the
this
goat.
guy?
It's
What are you
just
talking
about
about?
it, bro. The way they talk.
It's just because we're not used to it. You know what I mean? Like it's like it's U.S. defaultism. Like there's a lot of examples of it. But like whenever something's different, it's like we treat it like at a higher level for some reason.
It's just so funny because it's been happening for years now, and I'm just like, this is happening too often now.
Yeah.
Like, but I had to get glasses recently, and now like my librarian levels are just like out of the charts. Like, are you ready?
And you're wearing a cardigan as well. The cardigan, the glasses.
Yeah, it's just like
Everything you say would just be fact to like everybody.
yeah, like with the
Fact,
glasses
you know,
on,
fact,
it's
she's
just
right.
like love.
Sage, what's the One
The
Piece?
sky is
Tell us.
red. Fact. She
Well.
said it. She said it.
And I think another thing too with my voice too is the fact that I'm reading it too, because like I script all my videos, so I'm just kind of it's my reading voice kind of too, so that plays another part into it. But yeah, I do get a lot that my voice sounds
I
different.
mean no offense at all. Both voices are sexy as fuck. I don't mean it to be offensive.
When he reads, he grows like a
yeah,
butt. He
it's all
grows
good,
a
bro.
butt chin, and his face like forms into like a very handsome Squidward or something.
Eyebrows.
Like Jack said too, it is two people on my channel too, so it's not just me.
Hey, wait, real quick, Preach. I have a very important question. What's the official name of your new logo? Like what's that character's name? I know there was a poll for it, or like a post. Is there a name?
There's not a name. I thought it was what was mine? Zornji.
Zorn. I like that. I like that. It's Sanji and Zoro mix. For who doesn't know, it's like
Yeah, it's
put up
because,
in our earrings, basically.
Wizard of Wars, he's like a huge Sanji fan. I think it's his favorite character, and Zoro's my favorite character. So that was the whole idea.
I didn't know that it was Sanji's hair color.
Yeah, it's just like a fusion, like a Dragon Ball fusion.
Like the earring fusion.
Yeah.
I want to do something real quick because I got a question I want to read from somebody who's sent a tip. And if you want a question answered, I mean, since we're all talking, it's hard to really sit here and read the chat. So if you really want your question answered, there is a link somewhere in the chat. Cube, if you could repost that link, that's how you could get you tip, and then you get your question answered. And also make sure you guys follow. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure you follow me. If you're watching on YouTube, give the stream a like and subscribe. And also make sure you go subscribe to all these other content creators on the panel as well.
confused answer.
But let me read this chat though. He said, terrible TJ tipped $3 and says, "What are your thoughts on Momonosuke having a hybrid form?"
I think that's really possible because I mean they've gone through pain. Well, not they. Oda has gone through painstaking lengths to just say that Momonosuke does have Kato's fruit, and we find out in later on in Egghead the only difference between his and Kato's fruit is the color, which is kind of interesting in this situation. And I guess this is the only situation where it matters because the color of the dragon is literally in the description of the fruit. So it's called the fish fruit matter azure dragon, but Momonosuke is pink. So of course it's seen as a failure by Vegapunk because he's a perfectionist. But in any other term, he is just the second coming of Kaido. Even like too with the inheritance he gets from Odin with having this strong body. So he really is kind of Kaido too in a lot of ways.
You think there's something deeper with the color? Like why?
What?
You think it's a perfectionist, or do you think Vegapunk actually, like, there is something meaningful with the color?
I think the color.
I definitely think so.
I think so. Like maybe it relates to that whole thing about cherry blossoms back in Drum, since Momonosuke is pink and I believe his name is what's his name translates to? It's Momo is pink and Peach Boy.
Yeah.
So maybe
and he has peaches on his kimono.
True. So maybe it's like a parallel. Like instead of the sakura blossoms giving peace, it's like this giant pink dragon being a symbol of peace. Perhaps that's it.
In a way, though, do you think it's more symbolistic of healing? Because like the whole point of the sakura blossoms in Drum Island is this healing metaphor, and like Wano needed healing, Wano needed revival, and like the idea that this kind of sakura dragon comes to heal Wano, I think is more like the metaphor that hits for me.
I agree, especially when Luffy actually describes Momonosuke to Vegapunk as the guardian of Wano, and he's described as the guardian of Wano and not Yamato, which is very interesting. But yeah, I agree with you say. Yes,
because Momo's the better character, honestly.
Ooh, spicy disagreement there.
Well,
I really like
the same vibes of Momo walking down that the Isle of People as Darth Vader walking down the Isle of Stormtroopers.
For what? Say that again.
When I saw Momo become an adult or whatever in that last chapter, and he walked through the scabbards or whatever, it was kind of shot for shot Darth Vader walking through the stormtroopers, ready for the end of the Clone Wars, at the beginning of middle of the Sith Revenge of the Sith or whatever.
I just think like the context is so completely different because Darth Vader's the antagonist and Momo's the protagonist. Like this is like the ending. If anything, if it's a Star Wars relation, it's Luke getting the medal at the end of New Hope.
I agree with you, but I'm talking about the prequels, and I would very much say that Momo's actions, as far as not opening up the borders, wanting to eradicate any foreigners, stuff like that, very much fits Darth Vader on Alderaan.
I don't think Momo wants to eradicate foreigners at all. I think that's another like misinterpretation. Momo's just trying to protect the people inside. I don't think he's against like people coming in because he said he's waiting for the time. He's not against it by any means, I would say. He's just waiting for Luffy to give him a heads
Momo is aware of Pluton and the significance of Pluton, and I think like that's why the Gorosei have their moment, isn't it, where they're like, "Oh, very clever, small boy." Where they kind of you know, they go like, "Oh yeah, because if you did it now, we could get in." Like it's more about the world government as it is now and the pirate alliance as it is now, and there needing to be a build-up of a falling for government and a rise of pirate alliance before the Pluton is like able to awaken from its slumber, if you will. And whether that is part of completing One Piece is that you need these ancient weapons, because that's another thing I had thought of. Like we talked a long time ago in this stream about the concept of the moon being its own form of weapon to shift the tides of One Piece and flood places by choice and have this shift of water be controlled. And like one of the things I kind of wanted to like talk about with that is the idea that these ancient weapons are part of what's hiding One Piece. And they're so like, what if the moon itself is Uranus, and so its control of the tides is this ancient weapon? And what if the Pluton is able to, you know, if you're right, Dak, about it digging, you know, cool, whatever, and it's able to go it under? Or what if it, you know, it's an arc that's actually going to take people to, you know, the moon, or whatever these things are going to do? They're hiding currently. They're actually hiding One Piece. They're actually directly, by not being there and not being accessible, you can't fully access One Piece. But when the time comes for One Piece to be truly accessed, rather than just Laugh Tale being accessed, then these ancient weapons will be absolutely necessary. But that's like a side thought.
Well, that's actually something that I would love to put everyone on the spot on, is what does each of us think the actual One Piece is?
Oh,
An afro.
Oh,
too far.
We know Dax. We know
Not
Dax.
ready for that.
Joy
I
Boy's
think,
afro specifically.
I'll go
I
man.
swear to God. Like,
Wait. Before we get onto that, because I want to give that its own shine, because that's a whole can of worms.
yeah, you can't be doing that. And we didn't talk about
you
that
brought
too.
up the ancient weapons.
Yeah, but there's only 8 of us. Whatever.
oh,
Go
that's
ahead.
heavy though.
So I've actually never said on the channel what I think the ancient weapons are. So Blump, I'm giving you an exclusive. And it's
Thank you.
what really inspired me to say it was when you brought up Momo, and then when Seastone brought up the connection between Uranus and the moon. I was like, you know what? Now's the time or never, because I'm not uploading a video about it. Not yet, at least. Okay. So we know Poseidon is Shirahoshi, right? And then there's the question of, was Poseidon always a mermaid? You know, was there something before that, right? You asked, is there relevance to Momo's color? Well, I speculate that Poseidon and Pluton are actually the same. And that Momo is Pluton in a sense. Whatever happened to Pluton 800 years ago, Momo's going to fulfill that role now. Why do I say that? Well, I agree with Dak that Pluton is a dragon. Well, Mole, but Mogura, Earth Dragon, whatnot. And I agree that Uranus is connected to the moon. So I'll make the connection. But before I get to that, why would Pluton and Poseidon actually be one and the same? Well, it's because I think it has to do with evolution. It's you start out as Pluton and become Poseidon. And there's actually precedent for that in the story with mermaids. That's just one of those odd things Oda presented in the story. This idea that mermaids start out as one, and then when they reach 30, their legs split apart. There's a certain maturity point. So when you look at Momo, and him being pink is so essential, it's even in his name, right? The peach. I don't think it's a coincidence that his name is in reference to peach, and he got that fruit. It's one of those things where I keep on hammering it home. I call it, my term in my videos, I call it devil fruit gravity, in which devil fruits have a gravitational wave, a pull, and they emit frequencies that pulls in the right user. This is why Law, who's already studying to be a doctor, just so happened to got the Opie on me. I gave the Luffy having fire brothers example. And you got to think that they were brothers before they ate the fruits. Like, think about the chances of that. It's like 3 in quadrillion that all 3 of them end up getting similar devil fruits before they even really got that identity. So this idea that perhaps the fruit drew in Momo could be connected to why he is so important to Pluton. There was that ending, when he read the journal, he's like, I can't die. And it's never revealed, why does Momo feel he's so special? A lot of people are assuming, well, what if he's Joy Boy? But now we know Luffy's really more connected to Joy Boy. So then it's still the question, what is Momo's relevance? It can't just be, he has to open the border, which we know opening the border is tied to Pluton. But it has to be more than just what he does, and I think more tied to what he is. So then, what is Uranus? I believe that Uranus is Luffy. It's the fruit. Now, as crazy as that sounds, one of the reasons why I believe this is because I have what's called the Red Sea theory, in that there's a sea below ground. It's made of magma. This is where demons and onis and even dragons are from. I believe dragons, Kaido Eastern dragons, they were once fish in the Red Sea, and then they swam upstream and became dragons, which is the whole carp thing. So this idea that there's an evolution of red sea, blue sea, white sea. So then there would be a red sea. Yes, Pokemon.
I'm saying you got the magic cart.
I believe
you got the magic cart that evolves to the Gyarados, which is pretty much a blue dragon, right?
That's exactly it. So that's what I think. Is there's an evolution of red sea, blue sea, white sea. So red sea is where it starts with Pluton. Eventually, blue sea becomes Poseidon. But I don't think that Poseidon then becomes Uranus. It's rather whoever Poseidon connects to, whoever Poseidon bonds with, they become Uranus. Now, why do I think that? There's so much more that obviously I can't get into on a stream. There's a video on it. But this is just me, the sake of me putting it out there, what I think it is. So I believe that Uranus is the white sea king, the white dragon. And if you look at Luffy, one, he's the white warrior, and he actually has a lot of similarities with a dragon. He has the swirly eyebrows just like a dragon. He has the fiery hair just like a dragon. He has the flame clouds just like a dragon. You know, he had to awaken to get the flame cloud. He had to become the white sea king to get the flame clouds. But if you look at Momo, who there's no way he just learned awakening, he already was able to summon flame clouds. So that just shows that it's an inherent thing of dragons. You just have flame clouds. It is not awakening like we see with Luffy and Rob and Kaku and all of them. So that's just my take.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it.
I want to first I want to answer. I'll let you go, Sage. Let me just first I want to answer the question. He said, "What do we think about Momo having a hybrid form?" I think it's likely. You know, I think his devil fruit is pretty much like 1-for-1, like Kaido's devil fruit. I think the only thing I'm always kind of conflicted on is, do artificial devil fruits have the same weakness that devil fruits have, since they're not technically real devil fruits, right? Like, do they have that water weakness as well? So yeah, I do think Momonosuke
that was confirmed.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
It was?
I think even the smile, like the defective smile people who don't even get powers, all they do is smile, I think even they have the weakness.
Okay.
Yeah.
For sure.
But and one thing real quick is Vegapunk did say he doesn't know if the artificial ones can awaken. He said he hasn't gotten to confirm that yet, so that's one thing. But I think at the very beginning, Polypede said it. I think that the only other mistake was the color. So going to the hybrid form question, I think it's 100%. I think everything we've seen with Kaido so far, Momo can do, because I'm sure there's probably a variety of opinions. I don't think Kaido awakened. I think Oda would have told us. So I think everything we saw was just in the normal array of powers. So anything we saw with Kaido, I think Momo can do theoretically. Maybe not like the drunk fighting style. Maybe that's not Momo's thing, but everything else, all the fruit related things.
I actually have
I just wanted to finish the thought, and then I'll let you go, Sage. And as far as talking about the ancient weapons, I think it was pretty much hinted, like in the Enel cover story, the Enel cover story, where he's looking at these hieroglyphs, and we see it kind of tells the story of how the sky people left the moon. I think we see the sky people leaving on like balloons, and then we see them little Moonanites they're like on some type of platform, and then like on the bottom right corner you see like some sea kings, which could be connected with Poseidon. Then it's the ship that the sky people are on, which probably is Pluton, and then something that was in the air, which seems like it's hinted to be Uranus. If you guys remember that cover story, I could put it in the chat for you guys if you don't remember.
What cover story are you referencing?
Enel on the moon.
Yeah, no, which one of them? There's like 20.
I don't have like the exact number on like the
Still waiting for
exact
the
No,
one.
no, just what happens. Like, which one are you on about? Like,
It's he's like looking at these hieroglyphs.
oh, the
And
2 hieroglyph ones. Yeah,
yes,
those are cool.
and one of them have like the sky people coming down from the moon,
Is
I
that the
guess.
upside down straw hat one? One of them seems to be an upside down straw hat holding a sun.
Yeah,
Oh,
I see
yeah.
it. I'm putting it in the thing on the right.
Yeah, but then there's also a sun in the top left as well.
There is a reflection of the sun. I will adhere to that.
So that might actually be the moon, though.
That's why I'm
Okay,
saying.
like
Reflection of the sun.
spicy opinion time. But the thing that you're suggesting as a sun, I believe, is actually electricity or their eternal sun, because in the next panel it goes out and it loses power.
Are we talking about the one on the outside of the thing, or the in like above?
Inside.
The one with the black in the middle?
The one in the inside of the ship.
No, yes, I agree with you.
I was
It is
talking on
not
the outside of the ship. That's the one I
outside of the
originally
ship,
looked
I
up.
think is a dark side of the moon type thing.
Oh, like the compassy thing. Oh, okay, I'm with you.
Yeah, there's like a little compass looking thing on top left.
Yeah, that's yeah. I'm with
Unless
you.
that's Uranus, because
Maybe.
the one with the
Yeah,
Moonanite
no,
people
yeah.
seem like that might be the moon.
The other interesting thing is there's a 4th sky person that's completely hidden in like what they look like, that's next to that little black sun.
Oh,
So when it comes to Pluton,
Mm.
I do hear you, but I think you said it was Momonosuke, and then I think Deck, he thinks it's, what is it, a mole, right?
Yep.
Pluton is a mole.
Yep.
When you say a mole, like, do you mean like an actual mole, or do you mean like a robot, like or some kind of, like, what kind of mole do you mean?
Think Laboon, but a giant mole. So it's like
He's being
modified.
literal.
Yeah. No, I get that. It's just like, what do you think about the fact that they said like Robin could awaken the ancient weapons? Like to me, it seems like it is going to be a ship, or some kind of form
Well-
of like some way that Robin could awaken it. I guess Momonosuke could also open the borders and unleash it, but I don't know if he could
Mhm.
awaken it.
Well, that's what Sukiyaki said. Sukiyaki said that Pluton's sleeping beneath us. I can't take you any lower. And the only way to break it out is to destroy the borders, which is what Zunisha, or like, I don't know if he said Zunisha specifically, but I think that's like the implication is like Momo can control Zunisha to come destroy the borders so Pluton is released, right?
Yeah.
So I think whenever it comes to Robin doing it, I think what that's more so saying is like she can like go read the Pona, like she went to Alabasta and found out where Pluton was, like unironically, like whenever she learned about all this Pluton stuff, like from Iceberg and Frankie and whoever else from like CP9 and stuff, she already knew where Pluton was when that was happening. You know what I mean? So I think that, so it's kind of ironic because they're like, you might be able to destroy the world, and she's like, well, I know where that thing is. You know, like the whole time she knew. So I think that's what it's saying is like she could take people there to make it happen. Like like nobody else knows the situation other than her and the Kazukis, basically, right? So
Yeah,
You-
but wasn't
you know
it
what's-
also stated that it was built in Water 7, or
yep.
like
Pluton,
Pluton
yeah.
was built, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, how could it be a mole, or how
Mhm.
could it be Momonosuke if it's an actual ship?
And
Well,
there
that's what I
are,
was saying with
blueprints.
Laboon. Sorry, but
Just
Laboon,
to
right?
slide in
I
a
just
little
wanna
bit
say-
there. Just say there are conduits to the weapons. Like we have Shirahoshi, but it's not her that's the problem. It's the Sea Kings that's the problem.
True.
So a lot of these weapons, like, might have conduits and like people that are needed to actually enact these either arcs or weapons or like whatever they are. Like they're not as simple as just this person has inherited this. It's there's a system to a lot of them. It so far it seems, because there is with Zanisha, and that's like feels weapony, but it's not a weapon. Like, yeah, anyway.
Well, when
Oh,
we
I completely agree.
Also,
Uh,
to
just
the
with
oh, go on.
Because when you say mole, I always thought it was going to be more. I thought you meant more like the sea beasts in that we see, like the robot sea beasts in Egghead Island, something like that, like a giant mole.
well, have you? Do you know what I mean when I keep saying Laboon? Do you know
Oh
what
yeah,
I
I
mean?
know what you mean. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I'm like. So the mole that they met in the Gadatsu cover story, they literally modified its helmet so they could ride in it and go underground. So like a ship, Frankie said a ship is anything that can take you island to island, and even like the Mary, like even though it's a ship, it couldn't take them to the next island. So he was like, it's not a ship anymore, right? That was like his whole. That was like the whole story there. So I think anything that can take you to another island would be categorized as a ship. Like San Juan Wolf is the colossal battleship, right? So I think living things can be like the thing that makes it a ship is that it takes you island to island. Now the thing with Pluton is, like you said, they said it was built in Water 7. They also have blueprints for it, and it can destroy an island. So right there is like, okay, so there needs to be some tech involved. And I think it could be like Laboon, or maybe it's just like the mole is the thing that pulls it through the ground, and then Pluton is like a machine that it's pulling, right? Kind of like how the Sea Kings pull the
Makes
Noah.
sense.
And but regardless, the most important thing is I think the Pluton like that they talk about is the mole part of it, because they've said that it's sleeping, like Sukiyaki said sleeping or at rest in the official. So that's like you wouldn't say that about a non-living thing. And then also even Tom, whenever they first looked at the blueprints, they said it's the nastiest monster in a history of shipmaking. Can anyone even build this thing? And then whenever Frankie learned that Pluton was under Wano, he said, "Oh, that thing actually exists." So there's a lot of like, it's an abomination type feel,
So
right?
Go ahead.
when it
Eva.
comes to
Well,
Hold
beginning
on.
just to
Pluton,
go in the
way I always
blueprint
thought
of
was
Pluton.
what was that?
The blueprint,
The blueprint.
the blueprints
Blueprints.
that Frankie had aren't the true Pluton.
Yeah, those are the
They're
anti
they're a
Pluton.
measure against Pluton.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
But like when I think of Pluton, the actual Pluton, I think of a giant ship or something created using Wano's resources. And when they say like awakened, I just think of it as like a Cloboterman form, something like similar to the Sunny, or not the Sunny, the Going Mary, and like we saw even with Whitebeard's ship. Something like, so it could still have an awakening because it's a soul that's resting, and it's just like dormant. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a giant ship that has a soul.
I guess the other
Yeah.
part of it is that it's supposed to be the god of the underworld, and for me, like a ship.
He lives after
you
deck,
know.
all right? But go ahead. Finish.
Yep.
And go after
Just
them.
a ship. A ship needs to go underground for it to be Pluton, because it's the god of the underworld. That's all.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well,
Eva.
it's under Wano though,
So-
right? And
Well, it
under
needs to
volcano.
travel. Like it wouldn't be very god of the underworldy if it was just stored there, but then had to go back up on top of water, right? Like Poseidon would be closer to the underworld than Pluton at that point, you know?
Yeah.
I
All
would
right, Eli,
like to go after Eli.
Okay.
I'll go
So
after them.
I know what I'm saying about the Pluton Poseidon being one sounds crazy, especially without all the context of what I have to say. But I'm just going to point out connections that draws a line between the very things you guys are talking about. So you're talking about Pluton being from Wano, but the blueprints were in Water 7, right? And I'm saying Poseidon and Pluton are one, and they're in Fishman Island, right? Well, one thing you got to consider is that Poseidon is Poseidon. Shirahoshi is Poseidon. It isn't the Sea Kings, even though that's what her ability is. Her ability is to talk to the Sea Kings, control the Sea Kings. So she is Poseidon. It isn't the fish. What we do know of the Sea Kings, the only thing we know really about the Sea Kings, it's never stated to use the Sea Kings to destroy, or it's to pull the Noah, which is a ship. That's the first thing. Second, let's go back to Water 7 of Blueprints. Who had the blueprints? It was a fish man. There's something special about Water 7. This idea that there was already a civilization below the water. In fact, Iceberg is moving on to try to make a floating city. So this idea that this land is not going to be on water, it makes you wonder if it was always meant to be that way, and there was some city below it. So there could have been other fish islands, Fishman Islands in a way, underwater islands, beyond just the one that's confined to that one bubble. And who's the second person to get the blueprints? It was Frankie. And what's special about Frankie is not just that he's a robot. No, he is a battle Frankie, and a battle Frankie is a ship. So in a way, he himself isn't just a robot, but he is a ship. So this idea that Pluton can be a living thing, but also be a ship is with Frankie. And then you go one person back, the idea that Pluton could also be fish related is then with Tom. So I know it sounds crazy, but I do have the connections to make.
Paula Pat,
I gotta head off.
Okay.
you gotta get on stage.
It was lovely talking to all of you guys.
You wanna
We'll
plug
talk
yourself?
soon.
You wanna plug yourself? Channel.
Seastone Sage. That's my channel. One day I'll post a video.
All right,
If you
Sage.
know, you know. Oh dear.
I appreciate having you. Polar P.
All right. It's very funny that we're talking about like things that reference other things, because technically Robin was in an organization with a giant mole. Morley is a giant that has the push fruit and acts like a mole, and he travels out of Impel Down.
Too.
Hey, I gotta go
Baroque
see my wife to see with the.
Oh,
with
Baroque
the
work,
Merry
exactly.
Christmas.
Hold on.
So that's
you gotta go, Adam.
Sorry.
Yes, my wife just got home with dinner. I'm leaving to have some steak. It was great talking to all of you. You know, I look forward to the next one.
You want to plug your channel?
For sure.
Jim Kai. My manga is the Shonen Beat. None of you have read it, but it would be great if you did. It's all for free on my Patreon, and I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, Adam.
Have a good one, bro.
Show Adam.
Have a good one, bro.
I just had a
Probably
brain
bring some-
blast, I feel.
Go
I
ahead.
think I
All
had a
right,
brain
Jimmy Neutron.
I did. I think I had a Jimmy Neutron brain blast. Because we're talking about, like, what is a ship, right? And are we saying a ship is something that carries something somewhere, right? Is that what we're saying?
Island to island.
Island to island? Are humans ships? Because humans are carrying the future. Humans are carrying, like, the future humans with, like, sperm and eggs. Are humans ships then? If we're going, like, super, like, literal?
I mean, San Juan Wolf is known as the colossal battleship, so I think any
Yeah.
living thing that can make its like if a human can't make it to the next island themselves, I mean, you could maybe say it's like shipception, but I would say it's the thing that like if you're a human, you need something else to take you. I don't think it'd be fair to say you're a ship necessarily, because you're not the mechanism by which you're traveling to the island. You know what I mean?
No, but
at the same time, you're using your
bringing
brain to get the
something
ship.
somewhere else. Yeah.
Yeah, like
And
I
was
said,
thinking,
it's
'cause, like,
shipception, so maybe.
Yeah. Because, like, Rayleigh, he can swim. You know what I mean? Rayleigh can swim from island to island because he's just built different. Like,
I think that would.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
he's a
thought that
ship.
was really, I thought that was really interesting because, like, Frankie and Robin's arcs are obviously super connected, and Frankie's whole thing is about a ship deserving to exist, and Robin's about a person deserving to exist. So is this what Oda's trying to do here? Say the idea of a ship is a living thing, therefore Pluton could be a living thing as well. You know.
I like that because Frankie, the whole lesson from Tom, which Elids was bringing up a bunch of stuff about Tom. The lesson from Tom was basically that your creations are your children, right? Like that's basically the lesson. Like you, just because somebody came and used your weapons that you made for the wrong thing doesn't mean that you can just throw them to the curb and say screw them. Like those aren't my ships and all that. Like no, like they were just used for the wrong reason. You still made them. You know, I mean, you still got to love them. Like that's the whole lesson. So I like that because that's. It's almost like they're living things. Like even if they are inanimate, it's like they're living, at least in terms of like your brain, right? Like you created them, and like there's like a will there between you and the ship where you wanted them to live and perform a certain action or whatever. So I like that.
And it's like if the ship's like if you care about the ship too, then the Klabouter Man thing shows up, and it literally becomes like a living thing. So there's even more to that. That's awesome.
And I also want to say, someone brought up earlier, I think Preach, maybe it was you when we were talking about Pluton, I can't remember, but someone brought up Klaboutermon in regards to Pluton, and I wanted to say, I think the Grim Reaper is the Klaboutermon for Pluton, the one that attacks Zoro.
Yeah. I think that's a cool idea, especially because we saw it in the same time we saw it with Zoro and Frankie. I mean, it could be, and I made a video a while ago. I mean, it's basically debunked now, but Onigashima was Pluton, just because of that too, because of we saw the soul. But
Well,
that's kind of lost now with it being under Wano.
but I think Onigashima being Joy Boy's skull is definitely on the
That's true.
table. But
Yeah.
I just wanted to say about the Klabautermon idea. It's because Zoro just got done saying how he's king of hell, right? And his sword was like overpowering him, like, you know, making him even stronger, like more of a king of hell, like forcing him to become king of hell, essentially, right? That's like basically what happened. And then you have the Klabautermon of the god of the underworld coming up, right? Like the god of the underworld's Klabautermon should look like a Grim Reaper, right? And he's coming up like, bro, I heard you talking stuff. Like, don't, you know, like, I'm the god of the underworld. Don't try it. You know, that kind of thing. So I love it. I love it.
Pluton is Hades. So
And let me. The way my brain works, I could just make so many connections. And again, this whole idea that Pluton is connected to Poseidon. So in Dressrosa, there's constantly showing us these fishes that also look like bulls, right? That was like just this thing that Oda would make sure we wouldn't forget it. We even had Derringer, who was a half fisherman fighting bull fish. He was one of the only fishermen that are based off of not real fish. You know, he always used actual fish. This time he came up with his own fish and he made sure to give Derringer that name. And there was a bull in the Dressrosa Coliseum.
Usi.
Named Usi, that Luffy bonded with, but had the epithet of the Grim Reaper. Another fish connection. I think Pluton is Poseidon, and I'm gonna make a video with all the proof one day.
The fish thing made me think of Kaido, because Kaido's a fish with the horns.
True.
And Kaido is the one that gave Momo no skate. I mean, if it weren't for Kaido, Momo wouldn't have that fruit.
True.
So I can just keep on.
It's like a Pepe. One Piece is like the ultimate Pepe Sylvia, bro. I feel like this entire room could be filled with strings and stuff.
What's the guy from Always Sunny Philadelphia?
That's the same thing. Charlie, yeah. It's like there is no Pepe Sylvia. Pepe Sylvia.
I got boxes full of Pepe. I live in Pepe. I got boxes full of it.
And then I forget what the whole like culmination of that was, but he was wrong, right? Like he did all the research, and there was
Pennsylvania.
There you go.
Yeah,
there
it's like I live in Pepe, bro. It's fine.
Also,
I wanna,
take a walk with me for a second. Oh, you want to say something, Blum?
I wanted to redirect something else. But did you have something before I change the subject?
Yes, because Dank Sake brought up something very interesting. Do you remember when Ace made the straw hat for Oars Jr., also known as Oars the Third?
Yep.
It's very. Are we sure that Oars the zombie isn't Oars the First? I think he's Oars the Second. Onigashima is Oars the First, and maybe Oars the First is actually Joy Boy, and his straw hat is the straw hat we see Eam have.
Yep, I'm pretty sure that's I'm pretty sure that's been one of Preach's oldest things. Like that in bits and pieces, like throughout several videos. I think he's connected all those things. But I 100% agree with you. Just to say, I mean, this is like I don't want to get too far off this tangent, but like even in the last video I did, I found a bunch of like Davy Jones history, and one of the oldest and like most famous pictures of Davy Jones, his head is Onigashima, like it's the same thing, right? And Davy Jones is cast to the bottom of the sea forever, like cursed by the devil himself, all that kind of stuff. So it's like, and also Oars was called the devil himself, like the Oars 2 that we saw. So it's like maybe Oars 1 was the actual devil. It's connected to the Davy thing. All this ties together, right?
Yeah.
You know, the only question, I do agree it could be the skull. I do believe Oars is Joy Boy, but as far as the skull and Onigashima, the only question that I have is that skull like an actual skull? Is it actual skull, or is it something that they made for Kaido when he went to Onigashima because, you know, he told him to make it because we know they told him to make the castle. I mean, if that's a real skull, bro, that is insane how big it is because we even saw just like the comparison when they're going into the skull.
Yep. Yeah. And remember the sword too that was out front?
Yeah.
And we never saw it be used. So that's what actually makes me think it's definitely Joy Boy, or at least an important person. Like, into your question about is it a real skull? I think it was because of that sword. Like a lot of other reasons, but that sword, it's like, bro, like that's like we also know in Wano, like warriors are buried with their swords, right? So to me, it's like, oh, that was Joy Boy's sword, which like Joy Boy used the sword. Like maybe that's a joke with the beginning of the arc when Luffy got the Nidai Katetsu and was punching people while holding the sword. So maybe that's the joke. Like we're like, it was to throw us off, right? Like Oda's like, I'm gonna put a sword here so that they don't think it has anything to do with Luffy, because like Luffy's not a swordsman, but you know, it's like a joke the whole time, right? So
And
I like
it's
that.
interesting too because
hold on,
I
I'm
think,
about to. I wanted to change a while ago, but
yeah.
I'll let y'all talk. I was supposed to change after. All right, just changing pace, right? We're about to go. It looks like we're setting up for Elbaf. So, you guys have any expectations on what we should be getting at Elbaf? So far, it look like it's setting up to get some Shanks and kid stuff. This kid gonna be a prisoner that Luffy's gonna have to save or something. I don't know, but what's going on?
I think honestly, I think
Hold
Elbaf. I know some people think it's going to be a shorter arc. I don't even see how that's. I think it's going to be a big arc.
I'm with you.
A lot of fights, you know, a lot of lore, just everything, man. Like maybe not as long as Wano, but it's definitely going to be a big arc for sure. And as far as the kid stuff, honestly, I don't even think Kid can beat Ben Beckman at this point. So,
thank you.
I think Kid is going to do his best Shiki impression. Sorry to cut you off.
Keep go.
I think Kid is going to do his best Shiki impression. He's going to lose another arm. He's going to have two robot arms, like Shiki has the two sword legs. Also,
that'd be pretty damn
love
funny.
that, man. I love how Ben.
I love
like,
that.
Do you think he ripped his arm off?
Yes, sir.
I think he shot it off. I think he shot it off.
Yeah,
yeah, that's crazy, man. The Ben Beckman hype is real.
So here's one thing I really want to see that is the only like positive thing for Kid that I'll say in this whole thing is I want to see him and Ben Beckman like face off with like a railgun versus Ben Beckman's like World War II rifle and see and like I want to see him be equivalent. You know what I mean? So it's like Kid uses Awakening, gets the railgun back out to beat Big Mom, and Ben Beckman's like able to do the same power with just his rifle because like the Haki or whatever is so strong. But what I think is going to happen is I think Kid's definitely going to wash, or I mean, no, Kid's not going to wash anybody. Shanks is going to wash Kid, and then I think the Giants are going to say like, hey, Shanks, don't kill him because he beat Big Mom and we hate Big Mom, right? Like do him a favor, like for us. And so they don't kill him, or Shanks doesn't kill him, and then Shanks is like, well, what do I do with you? You know, like I can't kill you. What do I do? And then so he's going to take all of Kid's rubbings, but leave Kid the one rubbing that Luffy doesn't have yet. And then he's going to tell Kid, wait here for Luffy because he's coming at some point and you two can fight for all four of them, right? Whoever wins your guys' duel here at Elbaf can come meet me at Laughtail, right? So he gets like another chance that way. But it would also be a way for Shanks to like test Luffy or give him one more like power up because he'll probably like in the process Kid might learn maybe observation canceling, right? Or something like that. And so then Luffy gets another layer to Conquerors because of whatever Shanks Kid learned from Shanks in the process. But I do think Kid's going to lose his other arm, and then he's going to get packed up like Zoro. And then if you think, and like everyone called Zoro the Zoro pack because he kind of looked like a J, you know what I'm saying? But except Kid would have no arms, so he would look like an actual joint. So that's what I think. And he also has red hair, so he's like on fire.
And I gotta be honest, Kid, he uses a lot of blunt force attacks, so it would make sense too.
There you go.
Hey,
there
yo.
you go. I'm just saying, guys. Like Oda did the Zoro pack for a reason. I'm telling you.
Also, I think there's going to be a lot of genetics talk because so far, giants are the only characters when they're mixed with something else, they're called a completely different thing. Because if you remember, way back in Long Ring Longland during the Navy back fight, there was this big giant character called Big Pan, who's referred to as a Watan, which is a mix between giant and fishman. I think it's a short coming out that I made. If you remember back in Punk Hazard with the Yeti Cool Brothers, I think when you combine giant and mink, you get a Yeti.
Ooh, that's fun.
But yeah,
that's interesting.
Anybody else can continue.
You just left us with a crazy point there.
Yeah,
hard to respond. So you might be onto something.
Little bit.
So what do you?
Yeti Cool Brothers, man? It's just crazy to me how the fact that it looks like they're wearing straw hats.
True.
Yeah, but the idea, because you mentioned crossbreeding, birthing new names, but when you think about it, like, have we seen a mink fishman? That would probably have a new name. We haven't really seen, so I think there's something to this idea of crossbreeding these standard humans, which I do think they're all humans, even the Tontatas, because if you notice, they describe humans as the big humans. So to them, they think they're just humans, and regular sized humans are the big humans. So even the Tontata, which, I mean, you look at Big Mom's kids, you gotta, just biologically, you have to be of the same species to procreate. But yeah, that's such a good point, the whole idea of the crossbreeding.
And to that point too, minks see humans as hairless monkey mink. So yeah, exactly.
And
Yeah,
I was gonna bring
you go, Kev.
Yeah. I was gonna bring up with the genetics. That's especially interesting because Elbaf specifically, Yggdrasil, the world tree, all the different realms could be all the different races in the One Piece world. That could be a really cool way of connecting that. And personally, I think the Elbaf tree is what grew all the devil fruits, but it got so tall that it reached space and like it couldn't grow anymore. Obviously, because in space you can't grow anything. So that's where I think everything could have originated from the world tree. You know what I mean? And it branched out. Everyone moved away. Stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh, also, there's a long limbs human in Whole Cake Island. So a mix between a long arm and long leg. Yeah.
I think what's going on with all that is Big Mom's children are all like test tube babies. You know what I mean? Like some in vitro stuff, like whatever. Because I mean, just the timeline, like she'd be pregnant her entire life. You know what I mean? Like it's just, which is possible, but like, you know, I don't know. That would be disadvantageous for someone who's a top tier pirate. You know what I mean?
Big Mom, no, she ain't no.
but
there's like
Tontata. But here's the thing: her first kid is Parosparrow, and there are so many similarities between him and Vegapunk. It's scary, right? He has the long tongue, he has the tall hat, which we don't know for sure if there's a head under that hat. You know what I mean? And he built Punk Hazard with candy. He built the laboratory. So I'm wondering if Vegapunk, if like the first child Big Mom had was with Vegapunk, but it wasn't like Vegapunk was like 15 at the time, so it's going to be science stuff, right? Not the normal way. And then her first kid was Parosparrow for that reason, right? So that way it's like, oh, then I have a smart guy who can help me do all the other stuff, right? Because he's going to be a smart, or maybe not as smart, but he'll have enough smarts like Vegapunk to help me make all the other children, essentially. So I think that was her plan.
And that was like his whole role. His whole role at the start of the story for Big Moms was like to be the voice of reason. Like, Mama, you can't do this. Mama, you gotta, you know, and like more than any other kid of Big Moms, you know, he was like the one in charge.
And he's like, whenever they were talking about like what happened to Big Mom when she fell off the waterfall, he was like the first one that like stood up and was like, I'm gonna take over. And they're like, well, shouldn't we like call like Katakuri?
Vega
so I think that's a debate.
Punk Hazard was built by Candy.
Short about that. Sorry.
About what? Parosparrow and Big Mom?
Vegapunk, because that's good. I'm shook.
You can definitely use it. I think Par may have touched on the idea in his one video, but I don't know if it was explicit about the Parosparrow candy stuff, but it was more like Big Mom's been doing science. I'm not exactly sure. I don't remember. So, but yeah, definitely use it.
Vegapunk's lab was built from candy.
On Whole Cake for Caesar,
or on Punk Hazard.
On Punk Hazard,
the ones that Caesar used on Punk Hazard, they were made out of candy with from Parosparrow, which is crazy because that shows he has to be smart, right?
True.
And very intricate and detailed. He's like, I know every single thing in this lab. Let me imitate all of it perfectly. Like, it's crazy.
Yep. And to carry it just one step further, I think this Vegapunk Parosparrow stuff could tie into Bonnie. So I think the original, it could have been a trade at the beginning, because like Vegapunk's just not going to give up his DNA and help make a child, you know what I mean, willy-nilly, right? So I think it was, all right, Big Mom, give me some of your lineage factors so I can make clones of you, or like one clone of you, and you can make one of me. Like we can have, you know what I mean? We can each get a child basically out of this swap. And I think that's what Bonnie ended up being. Bonnie is like a, because like, I mean, the pink hair, the gluttony, all that stuff. So everyone's like, oh, Big Mom, that's a Big Mom child. And I think sort of, it's a test tube baby made with her DNA, right? That he got out of the initial trade. That's what I think.
It's so spooky that you would say that, because Eli knows about this. I haven't made it yet. I promise I will. There's the Clone Theory Part 2, where I connect a whole bunch of pink hair characters to Big Mom. And also the Sorbet Kingdom, I have to read it over again by Mr. Bushido. but that video is coming. I swear. I know I've been putting it off. It's coming. But continue.
I don't have anything else to
All
say.
right.
I don't think.
We
Unless anyone
also
else
got
wants to carry
Cube.
that.
Cube joined the channel. He follows the channel. He
Hey, Cube.
Guys,
had
what's
very
up,
good-
guys?
He dropped his first theory last week with Den Kushi. So
Yep.
what was that theory called?
The exact location of God Valley.
There you go.
Hey, BR.
And then
Hi.
we got BR.
Hey, what's up, man?
He also makes content as well.
I had a stream a few days ago, and Dak was in the chat when this was happening, so I feel like he's gonna know where I'm going with this in regards to Bonnie. And lots of people were speculating, like, okay, is Bonnie's crew dead? Is Bonnie's crew like with her? Is Bonnie's crew? And here's something that I thought was really interesting. So Bonnie says she came to Egghead alone, but beforehand it says that the shark thing that was attacking the Straw Hats ate her ship. So let's just imagine this super hypothetical thing, right? Because obviously Bonnie was at the Reverie, Bonnie was alone, and now Bonnie's here after the Reverie, right? Let's say Bonnie's crew was with her at the start of Egghead. You know, let's like a pin in that, right? And then her entire ship gets eaten. How ironic is that? That the character that's like the glutton loses her entire crew and everything by getting eaten. Like, that is too perfect.
I mean, even without the crew part, you could just say the ship, and that still
Ship got eaten.
fits it.
So,
You know what I
yeah,
mean? Just the ship itself. So I like. I mean, that's probably what Oda was going for, and
That's kind of a Elias, but in a dark way.
Maybe shade them.
Also, the
Maybe
ship. Also, the ship looks
Big
like a food.
nonstop.
All right. I got some chats I want to read. One come from Time Lord 22. He tipped $1.11. He said, "Yes, who is the man on Roger's Jolly Roger? It's not Roger. Is it Joy Boy?"
I think it's definitely a hint to Joy Boy
Yeah.
for sure. Just like Jackson Banner on Joy Boy's crew. Kev knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yes, I think the swirly, like, because that's at no point did Roger's mustache look like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
It looks a lot
I
like
think
Luffy's eyebrows.
Exactly. It looks more like Luffy's eyebrows or just hair. Like, it's just the swirls. It's almost like Sanji's eyebrow in mustache form.
Yeah.
So.
And
I
also,
have nothing for that. I couldn't.
Yeah, I actually got a crazy theory that Jackson Banner is a Klabauterman. I'm definitely gonna wear a 10 hat for that one. But yeah.
Oh, that's a spice ball. That's. I mean,
Oh,
not that
yeah,
you're
dude.
wrong.
I got a pretty good amount of proof.
I mean, because it's the
Jackson
Oro
Banner.
Jackson, right? Is that where you're going with it? Oro Jackson Banner.
Yeah.
Who
And then
dropped that whole
Jackson's
Joy
banner,
Boy Jackson Bear?
you know?
Like
And
Jackson Banner being
Jackson's
Joy Boy.
banner is the Jolly Roger.
Yeah, the Jolly Roger, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's got the swirly hair, like
Hey,
the mustache
that's
and
a
the afro.
Yeah.
That's a spicy ass theory. You need to
Yeah.
patent that ASAP.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I also like I like you guys talked about Roger's Jolly Roger, because what I like is the name of his ship, because I'm French, and the word gold, like I told Elid last weekend, in English in French the pronunciation of gold can also mean sleeping or asleep.
Oh.
In which is interesting because if you look at Oda, and I've been saying a lot of times he plays with the word gold. If you translate it in French, it can have also meaning for sleeping. Like Shandora, the way he says it in French is like it is the sleeping city, the old sleeping city. The word Jackson, it could even say the gold Jackson.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, Oro is gold, right?
Yeah. But if it's in French, you could it's just a D. You're just missing the D with the or Jackson, which is interesting. Because or else it would mean the sleeping Jackson in French.
All right. Terrible TJ tipped $3. He says, "I think similar to Chimney, there are people who have mink DNA and have animalistic traits like Maj from Buggy's crew."
Moji, yes.
Moji.
Yeah.
There's Moji. There's a few characters like that. I'm gonna make a video on that. There's Moji, technically Caesar Clown, because he always has the weird goat horns. You could say Mary, because Mary has horns.
Yeah.
The Oh, well, the names. The guys who were Mombon Cricket, kind of, sort
So,
of.
the Monkey
Oh,
Bros.
monkey
Yeah.
guys. Yeah.
Also, Mr. Aztec. Who else? Oh, also McGuy on Whitebeard's crew. He's the guy with the warrior mustache that
He's
used
the
Electro.
lightning sword.
Yes, which kind of looked like Electro. So yeah.
Maybe Roger was just trying to compete with Whitebeard. That's why he put that mustache on his Jolly Roger.
I'm curious what you
can't
guys
out
think
mustache
of,
me.
I'm curious what you guys think of this because I know Ela's gonna have an interesting take on this as well. Let's talk about the bat race. Are we feeling the bat race is real in the One Piece world?
100%.
I could believe it.
Yeah.
100%.
And the reason why I could believe it. Go on.
I was
Ben
just gonna
and
say,
I were a video coming out about that.
Oh.
What we
What do you
can
think
say is
about
that what he was. Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, it's just more linked to what you were saying before for the movie Clockwork Orange, which is highly on hypnosis, in which how the bats enter the world of One Piece. And if you remember when Buggy received his letter, and that's Part Vision who gave me that that information, he get the received letter of Shishibukai. There were bats around him, and maybe it's their means of sending secret informations.
Yeah.
Also, Jinbei got one. I mean, that's
Oh,
any
yeah.
any warlord.
Like Magellan too. Like, do you think he? I think he could be a special race.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, he's probably part of the bat race because also like his teeth are sharp, right?
Yeah.
So
That is weird. Ooh.
Yeah. With Magellan, he's a tricky one because it's like the things that do stick out about him end up just being fake. Like his horns aren't real.
True.
The wings aren't real.
True.
So it's tough with him, but I do think it could be hinting at it. If this is a long gone distant race, then maybe there's still people who have trickled, DNA within them. So Magellan could be one of those people. So him donning that uniform is intentionally or not intentionally like homage or displaying his roots. Now the people, I'm at first it looked like bat, like vampiric, but now I'm starting to think it might actually be more reptilian, more dragon-like. There's sort of two types of dragons really in One Piece context. There's the aquatic dragon, which is why Kaido's fruit is the fish, but I think there is reptilian dragons as well.
Yeah, like a punk hazard.
True.
Yeah. So I think there might be a reptilian, a race that is kind of like the Skypian and all them. They have feathered wings, so they're sort of in a way kind of bird people, not really, but close. They're closest thing to it as of right now. But there could be a sort of dragon type thing, and it actually ties back to the bat thing because, well, just look at Dracula and Mihawk. Yes, that could be bat-like because of the vampire thing there, but Dracula is also in reference to Draco, which is dragon. So the fact that the bat thing can tie in, I think primarily my prediction is going to be more like reptilian or just straight up dragon type of people, which would be somewhat befitting because the clones Vegapunk has made so far that haven't been Kuma are the seraphims, which seraphims actually mean flying fiery serpent. So it'd be pretty befitting for the very first clone that he ever made was also a sort of reptilian-like person. And maybe there's something to that where that's what helps make the clones better. But yeah, not too much about that. I do think it will tie into the Red Sea, the hell, because they'd be like demonic and hellish.
It gave me an idea about Thriller Bark because if you think about it, there were Moria with his bat on Thriller Bark, but also there was Ryuma,
Gecko.
who is known to have slayed a dragon years ago. So there is a connection with bats on one arc where there's bats and Ryuma, something's connected with dragons. So
well, Gecko Moria is a reference to both a gecko and then
lizards.
Komori means bat. So he's actually a perfect character to look at. He has the bat and the reptile in one
And
thing.
his His last name Moria is Lord of the Rings reference. Moria is hell in Lord of the Rings, so it's hell, bats, and lizards all together.
And his symbol as the bat is recognized by another character because in a very Nami-esque fashion, Perona has a bat tattoo on her arm. And we know Perona is Moria's adoptive daughter, so yeah.
The one
and then
Big
give
Mom's
props to
one daughter.
Hogback as well.
Big Mom's
He
daughter,
had the
right?
fake wings.
She has one that looks kind of demonic. I think she has like little antenna ears or whatever. I can't remember. What,
Yeah, they look like crosses. I think.
Did she have wings?
No, she did not.
She didn't have wings. Okay.
No.
I might be thinking of Stussy.
Roger has some interesting crewmates. One of them has a wing. And when one of them sticks out to me, I'm just gonna say it just to keep it fresh in your guys' mind. He does have a crewmate that looks like a sheep, by the way. I mean, even Jackson Banner's hair is sort of woolly, white, and sheep-like. But there's this one crew who's definitely a sheep-like character. I don't remember his name, but if you just saw like the image of his crew, you would notice right away which one I'm talking about.
Also, to support the whole vampire theory, we do have people of this only happened one time, but it's still a very interesting point. Dillinger, kind of when he gets angry and he's ready to fight, he sort of like shows all his fish traits and he pops out his I think it's his shark fin. So we do have examples of characters who are far different races having like Zoan-like transformations, even though they're not Zoans. So yeah.
There's a lot of animals that do that. That makes a lot. I never thought about that, but that makes a lot of sense that we'd see a lot of situations like that because I can't remember what they're called, but like there's a lizard that has like stuff pop out of their neck, like in the wild. Yep, and then like peacocks, or you know what I mean? They do that too. So that I never thought about that, but that is so smart. Like that.
Yeah.
I mean, Dellinger's good that there's a story example, but like even outside of that, we should have been thinking like, hey, these people can just transform because animals do that. You know.
True.
Like
they
think of Arlong's teeth. Arlong's teeth. What he did with his teeth when he removed them and used them as a, like literally like he was a crab with his hand. Then Luffy used them himself. Like
yeah, that's a natural shark thing though.
Yep. And that's what's interesting though, right? Because like Oda, it happens in the wild, so Oda can just go ham with it. You know what I mean?
I think that's one of my favorite thing with Oda doing like Fishman and Minks. It's like he's able to just go crazy. Like obviously with Sulong, that's a clear like werewolf allegory. They look at the moon, they turn crazy. But there's still the idea of like some sort of werewolf-ism with characters like Dellinger, how they're able to just shapeshift essentially and turn into something different. And I think that's super sick.
Yeah, and just 2 seconds. There's this ability called Qigong also, or Qigong. I've heard people say different pronunciations. And it's what Lao Ji used, and so he obviously went from like old man to real big, and that was without a devil fruit. But an even better example is a guy named Ant Day Bonham from a there's like the Marine rookie arc or whatever, it was his filler episodes. But he literally went to like from massive size to regular to like small size. It was like almost like Gear 4th Tank Man, Bound Man, and Snake Man almost. It was very same, and he didn't have a devil fruit. He just did it with his like mastering his body. It's Life Return, but it's called Qigong or Breathe Qigong. It's a different ability, but it's like the same. They're all like the same, but different names. Yeah, but
I have a video that shows why I believe Rokushiki was always Haki, because your chi and ki, those are the same things. There's just that's just the Chinese word is chi, the Japanese word is ki. So I made a video showing why I believe Rokushiki was always Haki. And there's the standard, okay, well then why didn't it bypass Luffy's devil fruit? All of that is addressed in the video. But just to point out this idea of so many different things under various names all being really the same thing. And that kind of ties into what I was talking about earlier, this whole idea of the Akashic records and the idea of the fabric of the universe being something that could almost be understood on another dimension that isn't the same as the physical plane. So this idea of dimensions starting to stack up on each other, which I've been talking about on my channel for a while. And now that we heard what Vegapunk said about devil fruits existing on different dimensions, I do plan on going a lot deeper into that and explaining that, because I haven't done it in a while, but that was really my bread and butter earlier, was making spiritual connections, or like teaching people about the spiritual influences I believe are in One Piece. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that.
Also, on the transformation bit, we see Watasume even as a pufferfish blow himself up.
Mhm.
I mean, that's just inflating with air, but still.
Hey, real quick, guys, I gotta go. I just want to say thank you so much. Sorry it's so sudden, but I gotta go now.
all
Thank you
good,
guys so much for inviting me on. But I do want to say one thing before I go. I haven't heard him talk yet, and I got a big question for him. Branks BR, if you're still here, I know you
Yeah.
just changed your channel name to Branks, but you're sleeping on Shanks in regards to what's about to happen. So I know we're talking about other stuff, but just before I go, if you can just give me a quick minute explanation of why you're sleeping on my boy Shanks, then I'm good to go.
It's not that I'm sleeping on him. I'm just saying there's a possibility that Shanks is going to get beat by Kid for several reasons. One is because the new generation rises. That's been going on in One Piece, like Carrot. It, for example, becoming the leader of those, despite her not being the strongest one. And like, also, what's the next part? Yeah, like if Kid unlocks the advanced conquerors like Luffy did, then he will beat Shanks. He was out in the prison where Luffy learned Rio, and he was on the rooftop where Luffy learned advanced conquerors. So I'm thinking that it's possible that Kid will unlock it, advanced conquerors, and beat Shanks that way. But if it's like not a one-on-one between Kid and Shanks, but instead like the crews facing off, then Kid stands no chance. And if Kid doesn't unlock advanced conquerors, then he's going to lose either way.
All right, that's pretty reasonable. I mean, obviously, I think I think Kid's gonna take the L, but I mean, I can get behind that. I mean, Kid would need several upgrades, but the thing for me is, we got the Giants there as well. But I just wanted to ask because I know you just changed your channel name over to Branks, and I thought it was funny that you were sleeping on him. So I just wanted to ask. But
yeah, I
no,
don't see that happening. But go ahead.
Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah, I don't see it happening either. But hey, thank you guys so much for an awesome stream as usual, Blumph. Looking forward to the next one, and everyone go subscribe to all these guys if you haven't already. Anyone that follows my channel, I promise you'd like all these guys. So definitely check them out. But all right, guys, I gotta go. But thank you.
All right,
Thanks,
shout
bro.
out to Dex Haki. Go
Yes, sir.
show him love. Go subscribe to his channel. All right, so yeah, expectations on Elbaf, right? We're going to Elbaf. What do we expect out of Elbaf? What do we expect to get from Elbaf? Like, I remember hearing about like some Big Mom stuff because her connection with Elbaf. Shanks is at Elbaf and he has it under his protection, so he's going to obviously play some role in Elbaf, even if it's just fighting Kid or whatever. I don't see Kid. I don't see Kid beating Shanks, but I don't see him being defeated for a long period of time, where he's going to be like out of the story. So something with Kid, maybe, I don't know. But the stuff, the Library of Ohara is currently at Elbaf. So many stuff to talk about. Who wants to take it?
I think I have a video on this. You know how Usopp has been using like a hammer as a secondary weapon throughout the story? I think this is going to be a big hammer power up for him in Elbaf. I on it, and shout out to God of War Ragnarok, the video game, because it kind of helped me a little bit. There's a squirrel in Norse mythology called Ratatoskr, right? Yeah, I think at some point there's going to be either a hammer that ate a squirrel fruit or the opposite way around, and Usopp will get that hammer. And then that hammer will be...
Yeah.
I heard a theory like that. I
like that.
I heard a theory about like it being a fake hammer though, because it sticks with the gag where Usopp has the fake hammer. That, and I also heard one about him having that the spear. I forget what that spear is called. It's like a spear in Norse mythology, and it would be the same spear that Joy Boy has in the silhouette. Remember how he has that spear in the I think a shield.
Yeah.
So someone say he might have like the spear of Elbaf. I think that's what we called it for the sake of that specific discussion. But the spear of Elbaf, the unmissable spear or something like that.
It's interesting because there's in the Odyssey a story about a spear.
BR, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that it's the spear of Ragnarok. That's what you was referring to.
Yeah, the spear of Ragnarok. That's what it's called. What were you saying, Q?
I wanted to. Oh yeah, Q can go.
I'll let
I
you
was
go.
going to say that
Kev.
in the Odyssey, where there's some similar themes in One Piece, there is a big part with the main character getting a specific spear that has Nordic inspiration in the Odyssey, which is interesting. In which, the Elbaf giants have constantly shown two things: swords and spears as weapons.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because you did call out Joy Boy Nika's the image of him having a sword and a spear. So I do think there's going to be a connection with all of it.
Kev.
So that is like the ultimate segue, first off, because I wanted to talk about this before I dipped. I'm not leaving right now, but just in general. So there's a video that just dropped. I'm going to talk about this first. It just dropped like a few days ago, and it's called One Piece is a Modern Odyssey. It is 6 hours long, and I got 3 minutes deep, and I'm like, this is going to be a fire video already, because they're talking about like, and I wanted to bring this up for a bit actually. Like, how long have we been streaming right now? 4 hours?
4 hours.
4 hours. And like, how much stuff have we been talking about? Not just like the themes, but like the plot and everything. Like, this is probably what people were doing back in, thousands of years ago when the Odyssey released, when the Iliad released. And it's just like, this is so crazy that we could just like talk about this. We all have our own different opinions, and we're all like speculating not just on the plot, but like, for example, with Egghead, like, what are the themes, like the humanity aspect, what it means to be like real. Like, this is insane stuff, but like, in a sick way, you know what I mean? It's just like, to the people in the chat as well, like, we are so like appreciative of the story and like all the stuff it's able to like make us think and feel and just like hype, sadness, all this stuff, and it's just awesome. And now we're at Elbaf, which is possibly like the most hyped arc in One Piece like ever. Maybe out of Wano could be more hyped, but like, this is like one of those arcs that's like, imagine like this has been the thing brewing for almost 2 decades, the Elbaf arc, and we've been waiting, and now it's like, okay, now let's like look at who's gonna be here. Luffy, Shanks, maybe Blackbeard, maybe Big Mom, maybe Kaido, Kid. Like, it's just stacking up. It's getting crazier and crazier the more we see. And now we're getting all this Ragnarok symbolism, and Oda teasing that this is like the battle royale section of One Piece. And it's just like, it's really crazy, because like, think about, if it's the battle royale section, who else is going to show up? Lots of people think Enel might show up and come back to the story. The Cross Guild might show up. This could be the Zoro Mihawk moment we've been waiting for. Like, there's so much here that's just crazy, and I'm just very excited for Elbaf more than anything, because I think it's going to be the next arc. Some people speculate there might be something in between, but I don't think so personally, because I think Oda's trying to rapid speed this for a bit. I think it's going to be kind of long, maybe not Wano long, but long for sure. And it's just a lot of hype, a lot of reveals. That Rob and Saul scene is going to make me turn into an emotional mess. I know that. Like, I'm just so excited. So yeah.
That Robin and Saul is going to be, it's going to be a gut punch.
Also, El Thor and El's attack. So you're right.
Yeah, El Thor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but, I what were you saying is?
No, you finished. Then I'll go.
Okay, I literally forgot the reason I was saying it, and I was like, oh wait, I should probably bring that up. But we're talking about Usopp and the hammer and all that, and I had the idea that what if the hammer that Usopp gets is essentially meant to be like an Excalibur-esque thing in the story. Now, obviously, Excalibur isn't a Norse thing. It's a I guess, I don't know what you would call English, like, myth, but like, you know what I mean. It's like King Arthur and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But the idea
alive.
of Excalibur is essentially being Kid is going to try and pick up Excalibur with him having the magnet fruit, but it's not going to work because it's going to be sort of etched into the Elbaf tree, which would mean obviously you need to have like connections to Elbaf in order to get the hammer. And then Usopp having like the soul of a true Elbafian warrior who's brave, he's going to be able to pick up the hammer even when people like Kid or maybe some giants
Luffy,
can't be able
maybe.
to lift it up. That'd
Maybe
be really
Luffy
sick.
couldn't do it. That'd be
Yeah,
better.
Luffy might not be able to either. Maybe Luffy's going to try and be like, oh, this is so cool, you know, because that's a Luffy thing to say.
Usopp does
But-
it on accident.
Yeah, Usopp, he might not do it on accident, but I think what the reason he's going to get the hammer is obviously like Elid said, the 5-ton hammer. The idea that Usopp's able to do all this stuff, and like he's lied obviously about him being able to lift it up, but now with all this sort of motivation, maybe he actually will be able to. Maybe because he believes in himself with Sogeking, that could be really cool. But that's my big Usopp. Usopp's one of my top. I don't know if he's like Luffy's my top one, but Usopp might be my second favorite. Like I fucking love Usopp. Like I really love Usopp. So
Yes.
like not just like Straw Hats, I like characters. Like he's a very like fire character. So I've been waiting for this for a long time. Like Water 7 is my favorite arc because it's Luffy, Usopp, Robin. I'm like, wow, my favorite Straw Hats, that's their arc. And now this is their arc again because Robin's getting something, Usopp's getting something, Luffy's totally getting something.
I'm
just
telling you,
beyond
Usopp,
excited.
Usopp going to be getting beat up, and he's going to be trying to pick himself up, and the hammer's going to be right there. He ain't even going to realize it. He's just going to pick it up, and then like
You think he's gonna think he's grabbing a branch, but he just grabs like the yeah.
I might,
So
I might have
want to
something
build
about.
off of what Kev
Oh, yeah.
said.
Let Eliz go, and then
I-
Cube, and then
Yeah.
BR.
So I'm gonna build off what Kev was saying. I didn't plan it, but it's just inspirational, and it is gonna be what I was about to say. It's related to what I was about to say anyway. So I'll start with what I was gonna say, and then I'll follow up Kev was saying. I think that I don't have a lot of predictions plot wise, like, oh, is this character gonna do this or that? My thought is more thinking about what kind of abilities are these giants gonna have? Are they just gonna be big, strong guys and that's all they do? They're just targets that can be hit? Or is he gonna introduce a new like power capability? Like we went to Wano and we learned about Rio. And technically it's not new because it's just Haki, but we're learning another culture's interpretation of it. So I'm thinking we could learn another culture's interpretation of Haki in Elbaf, and it focusing on armament hardening. Now, we've learned about advanced armament in Wano, right, through Rio. That's the generic name of it. But in my whole videos, the colors of Haki is, I believe there's not 3 colors of Haki: armament, observation, conquerors, but there's actually 7, like the colors of the rainbow. And that means each color of Haki that we know, there's multiple to them. So I think there's 2 colors of observation, 2 colors of conquerors, and 3 colors of armament. And those 3 colors are red, orange, yellow. Red is the element of earth, which is hardening. Orange is the element of water, but not literal water in the terms of Haki. It's actually the fluid aura. Like when Rayleigh showed Luffy. Yeah, that's the sacral chakra. So it represents the fluid aura, not literally water. It's their life force, their fluid life force. And then the yellow is the fiery aura, is fire. And that's my explanation for why Sanji and Luffy can erupt, why Lunarians can erupt. My theory is that a lot of these things we see as biological evolutions aren't actually biological. It's really spiritual, having a physical byproduct. So this idea that there could be a Elbaf interpretation of Haki, the only element I could assume it would really be focused on is Earth. I mean, giants and Earth are really kind of synonymous in most medias. You just look at like Attack on Titan is a perfect example. How they basically have armament hardening in Attack on Titan. The 7 Deadly Sins, just some few animes off the top of my head where giants and Earth are pretty synonymous. So I think they'll have an advanced form of armament, in which involves them becoming not just like rock hard, but metallic hard. And to the point where it even almost is like physical armor layer rather than the fluid armor. So that's where it's sort of these branches are deviating, these different versions of advanced armament, not just that linear, oh, now armament is just, having the aura around you. In fact, advanced conquerors, that conquerors coding thing, I don't even think that's advanced armament or advanced conquerors. I think that's actually a mixture of conquerors and armament, which births a new attack, which I think is how dove fruits are made, actually. It's the mixing of all these colors. But if this is the case, I think this could have been foreshadowed not that long ago with that giant suit of armor that's
Yes.
on Egghead, where it's
Yes.
like, where did this thing come from? What's its power source? Vegapunk, the smartest guy in the world, can't figure out the power source for this machine. And one assumption is that it's just so advanced, it's beyond what Vegapunk could understand. But the other assumption is that it's not outside of physical possibility, but on another dimension. Talking about the dimension thing, it's a spiritual component to why that machine works the way it works, and it works off of soul power. It works off of Haki. So then that's what I think is an interpretation of fire, that yellow and the red working in tandem in a way where you're using that fire not to burn people like Sanji and Luffy and the Lunarians do, but rather as a power source for this, basically becoming a human robot like Frankie, which there's been a lot of ties between Frankie and Elbaf in terms of what he wants to make for a ship. And like I said earlier, he is a battle Frankie, so he is a ship. And this idea of evolution being tied to the Atom tree, because Adam's supposed to be the first human, I think the Atom tree is a big reason why giants are the way they are. And like I said, the Akash, also Haki, literally means supreme breath. That's what she means, by the way. It means breath. So if it's breath, how could that play into this? Well, if they're living around the Atom tree, and the Atom tree is known as the hardest thing, like basically the hardest tree on Earth, it's so durable, no war can make it come down. You expect to be super tough. It's almost like this tree has armored Haki. Well, we breathe oxygen, we exhale carbon dioxide, and plants do the opposite. So perhaps them living around the tree is what over time is progressively just making them better and better, stronger and stronger. So they've learned themselves to become armor. So my theory is that that suit of armor that's on Egghead could be related to Elbaf, which would be perfect timing because we know that's the next arc. So that could be Oda setting it up. And I'm throwing it out there. There's no context, but if I'm right, then at least I know I'm going somewhere with this. But I think Saturn's ability is going to be reminiscent of that suit of armor that's under Egghead. And it's going to be basically a sun god. I think that there's multiple sun god abilities. There's not just one sun god, because that plays into the whole idea that I was saying earlier, where you have Mantra here, Rio here, Haki here, and whatever power they call it everywhere else. It's multiple paths to the same truth. So perhaps there's multiple interpretations of what they believe a sun god is. Because when Vegapunk was explaining Nika, the White Warrior, he really was talking about how people's belief in it, the general consensus, the collective consciousness. So what if there's something to this idea that the collective consciousness is what births these powers like devil fruits and whatnot? So if there's more than one sun god, there could be more than one interpretation of what Nika truly is. Because all we've seen of Nika is a silhouette. And the silhouette actually looks different than Gear 5th because the silhouette doesn't have the cloud sash around it. And Nika uses a sword and a spear. And the spear you brought up earlier, you might have been talking about Gungnir. And interestingly, Hyruden uses an attack called Gungnir. In fact, I think he's a reference to Odin because his last 3 letters of his name is Din, like Odin. But Hyruden is actually based off of a old anime in which it was a giant mech. So this idea of giant mechs being tied to giants of Elbaf, I really think there's some merit there, and we'll just see how the story plays out. But then what Kev said really like set off something in my head, because he brought up Kid trying to pick up the hammer and his magnet not working. So then what if there is that hammer and it's not made out of metal, but it's still metallic and hard? And it's actually made out of wood. And some giant or thing before was able to imbue its, like a Blackblade, was able to imbue its essence. And because it was Elbaf armament, it was able to take it to the next level where it wasn't just coating it, it even gave it like metallic structure. So yeah, that's my oh, just one more thing. The idea of dreams and Delphi being tied together, when they saw Frankie for the first time after the time skip, they said this is every man's dream, is to become a robot.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Every
So-
man's dream.
Brilliant.
That's it.
Robot?
Yeah, they were like, this is every man's dream, you know, when they saw Frankie as a, you know, big robot, you know, and then the girls on the ship are just like, I don't get it, whatever.
I don't get it either.
Cute.
Because they just think it's cool, bro. That's why.
It's Luffy, man. It's Luffy.
It's like them reacting to Raizo on Zo. They're just like, whoa.
Yeah.
All right, Q, what you got, man? And then BR go next.
Oh, sorry.
So I think
Sorry. I put a
I-
picture in there of Wappo after he ate a tree, and his nose is like Usopp's, by the way. So connecting Usopp to wood, and Usopp's a reference to Pinocchio. He's a wooden puppet.
Wooden boy.
I just wanted to give context to why I put that picture there.
Also, Tengu's carry around a Leaf fan, so that's that there. Because there sometimes I forgot what color spread it was, but it was Chomper being confused by Usopp, a Tengu, and Pinocchio. He couldn't tell the difference
Yeah.
between each one. So yeah.
Yeah, I could
Alright.
get the cover page. I'll
All
find it.
right, Cube. Go ahead.
So actually, I could connect what Kev was saying about Usopp and Elbaf and what Eliz was saying about Haki, because if I remember correctly, Eliz, you talked about the heart. We don't talk enough about the heart in Haki, in which I do have something, because on our research on Nami, being she's Swedish, her Nordic mythology that's based off Nordic and Swedish actually makes sense, because if you look at Usopp, and every time in the story he gets close to people from Elbaf or people from Nordic themes or culture. And Nami, her inspiration is about a goddess, a Nordic goddess who is the goddess of Swedish. That's all about finding true leaders, true adventurers to lead, and also to bring the dawn. It's good climate. And so everything the stories we've been reading is like Usopp. That's why I'm excited for Usopp and Elbaf. Not only because of the Dory, Brogy, and all of the giants that he helped, but like whatever the story are saying is that whoever that person is with that counselor, that person close to it, he has great adventures. And because we've been waiting for Usopp since, I don't know, in the little garden to go to Elbaf. So yeah, that was gonna add on what Kev said.
Yeah. BR.
Oh, there'd be an interesting parallel there too. I just realized, just because Nami has Zeus.
Dang it, Elids.
It sounds like Mjolnir.
God damn it, Elids. Elids got a lot to say today, man.
Yeah.
Come back. Let's let BR go though.
Yeah, especially since well, that's kind of brought up what I was going to bring up about Elbaf, but I'll go ahead and add this. I'm not following the train that Uranus could possibly be in Elbaf. I made a theory before about Uranus being Laugh Tale, but now since since it's falling in place while Shanks is in charge of Elbaf, then comparing to Ragnarok and stuff like that, then it would also kind of make sense for Uranus to be in Elbaf as well.
Why is that?
Well, I didn't really do too much research on the bald or the whatever lat or something that y'all mentioned earlier. But I mean, they'll both have the Ragnarok, right?
I don't think Uranus is
Tied
to Ragnarok.
The bald from Easterzeal. The bald on Easterzeal.
Yeah, that what's it called it? There's two birds on top of Idrisil. It's funny. I'm looking at that Wapole. There's two birds on top of the tree. One's an eagle. One's a hawk. I think the hawk stands on the eagle's face, beak.
It does, yeah.
Oh yeah, because what's the Ratatasker talks smack between the eagle and the Needhog at the bottom of the tree.
Yeah,
Yes, yes,
so petty.
yes.
Okay, yeah, I don't really think that Big Mom is showing up at Elbaf if she is alive. If she is alive, I could see her going to Hachinosu instead to rescue Pudding, along the rest of her crew.
But that's if everything don't end up falling at the foot at if everything don't culminate at Elbaf.
Yeah.
It just makes it makes sense if we're going to bring Big Mom back. It makes sense to bring her back at Elbaf, or like if there's like a big war. Because I do realize she do got to get put in. Like she do have to rescue Puddin'.
Yeah.
But I don't think Blackbeard is going to always remain at Hachinosu, and I don't think. And Big Mom also doesn't know that Blackbeard has him yet, so so she's gonna have to have that realization, and by that time Blackbeard might be somewhere else, Blackbeard and Puddin'.
If there is a Blackbeard character in Elbaf, it should be someone Wolf.
That'd be interesting because he's a giant.
I think it's more likely to be Kuzan, because he already had a connection with Sal. So I just feel like it's already set up right there. But as far as Big Mom, me personally, I think she's probably dead already.
You think she's dead?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
no,
it's not.
Dead,
I mean, we didn't see like if we see. What was that?
If she's dead, her crew would have to be covering it up. I mean, her crew hasn't shown any signs that she's dead, and wouldn't they know because they would have her Vivre card?
Yeah, Pudding was
aware of this though.
Pudding was sure that Big Mom was alive, but I'm not sure if we could trust Pudding since she was captured already.
Yeah.
Shout out to Tachi D Spins because he actually pointed out something very interesting in his latest video. Pudding is tearing up a Vivre card that we know probably belongs to Big Mom. And
so you think that was Big Mom's?
Yeah, because I mean,
cover story.
She was tearing it up.
Yeah, I don't know as to why she was. Maybe to cover things up. For some reason, I'm not entirely sure.
But if she was dead,
it's possible.
Wouldn't it have just?
It would have burned.
Yeah,
it would just dissipated. Because like once Ace died, that was just like that last shred of. It just dissipated. If
that's why I say
if Pudding could tear it up, that means it's still intact.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Also, Nami still has half of one from Big Mom because Amande only took one piece of one, but she still has one in her possession.
Interesting.
Yeah, I guess she's
So
done.
what was that panel that Big Mom's
and they're gonna have to emerge through Wano.
Finish what you were saying, BR?
Or
hold on,
what's that?
I got an alternative to that.
Was shown
that what
recently being cut up by Pudding.
The cover story that reveals Blackbeard and not Blackbeard, Kuzan and Van Augur. They're right next to each other. I think it's 1064. I'm pretty certain.
Yeah. Also, Kuzan rocking the Van Augur fit, which was very interesting. But yeah, so go on.
Yeah. I think that implies that Blackbeard is that Kuzan is a Blackbeard pilot.
Yeah.
I'm still incredibly skeptical on Kuzan actually being a member of Blackbeard. And I want to bring this up because I brought it up earlier. In the new volume preview thing that they did, they show like a bunch of the crews of the Yonkos, and Blackbeard's crew specifically does not list Kuzan as one of his subordinates. I thought that was
Really?
very interesting. Yeah, I thought that was really interesting. And it
Oh,
doesn't
wow.
say strong. It doesn't say stronger is one either, but stronger could be rocks for all we know. So
Yeah. That's that video that I saw and I was instantly like, I saw the whole video and I was instantly like, nope, 0% chance of happening.
oh no, I believe it. It's possible for sure.
Eliz,
It's a very Oda thing to do the craziest thing out of nowhere.
what was you saying, Eliz? What was you gonna say?
So let's say Big Mom comes back. Does she have to come out of Wano? I mean, normally you would think so, but I do have this theory called the Red Sea, and I'm thinking of a title for part 3 and calling it Hellbath. But
Go for it.
if the Red Sea is traversable and it takes you underground, but there is a existing sea. Like, I'm not saying the Red Sea simply is just magma. My video is that premise that it's actually magma mixed with pyrobloin, to which I call pyro water. So it's not normal magma. It actually has some water-like properties, just like how the pyrobloin made the clouds have water-like properties. So if this exists, could there be other points at which you can emerge back onto the surface, the blue sea? I think Elbaf would make perfect sense for this to be one of the places, because like Kev said, Adam Tree is a lot like the World Tree, and we know the World Tree has worlds throughout the tree, and there's worlds at the root. So could there be some Red Sea islands below the Adam Tree? And maybe that's how Big Mom comes back into the story, rather than having to come out of Wano and then sail over there. Like, that would be so crazy. We think we're done with Big Mom. Next thing we know, she's probably like be tarred up, probably look more monstrous.
See,
Who
my
knows
thing,
what's going
my
on
thing
with
about Big
Kaido,
Mom
but
is
they
that you
somehow come
can't. I
back.
don't think you could separate Big Mom from Kaido. And I think if we're
think-
gonna talk about
yeah.
Big Mom, then so what happened with Kaido? So now we gotta ask that. So if Big Mom's coming to Elbaf, does that mean Kaido's also showing up at Elbaf? And I think that's where, to me, it's
Wouldn't
just
be
like
surprised.
it feels forced to bring them back, especially Big Mom, who's already been in the last 2 arcs. And I think we need to focus on Shanks now.
That wording that's like the most perfect wording, because I think Kaido's going to come back with a forced awakening, because he's going to be super just obsessed with defeating Luffy.
Exactly.
Just like Big Mom, they're both going to come back probably when Kid and Luffy are fighting, which would be great because, like we were saying earlier, Shanks might say, oh, I mean, not Shanks. The Giants might like Kid because Kid defeated Big Mom, but when Kid starts attacking Luffy, who also helped defeat, they'll probably be like really confused, and then out of nowhere, Big Mom's gonna show up when nobody is expecting her to show up.
2 things.
Let's not forget the combo spear. They both have Elbaf attacks, and that they did in unison together. And then
Exactly.
Kaido has Ragnarok. He has the references there. It's not like would be completely out of left field.
I got a insane reach.
All right.
Like they were sent under Wano, right? They were sent under Wano. What else is under Wano? You know what I'm saying? What else is
Pluton.
What if they came back with Pluton? I don't think that's the case, but I'm just saying I wouldn't exactly rule that out if they could somehow get access to it while they're under there. If they're even capable, I don't, because it is kind of a body of water,
make
like
it awake.
Huh?
It's sleeping. They would have to find some way to wake it up.
Yeah.
I see. I get the connections with Big Mom and Elbaf. I just don't see plot wise how she fits in to the story. Especially if we already had, like we said, 2 arcs with her. If we're now focusing on Shanks, what is Big Mom going to do? What is her role in the story moving forward? I mean, she has the past with Elbaf, but is she? I mean, Law and Kid already fought Big Mom. So what's going to happen now? Is she going to fight someone
I don't
else?
think
Is she
she'll
going to
be
fight?
an enemy. But go ahead.
But what I'm saying is, like, what is she going to do and who's she going to fight?
I think the main reason she's going to return is so she can see Gear 5, because she specifically saw nothing of Gear 5. And Gear 5's whole thing is that he's able to change himself. Big Mom's dream is to be on equal level with every single race in the One Piece world. Big Mom will see that Luffy has perfected this gigantification thing that she's been trying to achieve for basically her entire life. And then that's when she's going to realize maybe then she'll even revert back to being her actual normal self, like Lin, you know, it'll be like, I don't know. I feel like this would be a really cool full circle moment for her character where she sort of is welcomed back by the giants, maybe. That would be a pretty crazy turn of events as well. And then she'll become an ally to the Straw Hats because, like, Katakuri, obviously, he wants to help Luffy. It would be cool to see if she has that sort of revelation on her own.
If Puddin does end up at Elbaf, if Blackbeard somehow goes to Elbaf and Puddin is with him, Puddin could like possibly. We always talk about like returning Big Mom's memories, like remember having her remember that she's the one who ate Mother Caramel and the other orphans. Like that might be the moment where Big Mom could make a switch, you know. So I think she has I think she still has some story to close at the end of the day. I think
that's huge.
We still need some closure.
It was never resolved, Mother Caramel.
Also, I think
I mean, her story is supposed to be anticlimactic. If you look at her character and her flashback, it's supposed to be like that being completely left field because her herself, her personality is left field. She acts one way 1 second, and then that's completely different the next second.
Exactly.
I feel like Luffy's really similar though.
That's true. Building.
Luffy's
Okay.
than her though.
Go ahead, Polly.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I keep calling you Eli. Is it Elids or Eli? I'm sorry, bro.
So it's actually Eli, and I'm thinking of changing my name, changing the DZ to Dizzy.
Okay.
But till then, I don't call me Eli or Elids because I didn't make it clear enough.
Okay, so based on what you were saying, I do think Kaido is going to have a Force Awakening because now he has motivation to actually pull himself up to become the fish that jumps over the waterfall to become the dragon. So yes, I think he will awaken. This might sound sussy, but I promise you, I think this is going to happen. I think Big Mom is going to also have a similar sort of strife, and in that we're going to see how she was during Whole Cake where she slims down. I think it's going to be a version of her that way because now she too is motivated by Luffy and these young punks taking her position as Yonko. So now she's motivated to actually be like an active pirate. Though I do think she is probably going to switch and become an ally, and it's very possible that she if he's not fired, and that's a pun, if Prometheus isn't fired, he'll be given as a gift to Nami because now Nami has a cloud, right? Zeus. What are two symbols that represent the weather on your phone or on any sort of phone app indicating the weather? A cloud and a sun, right?
Cloud and the sun, yeah.
So it will make sense for her to get both Prometheus and Zeus, and then perhaps Big Mom. This is why I don't know how this is going to be, but I want to make a video about it. Either Big Mom saves herself in this pool by making a magma homie, and then she has the same revelation to how she had with Zeus and saying, well, you weren't there at all either, and you've been a big of a drag down as Zeus this whole time, so you're fired. Get him, new magma homie, and then he runs away and goes to Nami. Or she becomes an ally and she gifts Prometheus to Nami. So yeah, look forward to a video about that coming up soon. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it.
Nami
I'm gonna have to.
OP.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna have to dip out in a few minutes.
Kev.
But I just want to say some final thoughts. One, I completely agree with the magma homie thing. I think it's gonna be named Vulcan or Hephaestus because that god in specific, the one only god that has a deformity. How fitting would it be for Big Mom, who's super beat up and, you know, under magma and under a lot of pressure, to try and make a homie from herself, only for it to be a bit, you know, deformed, which would be perfect because that's literally the god of that. I think that is like fantastic. I think that's absolutely what's gonna happen. That's gonna be what helps her along the way. Trying to think. I had one Elbaf agenda. And I'm just trying. But no, the Vulcan thing, I think that's a lock. That is personally my biggest hope for how Big Mom helps get returned to the story. maybe she's able to make land to cross the sea because it's a magma homie. She just walks across the water, which would be really crazy. Maybe I think that'd be super imposing as well. If she's not riding Kaido like a dragon, which would be awesome. I think that'd be super sick as well. That's been a huge like band thing. I sent a photo over there. But yeah, I guess my final thoughts. Elbaf is gonna be fire. I'm beyond excited for it. Can't wait to see Usopp do things. Can't wait to see Robin cry, because I'll cry as well. But yeah, that's really it. I have to dip. My friend, it's his birthday. We're doing a surprise party, so we're doing
Y'all
like
don't
a
tell
thing where
nobody.
we all. I know.
Happy
I know.
birthday to your boy.
Shut up, chat.
Yeah, we're all.
Don't say
Happy
nothing.
birthday.
We're all like sneaking over to his house out of nowhere and dragging him to like I think it was bowling or something. I don't remember the full plan, but
All right,
I think it's
Kev,
gonna be
plug
fun.
yourself in.
Well,
plug
first
up.
off, shout outs to everyone here. I always love talking One Piece. Have a spectacular time, And unfortunately, the tragedy is I don't talk about One Piece enough. I would love to talk about One Piece every day, but unfortunately, sometimes it's just not. It just doesn't happen. I'm like, man, what's wrong with people? What's wrong with people? But yeah, definitely check out all the creators here. Check out myself as well. That would be pretty cool. I'm trying to get back into the One Piece game because, I had a struggle for a bit. I did have a bit of a struggle. I'm like, am I feeling theories? I am, obviously. Theories are awesome. We just talked about theories for basically like this entire time. But I want to do stuff that's more like it doesn't make you think, it makes you feel. That's something I'm trying to get into, content like that. So I just put out a video on how Fisher Tiger and Koala, the scene where he brands her, is one of the best scenes of One Piece, and it's one of the most slept on scenes of One Piece. So check that out if you want something cool. Also, high key hoping Fisher Tiger shows up, but obviously Kuma could be at God Valley, so Fisher Tiger wouldn't be there. But if he does, if he manages to show up again, that would be fire. And yeah, that's it for me.
Hey man, thank you for joining.
Hopefully you guys continue to have a fire conversation, and I'll tune in if I can.
All right.
Talk to y'all later.
Shout out
Later,
to Kev.
Later.
Yeah, man.
All right. I kind of want to change topics, talk about Elbaf a little bit. I want to talk about Blackbeard, man. Blackbeard, what is Blackbeard's goal? What is he up to? He's making all these. Blackbeard been pretty busy lately. He been pretty busy. We seen him at Amazon Lily trying to get Boa Hancock. We seen him, and he left with Kobe. So he ended up leaving with Kobe. We seen him fighting Law. What's up? What's up with cause I have my own theory on Blackbeard and what he may be trying to accomplish. I'll start it off and then let you guys go. I think Blackbeard is trying to bring back Zebek. I've been saying that for a while now, and anybody who follows my channel, I think Blackbeard is trying to bring back Zebek. I know there's been a lot of theories on what Blackbeard could be. I personally always subscribe to the idea that he's had multiple souls or personalities. Souls specifically, though. And I think Zebek is one of those souls. And one thing we see, he was trying to get Boa Hancock's ability, and he was also trying to get, or he also has Gecko Moria. Like he has him in prison, or supposedly he probably has him as a prisoner. My thoughts is maybe Zebek was turned to a stone, and he was petrified, and then eventually, you stone long enough, you're just going to die. You're going to naturally die. So I think Blackbeard is trying to recover Zebek's body, and Zebek's actual essence or his soul is actually in Blackbeard, and that leaves Gecko Moria an opportunity using his ability to possibly extract Zebek's shadow from Blackbeard and put it into like a zombified version of Zebek's body that was turned into stone, but unturned into stone, I guess you could say. So that's kind of my thing. I think Blackbeard might be the 10th Titanic captain, because I think Zebek is really the one running the Blackbeard pirates, and Teach himself is probably just an underling of Blackbeard. But yeah, that's kind of my idea. I would like to hear your guys' thoughts on what Blackbeard might be doing. Maybe I gave some influence, I don't know, but who would like to go
For
first?
me, I think that Blackbeard, I mentioned it earlier. I think he's looking to become immortal, and I think he wants to create a true anarchy. He said he wants a pirate paradise, so I think that's like a good hint towards what he wants with his dream and with his goals. But I don't know. The only thing I question though is what is it going to take to get there? Because I mean, we could say he wants to use the immortality surgery from Law, but now it's looking like Law will make it out alive if Garp saves him, or there's ways that Law will survive now. But yeah, I just at the end of the day, I think that he's the opposite of Luffy. Luffy's not afraid of death, and he wants to become the Pirate King. But I think Blackbeard is the opposite. He's still he's a different side of the same coin. So he's still freedom, but he's not liberating people. He's more on the anarchist side. Luffy has some traits of anarchy. Blackbeard has some traits of liberation, but they're both on the opposite sides of it. So I think Blackbeard's leaning more towards just craziness, chaos, and he wants to be the king of it when he conquers. I think there was even a line where he said, "This is my era now," and I think he just wants to conquer and do whatever he wants.
Fair. Why do you think he went Boa's devil fruit though?
No, yeah,
Like, what
you
would
mentioned
that accomplish?
that, and I do think that that's a cool idea. That if Blackbeard could awaken her fruit, then because when Boa fought Blackbeard, she said, you can't turn someone back." But to me, that was a clear a bluff in my eyes, because it's like she's doing whatever she can to protect her people and to stay alive. So she's gonna lie if she has to. I don't take that as effect at all. So I do think that he could awaken and then maybe resurrect Zebek or resurrect some legendary figures that are frozen in the stone.
So what you saying, Naruto, Great Ninja War, fourth Great Ninja War, One Piece version? Have
Yeah, it's definitely similar.
Nah, but anybody got any thoughts on Blackbeard? Eliz look like you about to, huh?
Just there's certain things I've noticed about Blackbeard. Like for example, I talk about this idea of an Afrogen, and it's sort of one-dimensional on one layer, but then there's a whole bunch of different meanings. So the first layer is just Afrogen, just means Afro, and then Jin means people. So it's people with Afro, not any type of race or here or there. Just anybody can be an Afrogen so long as they have Afro. And then when you get deeper, the idea of an Afrogen then starts tying to Africa. And what does the Afro mean? It kind of reminds me of Long Island in a way, where it's this idea that expanding equals freedom. And in the civil rights movement stuff, Afros was a sign of rebellion and like having control over yourself and being free. And we know Blackbeard, Oda said he would be from Africa, and the other person who would be from Africa is Usopp, and I don't think it's a coincidence that they look similar to one another. Now, I apply this Afrogen theory to Joy Boy because I think he's a sheep mink. And, if that is the case, what could that mean for Blackbeard? Is he also related to Joy Boy in that way? I don't think necessarily, but I do think that there's something there. Like, for example, Mary has horns, so it makes sense why you would tie him to Joy Boy. But Kuma has bear ears, so I don't think it's a direct tie back to that specific character. In fact, I think Kuma could be a reference to his the family name of Joy Boy, which I'm predicting to be Callisto. Callisto is a nymph from Greek mythology. And what's cool about that is that if you were to say that name in Japanese, it sounds like Christ. and Callisto turned into a bear. So there's this sort of mink thing where you're a person but also an animal. And the father of Callisto is King Lycan, which you might have known from Lycanthrope, which he's the first werewolf. So then the Sulon connection is there. So then Blackbeard, if he's an Afrogen, what connection is there? Well, there's another character similar to him who has this specific animal, and it is Wapol. Wapol and Blackbeard are represented as a hippo. And when you think about it, their powers are actually quite similar. Wapol's power is to consume things. Well, with Blackbeard's power, his whole thing is about consuming things as well. In fact, he probably why he was able to consume a second devil fruit was that power, the Yami Yami no Mi. So I think there's some really good connections there.
Can I say this
the
real
one
quick?
who has the power to eat?
Eliz,
Yeah.
I want to interrupt just to say this. Hippos also have 3 chamber stomachs, so they have like 3 stomachs. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, that's definitely relevant to the idea of possibly having 3 double fruits. Now with Wapol, what's interesting is, and someone brought it up earlier, Joy Boy has the drums of liberation, right? And Blackbeard, one of his abilities is liberation.
Yes.
So it's almost like he's this weird, dark, demented version of Joy Boy. And what is Wapol the king of? Black Drum Island. And he's constantly wearing a hippo mink, because that's what minks are named after. The mink is that fur you wear. He wears hippo mink. So I think that could be why Blackbeard's an Afrogen, and that's the animal you can tie back to for Blackbeard's case. And I have a lot of other ideas of how that applies, what characters, just like I think of Mary Bell and Joy Boy, I do have characters in mind I think could be from the past that involve Blackbeard's origin. And where Zebek plays into all this, I gotta say, I really, as much as I've thought about Zebek, I really draw a blank a lot when it comes to him. I don't have too much.
Also, Blackbeard is the guy who drove Wapol off of Drum originally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Polly, you got anything about Blackbeard possibly?
What Blackbeard? I think. I did a video about this. This is kind of a spicy, controversial take, I guess. I think Blackbeard and Shanks are possibly LARPing. They aren't the true inheritors of Roger and Zebek. I do think just based on how the cross guild is even a thing and Buggy's not dead, I still do think that Buggy is possibly the son of Zebek because he has the same ability that Luffy has. He can bring allies to his aid because in any other world, Crocodile would have killed him already. I mean, it doesn't even make sense. Like, Crocodile likes to hide in the shadows, but he also kind of likes being recognized for his exploits. So it's weird this James Bond villain will actually take the dive and say, you know what? Yeah, let's let the clown be the front man. I can roll in the back. It kind of makes sense for Mihawk because Mihawk doesn't really care about titles, but Crocodile is the weird one because why
Only
would he
one title
actually
he cares about?
Right. And then you know what's funny about that? I don't think with Mihawk he ever calls himself the world's strongest swordsman. That's the funny thing. Other people do.
But I think he does. I think he does have a certain pride about him, where he may not call himself that, but he knows that people call him that, and he likes to live up to it. That's why he goes out searching for challenges.
Right. So it's just kind of weird that both of these high-ranking individuals will just fold under this literal clown. So there has to be something going on there. But Blackbeard, I think because he's making plans, because he actually puts effort into every action and every action is orchestrated, that he is LARPing, but he wants to be the Joy Boy. He wants to be the inheritor, even though that may not be in the cards for him. Same thing with Shanks. He's a narc. He's almost like a not a snitch, but what's the term for it?
A rat.
He's a rat because he goes to the Gorosei. He's operating in the shadows. He's not who he claims to be. In a movie, not Strong World, film Red, it's surmised that because of his connection to Uta, that he's a part of the, I think it's called Farland family. But that sounds like a celestial dragon family. So it's kind of like he's in the cut, and his motivations aren't clear. But I don't think he's the inheritor of anything. So I do think Blackbeard and Shanks are interesting characters because they're trying to fight fate, even though Blackbeard's all about fate, which is also very interesting. But that's all I have to say about that.
I want it.
Yeah, and I always compare Buggy more to Usopp for some reason, like more than Luffy, because they're both, physically or power scale wise, they're weaker than what they tend. They tend to overachieve, right? They're overachievers in a sense, and Usopp has that ability too. Like the Straw Hat Grand Fleet is because of Usopp. It's not because of Luffy. I mean, ultimately it's because Luffy, because he succeeded, but they chose to follow Usopp. You know what I'm saying?
Also, the smoking gun is okay. We know Zebek wanted to be the king of the world. He didn't care about being king of the pirates, as far as we know. The only other character who ever utters anything similar to that is Bucky. He says it in kind of like a offhanded manner, but he says, if you're like when he first meets Luffy, he says, if you're going to be the king of the pirates, I'll be the god of the pirates. And then I believe he says this again when he's getting a bunch of praise during Marineford. And it's weird. Because if that was his teacher's intentions, he would be going after the same thing, but he never says anything like that ever, as far as I know. But that's all, for real.
Hey, Cube, you got anything? What's up, man? What's up, Cube?
Actually, I have something, and it connects to what you said about Xebex, in which
got,
I dropped the first part of our God Valley Fury, in which I won't tell you the exact location. You'll have to check out the video, but it's a spicy one.
It's Reiju Island.
That,
Raging Island. No, I'm joking. It's not Raging Island. Go watch.
But there was something that really bothered me when I was doing the research, is what Sengoku was saying about Garp. The way he described rocks and how Garp was like his rival and he defeated him. He mentioned that only Garp knows the most about what happened on that day. And so we know that Pudding has her third eye, but hasn't awakened yet. But we also know that she has a memory without fruit that hasn't really been, plot-wise useful in the story yet. So I would see like a situation where it's a two birds with one stone, where maybe Blackbeard did like get Kobe and Pudding for maybe wanting to bait Garp to come to Hashinosu, because I do think that he might need Garp for something for Xebex, because I think his whole thing is about Xebex. And what you said, Bluff, about wanting him to come back, maybe Garp knows something about that day that he needs to know.
Okay. BR.
So that's...
You got
okay.
What's up with Blackbeard? What you got with Blackbeard?
I'm gonna plug this out there. I don't believe in this 100% anymore, but I do believe it to some extent. I made a theory about the reason why Blackbeard went after Boa was that he was wanting to get all the god fruits. I had Boa Hancock as, I don't remember which one it was, but it was a forest, and I had the Gua Gua as the alt.
Hold on, you said Boa as the forest god?
Yeah. And I had Anu as the rain god, because the rain doesn't have to be water. And plus, Zeus is known as a rain god. And he will force himself as a god as well.
Is he? I didn't know that. Zeus is the rain god? I didn't know that. Yeah. And how? And you said Boa is the forest god?
Yeah, I couldn't really find anything about the forest god, but I was just a little bit of a leech. But she's around, but her island is on the forest.
What?
Amazon lily, the Amazon forest.
All right, so let me ask you this. All right, so you said that Blackbeard is trying to collect all these god fruits, which would be like devil fruits that, you know, like the four gods that we talked about earlier, the rain god, forest god, earth god, sun god, like they're devil fruit. Like each of those fruits or each of those gods have devil fruits, right? So, you know.
Yeah.
And he's trying to collect those. What is he trying to accomplish when he get those? Like, what is he collecting them for? Is it going to make? Is it going to? Go ahead. I'll let you go.
Power. That's all there is to it. Because think about those fruits that he has. He has the strongest Logia devil fruit, the Yummy no mean, the strongest Palmecia, the Gua no mean. So God fruits wouldn't be too far fetched. To me, it wouldn't.
No.
I mean,
but I don't think they guarantee you that you know, to be like, you know, like stronger than everybody else. You know what I mean? Like not like the boa's devil fruit, for example. It is OP. I don't want to like try to downgrade it, but it's also like very reliant on a prerequisite to work. It's kind of like Big Mom's devil fruit. Like if you don't fear her devil fruit won't really work on you. But she also got other skills that she used with it where she could fight with it. Boa, on the other hand, for her devil fruit to affect you, you have to have some type of lust. Now, I don't know if in the hands of somebody else, like let's say you give it to some dude, right? You give it to Blackbeard. Would the prerequisite be different? Do the victims still have to lust for Blackbeard, or do they have to fear Blackbeard? Or is it like, is her devil fruit? Does her devil fruit work on like an intense emotion, and it's just with her specifically because she manages to make people lust after her? That's just happened to be the emotional spectrum that her devil fruit work on. You know what I'm saying? Like, because if that's the case, if it's just solely lust and love or whatever, Blackbeard having it, I don't really see it really being useful. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, it could be like love, like, you know, like it doesn't have to be like sexual desire. It could be like love.
But
it
who's
could be
gonna
more
love Blackbeard though?
and despite his personality, it could be more than that. It could be like, you know, like love for something that Blackbeard has, or something of Blackbeard, or something like power
I think
that
Oda
Blackbeard has, or something.
I think it was more emotion. Oda answered in SBS that it's not about love, it's about the emotion you have towards that person. So when emotions are too strong, you get turned to stone.
And actually, we see an example.
Blackbeard.
He gets on the stone by Blackbeard because he's scared of him. I meant.
Or excitement, because arousal isn't inherently sexual. Arousal could also just mean excitement, and Blackbeard's a troll. He's like really good at like antagonizing and goading people. So maybe you can get a rise out of somebody that could, you know, make that possible.
And also, we've seen an example of that. It's not just basically sexual arousal, because S-Snake has the ability, and she's a small child. So when people get affected by her version of the love fruit, or her love fruit extraction, it's like they find her cute or adorable, so then they get caught in that trap and they get turned into stone.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that it does take like a extreme, because I've always, because that's one of them things that I always kind of went back and forth in my mind. Like, if you give Boa's devil fruit to like a unattractive dude, right? Like, how does it work? Would it just be, would the prerequisite just be different? It'd be like, if you could just make them angry, if you can make them fear you, kind of like Big Mom, you know? So, because if it's solely lust, if it's solely like the lust that makes people work, I just don't see it working with somebody like Blackbeard. That's why I asked.
Okay,
Here's
the next
something
point
interesting.
about Blackbeard.
Go ahead, Eliz.
No, I won't finish this point.
Are were you still going, BR? Was you
Oh
finished?
yeah. The next point of Blackbeard would be the the ways that, like, okay, Blackbeard's Dale food. This was mentioned earlier. Okay, I have the belief that the Yami Yami no Me is the source behind his ability to get multiple Dale fruits. Like, we know it's able to absorb things already, and so it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that, okay, he could absorb other Dale fruits as well and steal it from them. And
Yeah.
also,
Yeah, I agree.
yeah, the argument for that would be, what's so weird about Blackbeard's body? The answer to that would be, Blackbeard never sleeps.
But why
Probably
don't he
because he
sleep?
has multiple souls inside of him, and multiple souls. Like, if it was like in a normal, like, like if Luffy had multiple souls and he was given like multiple Dale fruits, he would explode just like everybody else.
Okay.
But with the Yami Yami no Me, there's no telling, because it's able to absorb things into darkness.
Yeah, but he's always not been able to sleep even before he got that devil fruit.
Yeah.
So the Yami doesn't the Yami could possibly explain why he's able to eat multiple devil fruits, but it doesn't explain why his body is different. Cause
I think in One Piece we know that there's superhumans. We know that there are certain things, like even with Rose, when they said that she did the impossible, she kept acing her stomach for like 2 years almost. So we know there's just certain things that are kind of unexplainable. And I think Blackbeard's body could be one of those things where he's just like a freak. He's superhuman in certain ways. And maybe we'll get an explanation eventually once we get like a real arc with Blackbeard. But for now, I do think Blackbeard just has some kind of supernatural abilities and superhuman strength and those kind of things that are unexplainable for now.
I think one person you can look at to these unnatural people, because in the world of One Piece, when you have fish people and animal people, it's hard to call someone an oddity. But when you look at Big Mom, she was always super durable, even as a 5-year-old. It's not like she trained her Haki or anything. And I think what really goes to show that it has something that really can't be explained as of right now is the fact that out of her 80 plus children, not a single one of them has shown that exceptional durability. Not even Katakuri, and he's the strongest of them all. He really seems like he actually toughened himself up. He actually worked up. I mean, he like split his own mouth up, and Big Mom's kids got bullied. Like, they wouldn't be getting bullied or having to deal with stuff if they were all exceptionally strong. I think all of her kids that are strong, they actually have to work to get there. And one of the things Katakuri's specialty is avoiding getting hit. He wouldn't have to avoid getting hit if he had that special durability. So I think it's pretty much like a mutation that she can't pass down hereditary.
It's a good point, yeah.
But
I believe that too.
But the fact that Blackbeard was emphasized to have a weird body in the world with people with weird bodies. I mean,
yeah,
it's kind of weird that they would bring up how weird his body is
levels,
when like most characters have weird bodies, So
yeah.
Multiple souls. Did I mention that? Multiple souls?
Yeah. You mentioned that.
And I think even Marco made a statement about how weird is his body. And Marco, if you remember correctly, he is the doctor of the Whitebeard Pirates. So I think Marco saying that is like, it's more than just, he's just weird. I think there is something like he might have maybe seen years ago the way he heals or a certain way he acts, like he saw that's all natural.
Yeah.
Because he is the doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also
I wanted to point out.
Go on.
Yeah.
I was gonna move on if you wanted to
Wait,
just.
yeah,
no,
I
no,
know
I wait.
this.
Okay.
Since like the theory that Blackbeard has 3 hearts on Conqueror is spelled out his bounty. I don't remember the exact numbers, but it's like 39996 or something like that.
His bounty.
So like 3 hearts. So 3
On
personalities.
Conqueror.
And Jolly Roger has like 3 heads on it. So 3 different people in one body.
Yeah, I've said that. I said that earlier. I definitely didn't talk about that, but go ahead.
I noticed the pattern. If we're to assume that he was going after Boa's fruit for himself for whatever reason, the Yami Yami no Mi is darkness, and if you know the spectrum of frequency with the Chi, like chakras, the lowest one is Earth. It's the root. For Chi, it's also earthly matter, and it's black. It's the darkest color. It's the lowest vibration, and that's even an aspect of his powers because he's a Logia, but he's physical. He doesn't go intangible. He could even make other things go intangible. So there's a very earthly aspect to the Yami Yami no Mi. Then you factor in the Gura Gura. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. It causes earthquakes, so it's like an earth thing going on there. And then if he were to take the Mero, that's the power to turn people to stone. So again, earth-like thing. So it's just I'm noticing a trend there with that, and it just makes me think if it maybe has something to do with Pluton / Poseidon. This idea of his ship is Saber of Sebek. So if he identifies with Sebek and he's naming his ship after Sebek, maybe there is something to him being tied, like intrinsically, and almost like the ship is a part of him.
Yeah, Sebek's a
could
part
be trying
of
to
him. That's
recreate
one of them
Pluton.
souls. I'm telling you, Sebek is one
Yeah.
of the 3 souls, or 2.
Yeah, I agree with that.
If there is a third soul, I don't know who the third one would be, but yeah.
Could be the Cloud Bartman of Sebek's ship or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I got one wrap up question for the stream. But before we wrap up, I want to give you guys. I don't know if you guys have any topics, that y'all been sitting on that y'all wanted to bring up.
Yeah, in the beginning of the stream, you we didn't really get into it, but you said what was your favorite theory? But I just want to ask you because I mean you do the reactions and everything, so like what was some of your favorite theories from the year?
What was my favorite theory? I would say I like the Pluton or the Pluton being the most well, because there's two sides of that theory. I heard another theory that's similar to Dex mode theory, but it wasn't about Pluton being the mole. It was just like an actual machine that digs, and it was by Dawn of the World. If anybody, I don't know if shout out to Dawn of the World. Go check out her channel. It was she had a very interesting take. Her explanation was it was built in Water 7 and then it dug through Ennis Lobby and ended up on Inwano. Like that was her explanation. So it was a little different than Dex, but I like a variation of both of their theories. That was probably one of my favorite theories of last year. And then Threevil's I mean, I've heard a few people say it as well. So the Sun Wukong / Hanuman, because it was pretty much it was pretty close, right? I mean, it wasn't exactly the Wukong, but it was damn near the thing,
There's definitely some kind of inspiration with Hanuman and Sun Wukong too. Yeah.
It was right without being accurate. It just wasn't like the Sun Wukong devil fruit, but it was still pretty there, still there. But yeah, that's probably my favorite theories that I've seen of last year. But I've seen a lot of great theories as well. It's just those was another one I would say was I'm just trying to make sure I did, because I've reacted to so many theories. I might mix the years. I also like the one from, was it Arthur? It was with the One Piece. It ended up being like sake or something.
Yeah.
It was a well thought out theory. You know, I don't think the One Piece is sake, but I just like the amount of effort he really put into that theory. But I think I might have did that theory 2021, so that might not count.
I know
Fair
that
enough.
one came out a while ago.
Yeah. Anybody got Cube?
Yeah, I have one actually, and well, because he's the one who asked the question, but Preach's theory about you guys dropped with Ors, I think like 2 or 3 months before you found out that Joy Boy was Luffy, that the connection between Ors is Joy Boy. Like that theory was I'm still, I sometimes watch from time to time all the crosses, symbolism. It was for me, it was one of the best theories I've ever seen.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, no, that
was his first video on his channel, and then we ended up combining our channel into one. But yeah, I love that theory too, man.
Was that Ors?
Yeah, it's like, yeah,
it
it's
was
amazing. Honestly, for anybody who do content, sometimes
was he on the
just
mic?
watch it because.
Oh no, that was me. That was me.
It sounded like your voice was different. It sounded like it was a different voice.
Nah.
Go ahead, Cute.
Oh, just the details on some stuff like whole cake, like even art, like even for me, old cake, I didn't look at the cake even itself. Like there were so many interesting stuff that gives you other ideas for other theories as well. So it's props.
Cool. Did you have any topic, like anything you wanted to bring up?
Oh, how about Conqueror's Haki?
All right, I'll let you go, Cute or BR, but I'm talking to Cube.
Oh, sorry.
Well,
you got anything else?
Actually, I'm very curious because I do see Elbaf, but I'm wondering now why we're getting more and more about Sphinx. Like, what is Oda like? Because I think there's going to be something in Sphinx. I just don't know if it's going to be. I want it to be the next island before Elbaf, so we can have a breather. I'm also very curious on the treasure they were talking, like why the world government came, like what's at Sphinx. They're hinting weird stuff surrounding Sphinx Island. So I'm curious of what you guys think.
I mean, I think because Marco said the treasure that Weevil was looking for was like he pretty much said there was no treasure. I mean, maybe Marco was lying, but I don't see why he was lying in that specific instance. So I don't really think there wasn't anything there. But if anybody else got a better theory, I know that's not exciting to hear, but I never really thought there was anything there. So yeah.
I think it's just Whitebeard's treasure that he collected along the years.
I don't think he has collected. It was stated that he's always pretty much spent that money for resources for the island.
Yeah, there might be something on the island that he paid for that the government wants or something.
Here's a thought about Miss Bucking. If we say that there's a vampire race, right? Is she like shriveled up on purpose? So if she like drinks somebody's blood, would she like revert back to how she was? Like looking like Stussy?
Miss Bucking.
Also, yes. Also on the topic of nutrients extraction. I heard this before. I believe it was on maybe TikTok, and I also did a short about it. But I think we'll find out that she's not lying about Weevil. And in his fight with Green Bull, Green Bull got his nutrients sucked out of him. So when we see him again, he'll actually look like Whitebeard because all the fat has been extracted out of his body. But more so, like I guess, kind of like how Cat looked back in the day, where he has like the tiny little legs but the big upper body. So imagine that, but like a Whitebeard version.
Yeah. With Weevil.
Yes, for Weevil.
I think Weevil is a mix between Shiki's DNA and Whitebeard's DNA.
Yeah, for me, I think Weevil, I see him as a failed clone or a failed experiment, one of the first ones, because if you think about how the clones are, they said Stussy was the first successful clone, but that means there had to be some that failed in the past before Stussy was created. So I mean, it's possible that Weevil was one of those failed clones.
Yeah.
I also hint.
To address what Polly Pete said, what made Stussy, young Stussy, a perfect clone? Because, of course, it implies that there's failed clones before, but there could even be failed clones after. And if Stussy was made, she was made a long time ago. So maybe there's something that went into her that is not even really something that could be replicated just out of collecting materials, but is a one-of-one scenario. And what if, in order to make the Stussy clone perfect the way that she is, Vegapunk had to extract something from Stussy that causes her to be all old and shriveled up and not young looking.
I like that. I like that a lot.
What I was just gonna add, I've been always wondering, because we do get this idea that Weevil might be a clone, and she's.
Cube, you there?
Yeah. I lost my AirPods. It's okay. I'm on loudspeaker. So I always wondered that treasure or that thing that Whitebeard stole from her. What if, like, at some point she had an original son, and Whitebeard's all about family, and she just lost him. Like a bit like Lola left Big Mom, some shape of a parallel in that case, and that would be the reason. Like maybe Weevil was created, because I do think that the goal of Weevil is to mess up Whitebeard's life. Like I do think that Weevil, there's a reason why she made a clone of her, maybe her original son, mixed up with Rock Pirates DNA.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't know. Like with Stussy, kind of the answer.
Yeah,
Ela
because
is,
she keeps saying that he took over like her treasure, and we know that for Whitebeard, the only thing he wanted as treasure is family. So I'm wondering if maybe she had another son, and for some reason maybe he died or he disappeared, and she thinks Whitebeard, being his whole family, might be behind it, like he disappeared or kidnapped, and she's convinced it's Whitebeard.
yeah. But like I was saying though, like what Ela said, I don't think Stussy has anything special. I think she was just available. She was available because she was the freeloader. She was the resident Mads freeloader. So, like maybe they had enough time to use her as a guinea pig until they perfected it. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah, and the whole situation with Weevil, it makes me kind of sad for Whitebeard, because it's like Whitebeard wanted a family, and he wanted I guess a son. I'm assuming he wanted to have a son. And it's like if Weevil, if he really is Whitebeard's son, to me it's sad, because it seems like Stussy took away what he wanted, and if it's an experiment, it's still also kind of messed up in Weevil's situation, because he's a failed clone, and he's been lied to this whole time. But either way I see it, it's like it's a messed up situation.
Yeah.
Which calls for a great story, either way.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
All right. So anybody got any other topics? You said something about Conqueror's Haki, BR.
Yeah.
What are you?
Who do y'all think had Haki that wasn't revealed to have it yet?
Who do we think will have Conqueror's Haki?
Let me ask you this: do you think Sanji has it? Because I've seen a lot of people make that argument before.
I think all the Straw Hats do, considering that Luffy, Zoro, and Nami
I don't
all
think
have
all of them do. I think that would make Conqueror's Haki not special if all of them have it. I like in my opinion, I think it will be watered down if you give every single Straw Hat. I think who I think will have it by the end of the series, I think Usopp will have it. I said Usopp. I know a lot of people. Usopp, what? I think
I agree. Actually,
I think his goal of becoming a great warrior to see. I think because my idea of what it takes to have Conqueror's Haki, I think you have to have a super admiral goal that takes a lot. Like Luffy wants to become. You gotta have a conqueror's type mindset, right? Luffy wants to be the pirate king. Zoro wants to be the world's strongest swordsman. These are like super like tough goals, right? Usopp wants to be a brave warrior to sea. Now that's not the equivalent of becoming the pirate king, no. But for somebody like Usopp specifically, that is a very big dream. You know what I mean? Like just to be a brave warrior, but you're like born and you've been a coward most of your life. That's a tall task. That's a tall like dream, I guess. A tall task of a dream. So I think Usopp will have it. I think the Gorosei will have it. Maybe Eam, Mihawk. I'm pretty sure Shanks. Yeah, Shanks has it.
I honestly, I think Ben Beckman will have it for sure.
You think
I
Ben
can see
Beckman?
that.
Yeah, I think Ben Beckman, and then like, because I think that one for sure, but I think another one that's a lot less likely, maybe a Rouge.
Rouge. I mean, if we learned a lot about his backstory, maybe that's possible.
What's interesting about a Roche too is that we think he's a Birkin. However, he does have a Skypean hairstyle as a child when he's holding that piece of Verth.
Maybe he's mixed.
He could be, yeah. Very.
Maybe he's mixed. Maybe he's both.
Yeah, I love a Rouge, man. I'm really excited to see, and hopefully, I'm hoping that he comes to Elbaf.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna be really into the final war. He might be in Elbaf, possibly.
I'm hoping maybe if Enel comes back into the story, maybe Rouge, maybe that's when because wasn't Enel Birkin? Was he a Birkin?
Yes.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was.
And I think Enel will return to the story because I think he's going to be that connector from like whatever we learn from the moon. He's going to be what connects like the information from the moon to like the blue sea and everything, like the earth. So yeah, I think Enel will return. Maybe Rouge and Enel, maybe they have a connection with each other somehow. Even if it's just that racial connection, it could mean something.
Yeah.
Okay, my take on Conqueror's Haki. I think that Conqueror's Haki is based on lineage, and that's it. Like, it doesn't matter what type of Conqueror you have. It doesn't matter your dream. Doesn't matter like. But I guess like if you have like a conquering spirit, then you get conquerors despite your lineage. But I think lineage is the biggest factor in it. Cause we know Yamato has conquerors, and she doesn't seem like a conqueror at all. Same with Ace.
But Whitebeard don't seem like he has any special lineage. He just was strong on his own. Like, man, maybe he does, but I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. Because I think
it's more will. I think it's the type of will you have
Big Mom
in
has
the
like 80
intensity.
kids.
And the intensity as well.
Yeah.
Like you give example Whitebeard. His dream is to save his family, but it's what he's ready to sacrifice. Just think of Marineford. The guy lost half his brain, but kept on going, and only like when he was ready, like a man, he said, "I'm dipping out from this life." Like I think it's also the intensity of your will. So I think some people being born, depending on how you are, how you grew up, like Luffy and Garp, it's not because Luffy is Garp's grandson, it's the training he went through. So most likely he had a much stronger wills than most people when he started. As a rookie.
I think it's your disposition, right? Like Luffy,
Yeah.
Luffy. Like when Luffy says he's going to be Pirate King, it's not like he's just confident about it. It's not. He says it as if it's like predetermined, like it's just fact, right? Like he like, look, I'm gonna be Pirate King. Like that's how strong his will. Like if you look at Conqueror's Haki, it's like you got a Conqueror's will. Luffy has a Conqueror's will. Like a lot of Yonkos, they're Yonko, they're emperors of the sea, right? They have Conqueror's wills, and Zoro being the world's strongest swordsman, that's the will of a conqueror almost, because you're not just trying to be a great swordsman, you're trying to be the top dog of the swordsman. Lineage,
You brought up Luffy in.
Go ahead. What's
I
up?
was gonna say you brought up Luffy and Zoro, and that's the one thing where it's hard for me to see Usopp because to me Usopp he's always been a coward and he's always been lying and like I
That-
just can't see it.
That's
But
kind of the point, though.
it's kind of like a contrast to me from Luffy.
Listen to this. What do you think is harder, right? What do you think is harder? Somebody like Luffy becoming the Pirate King, or somebody who's innately a coward to become brave? Like which one would be, I guess, the easier route? Somebody who is so certain that they're going to achieve this versus somebody who doubts themselves but still believe they could do it. You know what I mean? I think.
Yeah, I think
I'm not
Usopp will
saying
be
Luffy
brave.
would be, huh?
I think Usopp will be brave, but I just don't think that makes him a conqueror. Because I think a lot of people can be brave.
Yeah, I mean they
Well,
can, but
one of the terms for when you get over fear, like one of the most common terms is to conquer your fear. And Usopp's like the most scared person ever. And I think Conquerors comes in many different shades. I mean, just look at Zoro's situation versus Luffy, because the Usopp Luffy they're so different. But Zoro and Luffy are quite similar. But you could see Luffy was showing Conquerors way before Zoro was. So I don't even think it's a strength thing, because if it was a strength thing, Zoro should have shown it earlier. I think it really does have to do with the person, what it means to them. It's just an individual basis type of thing. So someone could be a late bloomer like Usopp, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Also, go on.
All right, yeah, just real quick. I just when I see Conqueror Haki users, I see them like they kind of are born with like a special mentality, or just they're a little bit different. Like even Yamato, how we said, even Katakuri, like he might have not been like to me Katakuri is different from all his siblings, and you can kind of see like he's more of the chill one out of all the Conqueror Haki users, but he's still even him and even like Rayleigh too, they're still different from other people.
I would say Usopp's different too. Like, yeah, he's cowardly, but I mean, he still will fight if need be. He's still gonna fight. He's still at the end of the day, he still overcomes his fears, you know. And
I just think he has too much doubt though, because even now in Wano, at the end of Wano, he was still like kind of questioning Luffy. Like he was like, man, like your dream is impossible. Like, you know what I mean? Like his reaction was not really confident. It was not like supportive. It was more just like negative. And that's why. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say somebody made a. They said something that really spoke with me, right? Like, and it's kind of speaking to what you're saying, is doubt that Usopp has, and like it was an old discussion. I'm trying to remember exactly. They said Usopp's doubt probably was placed, like there was something in Usopp's life that placed that doubt in him, and they brought up it could possibly be the fact that his father left, right? Like maybe because Yasop left, and maybe what Usopp needs is that encouraging word from his father. And once he meets his father, possibly in Elbaf, because we know that Shanks pirates are in, and it kind of, it's weird that now it's what we talked about then is kind of falling in line, because they made a statement, is Usopp, once he meets his dad, that's when he's going to bloom into that brave warrior, like maybe from like his dad's word or something, because he never really knew his dad like that, right? So
it's true.
Maybe that's that missing thing that Usopp is that's not clicking for Usopp yet, right? So Yasop's in Elbaf from what we've seen. So
yeah,
if he has
that's
that
actually a
moment,
really great point that you brought up. I never thought of that.
Yasop might be able to say something to him. It's going to change Usopp's mentality. Go ahead.
Also, what you say?
Or
just
before you go, let me let
that
Preach go. Let me let Preach go, because he was trying to
Oh
respond.
no, I said everything that I need to say.
Oh, okay, all right. Go ahead.
I just wanted to comment on what you said about Usopp and Yasop, because Usopp has actually a pretty interesting backstory when you think about it. All the Straw Hats have these like tragic backstories where you can like identify a villain. And Usopp's backstory is kind of bad, but his whole struggle was actually that he just believed, hey, my dad will come back and will make my mom happy and she'll get better again. And the whole point lying became such a core of his characters because he kept on lying, probably partly to help cheer up his mom. But even after she died, he just kept on lying. My dad's back. Oh, he's here. And I think maybe that implanted in him subconsciously that he has to get over that happy endings don't happen because he didn't get his happy ending. And it wasn't even from a obstacle like Arlong or anything. So it was almost just like he might have a issue with fate itself or like issue with how things play out. So that could be part of the root of his fear.
And we
Also,
do call him God Usopp. But go ahead. But I just wanted to say that we do call him God Usopp. So what's a conqueror to a god? I'm just saying.
I do think.
Go ahead, Polly.
I do think the will to actually become a conqueror is there because what is the persona that he takes on for a time? Sogi King, right? King of the snipers. And then this is such a strong manifestation that during Thriller Bark he calls upon Sogi King as if he's a person to help him overcome his fears of dealing with this terrible ghost island. So I don't even think it started with Sogi King. I think it started really during Arlong Park during his fight with Chu when he was about to give him a throw in the towel and says, "Oh well, guys, I tried, but I couldn't do it." And then he says, "No, I want to go out there and I'm going to beat this Fishman guy down." So I think it started there and it strongly really manifested when Sogi King was created. And also, I'd like to add on when we're talking about conquerors, I think Sanji can be a conqueror because I don't think conquerors is as black and white as like dominating someone. I think it can be like as multifaceted as any other colors of Haki. So like what Eli was saying earlier. So maybe with Sanji, it's not so much conquering people. Maybe it's like being able to conquer hunger in people by using his skills to feed those who are in need of food. Because we see that was the sort of major facet of the Whole Cake Island arc was. Sanji technically beat Big Mom because he was able to defeat her hunger, which was why she was going on a rampage for the later half of that arc. So yeah, it's not only about conquering your foes, it could be about generosity and conquering maybe a negative feeling that's present in other individuals. So in this case, with Sanji, it would be hunger. With Usopp, it could just be conquering himself and really manifesting that warrior that's actually deep inside of him. But yeah, that's all I had to say.
So because I gotta get out of here soon, but I just want to. I have 5 characters right here, and I want to ask everybody here, like, of these 5 characters, which ones do you think will get Congress Haki, or like, will it be revealed? So I have Rocks, Sabo, Kobe, Blackbeard, and Sanji.
I think.
So I don't know.
I
Whoever
think,
wants to go first.
I think Blackbeard will have it. I think
Okay.
Zebek will have it.
Kobe will as well.
I agree. I think Kobe will too. Yo, I've been saying this for years. I've been saying it for years. I think Kobe is what Luffy is the Roger. I think Kobe is the Garp. I think Kobe is Luffy's Garp, or Kobe's the Garp, the Luffy's Roger. If that makes sense. I know a lot of people wanted to put. Like, I've been saying this and everybody be like, nah, bro, it's Smoker. I'm like, nah, it's Kobe, bro.
Nah,
it's Kobe.
Smoker lost his narrative spot.
Kobe.
Go on, sorry.
Kobe was literally, when Luffy went out to become pirate, he was literally the first person that Luffy, like the first friend Luffy really made on his adventure. And like, he was there the first episode. In the manga, it was different. I think Shanks was.
I think the only problem I have with the comparison is like, wasn't it that Garb was older though, right? So like Garb was older than Roger. Am I right about that or no?
I don't know.
Because I felt like Garb was already stronger, and then like Roger had to catch up. But that's just the way that's just like my headcanon.
I kind of say it in more of the dynamics of their relationship. Like Roger was entrusted Garp with his child. Like, they're enemies, right? Like, they're mortal. They're supposed to be mortal enemies, but yet Garp or Roger entrusted Garp. If like, let's say if Luffy was in the same situation where Luffy was going to die or whatever, and he had a child, and he wanted to give it to a Marine, I think it would be Kobe personally. Like, if he was to entrust somebody, I think it'd be Kobe.
It might be both Kobe and Smoker.
I think Smoker's more like maybe Sengoku or something.
Yeah.
I would give
Goku.
him more that, huh? Sengoku.
Sengoku.
Yeah, Sengoku.
So one character I want to know is Sabo, because I feel like Sabo, he was brought up the same. He was getting along with Luffy and Ace, and they both have Conqueror Haki. So I feel like he should have it, especially that he's now kind of becoming the face of the Revolutionary Army.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I just feel like he should have it, but I think a lot of people would disagree.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh,
I
yeah,
could see
forgot
Sabo
about
having it. I could see Sabo
Yeah.
having it.
I'm gonna jump in since I'm the president of Sabo, will become the future leader of the Revolution Army. I see him because not only it's also with his background, like he denounced all his
Yeah.
noble ways to fight for the common man, and the way they talked about him, like Just Preach just said, they said he has an image bigger than Dragon nowadays, almost as big as Dragon. So I do feel like with all of that intensity, I could see him having Conqueror's Haki for what he had to do to to be who he became.
Yeah, I
could see
agree.
him do big.
Yeah.
I think I think sense of self plays a big role in conquerors, because I think if you're going to be a conqueror, you got to be yourself freely, which I think plays into what we were talking about with Usopp, like what could be preventing him from using conquerors. It's sort of these self-limiting beliefs. And you look at Sanji's fight versus Queen, you know, the way that played out, where it's like he could have used his Vinsmoke technology to give him a head, help him defeat. But the whole crux of that was that he said, no, this is not how I'm going to define myself. And then he like powered up. It's like his Haki blossomed. So I think there's something to this idea of you have to be able to accept yourself. And when I look at characters like Sanji and Sabo and even Ace, I could see how their conflicts with themselves hurts their ability to use Haki. Because Ace has Conqueror's Haki, but we never seen him use Conqueror's Haki besides the one time he unintentionally used it as a kid. After that, we really never seen him use it. And then we don't see anything from Sabo, even though it's like it would make sense for him to have it. Again, Sanji, it's not the same thing as Zoro. And if you look at Zoro, Zoro also finally started using Conqueror's Haki like more definitively. He used it somewhat against Kaido, but then towards King, that's when he defined himself. He says, I'm going to be the king of hell. So it's that defining yourself, I think, plays a big role. And I think epithets, that's a huge thing in One Piece that is sort of, we just see it at face value, but I do think there is something to having a nickname or whatever you're known as to the world. I look at Brook, Soul King Brook. I wholeheartedly believe that his power is an application of Conqueror's Haki. In fact, technically, I think all devil fruits are to a degree, but to like a whole nother degree. His powers are so much like Conqueror's Haki. It's glaring. I mean, his name is Soul King. He does a soul scream.
He's cheating.
But yeah, that's what I think about Sabo and Sanji.
Yeah, he's cheating. All right. Anything else about Haki, Conqueror's Haki?
Okay, about Conqueror's Haki. What Whaley said to Luffy. Y'all remember what he said about Haki?
Yeah, he said you with Conqueror's Haki specifically.
Observation, armament, and Conqueror as well. I mean,
He said
he says
you could gain and
Conqueror.
train armament and observation, but you can only train conquerors, but you're more so kind of born with it or not.
No, he said unlock. It's Garb. It's Garb who said he was born with it. He used the phrase unlock. Only a very few can unlock it.
Yeah.
Yeah, never mentioned the being born
Yeah,
with
that's
it.
the thing. I can't find anywhere in the manga where it says you have to be born with it. Like when Rayleigh was explaining it to Luffy. Yeah, I know. I'm referencing another instance when Rayleigh was talking to Luffy. He said only some are able to manipulate this power. He didn't say only some are able to specifically use it. He kind of left room open for the idea that it really is more you have to qualify to use the power, but it's something that is sort of everybody is technically capable of it, but it's like what you're talking about earlier, the disposition of a person is
Yeah.
really what determines using Conqueror's Haki, not how you're born. Because Big Mom's children are a great example. Like, what are the chances that out of 80 of them, we've only seen one that could use Conqueror?
And
You
that-
know, if it was just how you're born, and that she should have a crew full of Conquerors, but she
I
only
agree
has
with
the
that.
one.
I agree with that. I just think, sometimes, you can't really fully change your disposition. Like, if you're a coward, I don't think you could just automatically be brave. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're just naturally, and I'm not talking about Usopp specifically, because I think Usopp will break that. I think that's why I think he could eventually get Conqueror's Haki. But I think if, like, in the real world, right, if you're a coward, you're just going to be a coward most of your life. You might have some brave instances, but you'll still probably be a coward, right? And that's why I think it has something to do with how you're born, like what type of person you're born into being. You know what I mean? If you're either going to have it or you're not going to have it, because you're not going to have the
nature,
the personality, the disposition for it. You know what I mean? Like Luffy, we see Luffy, and Luffy's been pretty much like, look, since he was a kid, I want to be Pirate King. I'm gonna be Pirate King, so.
Well, I think it is nature and nurture, because we can't undervalue how much Shanks played a role in that, because Shanks coming around, Luffy was exposed to that. He even says in the first chapter, he's like, you're not going to be my idol. Like, even as a kid, he was self-aware. Like, this person is my idol. He means so much to me. So I do think there's the nature and there's also the nurture aspect that combine to, help determine if you're going to be a conqueror or not.
Yeah. All right, man. I got one final topic. Just to get everybody's idea. What are your guys' expectations for One Piece in the year 2023? Like, what do you expect to get out of the story?
Big Elbaf and the crew finally be completed.
Who's that? Polly said that.
I expect big thing. Oh, I can repeat it. Well, should I repeat?
Oh no, I was gonna say you said the crew being completed.
Yes. I don't know where Jinbei is going. I have some controversial theories on Jinbei, but I do think the crew will have its 10 members under Luffy in 2023, because that is one thing that we should get hammered down at one point and out of the way. But it may not be, but I think if not now, then very soon.
Should have happened last year, in my opinion, but that's whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think if there's a 10th crew member, they'd have to have a bounty prior to joining, since the last few have had a bounty prior to joining Brook and Jinbei.
Was you finished, Polly? Any more expectations for 2023? Okay. What about you, Preach? What are you expecting for this year in One Piece?
Yeah. I think for me, there's a few things that I want to see. We just recently saw Vivi, and now I just kind of I finally want to know what happened with Vivi, Sabo, and everything. Bonnie, maybe she could tell Luffy and clarify everything that happened, but that's one thing that I do want to know this year. And aside from that, I also want to see Dragon. I honestly, I hope that Dragon can meet Luffy this year. I mean, I'm not gonna get my hopes up too high, but I do want to see Dragon. It's been so long, and we're finally getting to the Shang stuff too. So, I think it's all coming soon. So yeah, Dragon, and then everything. I want to learn what happened with Sabo too.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. What's going on with Sabo? What is going on with Sabo? Or what happened? What's his fate?
Yeah.
Anything else? No, I kind of interrupted you.
It's just like the Kizaru stuff I'm excited for. We're gonna get that soon. So just like the obvious stuff like that. Kizaru versus Luffy or Kizaru versus whoever. I'm excited to see the Gorosei and see if we see any more of them. See if we see their powers or how strong they are. There's a lot of cool stuff coming up soon, and You know, I'm really interested to see how Egghead ends. I think it's gonna end with them just escaping, but it's gonna be in I think it's gonna be an exciting way too.
Yeah. All
Yeah,
right.
I mean,
Go ahead. You want what do you expect, BR?
I just had this thought, but this is gonna sound wild, but what if the Straw Hats lose against them? The reason why I just saw this is because the Luffy said that he'll call on the Grand Fleet if he needs them. So if he loses to them, he'll know he will need them in the future. So he would call them up for the final war for whatever reason. They start the war. But I'm not sold on that though. It's just like it's a thought.
Well, the question is, what are you expecting for this year, though?
Yeah, I'm expecting other than the obvious, okay. I'm expecting Shiki to appear on the story this year. Yeah, I'm expecting to see Garp die. I'm expecting to see Katakuri showing up at Hachinosu at to say pudding.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
And seeing the sword reunion.
That's true.
Seeing member swords in one place.
Okay.
Yeah, that is true. Like we still haven't even. It is. I think we're gonna get sword this year too. I agree with that.
Same.
All right. Yeah, was that everything, BR? All your expectations.
Okay, I'll go into how I think Garp is going to die. I think Luffy is going to show up at the last minute and see Garp die right in front of his eyes, like Ace did.
So what you think? You think we're going to Egg? You think Straw Hat's going to Hashinosu after this? I mean, that's the only way they're really going to. All right, Q. What's up with you?
So for me, well, because mostly Preach said a lot of the stuff I was expecting, especially the thing with Sword. I want to know why a lot of the Sword members seems to be in their 30s. So it does seem like they're taking from a certain generation. So I want to know, like, understand, not just see Sword together, but might get a flashback. And I have some inkling that might have a connection to God Valley, like maybe whatever happened there gave the idea for some Marines to create Sword, because it's the one event where we don't know much and where the Marines were involved, and there's still some iffy stuff. And then the second thing is, and nobody has talked about this, is that, and I'm going to say it again, it's been now since 1999 that we've been waiting for Usopp to arrive at Elbaf. So for me, I just want to see Usopp arrive in Elbaf, it being welcomed like the hero he deserved to be, because this is like it's not even pre-time skip. I think it's even before Alabasta that were guarded. So I just want to see that. If I could see this year Elbaf Usopp, I'll be a happy man.
Yes, sir.
Thorsop. Usoppson. Odinson. All right, so Eliz, what's up, man? So what are your expectations for this story?
So Egghead, I don't see Vegapunk leaving with the Straw Hats. I think he'll be exposed. He'll be turned out to be like a hogback Caesar type of character, where it's like, oh, you think they're good.
Damn,
Although we never thought
talking
Caesar
about
was good. It
Vega
was his
fraud,
men
man.
that thought Caesar was good. Yeah, I've been talking about it for quite a while. I don't trust him.
You ain't
I
the
think
only one
he's,
I heard say that.
Yeah, I think he's using like human life force to power the Seraphims and all these different things. I've made some post on. I'm still gonna make videos on. And then I think with Vegapunk, we're still gonna learn more about Haki but the way he understands it, I believe, will be electromagnetism. And I think electromagnetism won't just explain parts of Haki. I think it'll help to explain like why the ways of the world in One Piece are, like why certain islands have certain weather and stuff. So that's something I see uh, panning out. Then when they actually get to Elbaf, um, that's when I think finally we'll start learning more about uh, Red Sea, Helheim, Mustafar. These are hellish places connected to the world tree, which I think is the Adam tree, that would be under the earth. And with that, we'll start learning more about elemental Haki if, the giants really can create metal, project metal from their body, and more about dragons, and start learning more about like European type dragons, because Viking culture, they like to put dragons on their ship, which is interesting. Dragon has a very Viking like ship. Shanks, I think he has like, well, he's already there, so it's no point in bringing him up. But so I could see Dragon somehow having ties to Elbaf. So I wouldn't be surprised to see these characters come together, although Dragon could be like 24 or whatever. And oh, the one thing you guys said earlier, gotta talk about Egghead. I wasn't in the stream, but I was watching, and you were talking about how things could be cyclical, how the history of One Piece could be like repeating itself. And then someone said something really interesting where it's like what we're seeing with Vegapunk could tell us about what happened with Emu or what went down in the Void Century. And just to give a convincing reason why, I think there's a lot of merit to my Mary theory, is one of Mary's epithets, I just put the picture in the chat, is Stella Mary, which means star of the sea, which Emu, we often think of the sea, especially since backwards it's Umi. And then there's the Mary connection that I'm thinking of. So then that then puts in perspective Vegapunk. Like, what if he's somehow trying to emulate Emu in a way? And he's the Stella, and he has the satellites, which are the Gorosei, which he has 6 satellites, but we only know of 5, the Gorosei. Well, there could be a 5th satellite, and that's the moon. Threevil earlier kept on bringing up Kaguya and the moon, and I do think there could be a Kaguya character, but I just don't think it would be Emu. But there are 6 people that know of Emu's existence. Gabiru the Rat, I believe his name is. He has this fantastic theory about Carrot and how she could be connected to the world government. And he points out that there is a 6th person that knows Emu's existence. And it's the person that comes to Emu and tells her about something in the Chamber of Flowers. So there are 6 people in total that actually know of Emu's existence. So she could have 6 satellites. So yeah, that's what I predict. Something like that panning out, showing us this Vegapunk Emu connection.
Yeah. Well, like for me, what I expect we will be going to Elbaf. The whole kind of like what Kev DOG said about that, getting that Robin and Jaguar D Saw moment. That'd be nice. I expect to get maybe some more information on what Blackbeard is his goals. Like what's he after possibly, or at least get another step into his plan, even if we don't get nothing clear and concise. Get like another step that could hint us at what he's doing, right? I expect to learn the fate of Kaido and Big Mom. Was somebody about to say something?
Yes, I apologize, you all. I do have to leave. So thank you all for a wonderful stream. Thank you, Blunt, for inviting me again. I hope to be around for part 3, if there's a part 3. Not to cut you off.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be something we do more. I'm looking to make it a quarterly thing. Like something we do once every quarter.
With that, check me out on Polypede Works, both on YouTube and TikTok. I make shorts every day without fail. and full-length videos come periodically. So thank you all again, and catch you guys later. Good night.
All right, shout out to Polypede. So yeah, I expect what I say that to learn the fate of Kaido and Big Mom, and of course to wrap up these fights, like see who won out of Law and Blackbeard, Shanks and Kid, things like that. Yeah, I just don't think Oda's gonna like give us like so much stuff in 1 year. At least, like based on how he usually does, like he like to sprinkle stuff in between arcs, and we'll probably get something in between the Egghead and possibly Elbaf arc, unless we go to Sphinx. Then yeah. So yeah, that's all I really got, y'all. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the stream, y'all. I'm gonna let you guys give you your guys' plug. Let everybody know where they can find y'all, and any big projects you guys are working on, any theories. You don't have to give us all the juice. You can save the bulk of the juice for the video, but just give us an idea what you're making. Let's start with BR.
Oh yeah. My next daily
Don't
it's
forget
gonna
to
be
tag. Don't forget to tell them your YouTube as well, or your Twitch.
Oh yeah. My YouTube is Blanks Drums of Liberation. I'll post my Discord in the comments in a live chat, and my Twitter b.r.One Piece 101. I don't really know how to link Twitter. Let me see my next video. Well, depending on what the chapter's gonna be over next, if it's like something like that I can't really make a theory or prediction out of, then my next video will be about Conqueror's Haki. I didn't really say everything I had about Conqueror's Haki. I'm going to reveal some people who I think is going to have Conqueror's Haki, and what Conqueror's Haki comes from.
Okay.
And I make a video once a week most of the time. If I'm super busy, then twice a week. And I make shorts once a week. And it's like making fun of One Piece characters, or like comedy making fun of One Piece characters or something like that.
Got you.
My recent one was about Shanks. I like saying that he's like weaker than a Sea King.
Yeah. Well, we're not gonna go too deep into it. I just want you to plug your information so people can find you and let them know what they expect from you. So yeah, we put BR's YouTube is in the chat. Shout out to Cube for doing that for me. Appreciate that, Cube. Yeah, and then Preach. What's up, Preach?
Yeah, it's crazy because I still remember the first time you reacted to one of my videos. It had to be like a year ago, man. I still remember that to this day because it was the first time someone did that. So yeah, man, it's just cool finally getting to talk to you, and I still remember those
this
days.
is our first time being on the stream together and actually vocally.
Yeah, first
talking.
stream, yeah.
We talk through text and everything, but
yeah. But yeah, man,
that's what I'm saying. Like Blunt, bro, he's been there since day one, supporting me. So I really appreciate it, man.
Hey, man,
as
I
far
appreciate you joining.
Yeah, man. Anytime. As far as the plugs, you could just find me on YouTube, Marshall D Preach, on Twitter. Yeah, I make theory videos, sometimes analysis, power scaling sometimes, but mostly theories. Got a lot of stuff planned for this year, and I'm gonna keep going hard. But yeah, check it out.
Okay, appreciate that. Appreciate you for joining. Appreciate BR for joining as well. All right, Q, if you could put Prisha's channel.
Actually, I'm doing that as we speak. I'm just taking his URL and it's done.
Appreciate it. And I also Preach also works with Wizard of Oz, who is a content creator as well. So shout out the Wizard of Oz. I want to say that I reacted to Orz's video before y'all actually combined channels. So
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I am familiar with both guys. It was a shock to me when they combined channels, but
Man, I'm telling you, man, I still remember those streams being in the chat and everything. Yeah.
yeah, man. But hey, thank you for joining the stream. Thank you for joining the stream. Cube.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say something just before I put on my plug. I actually remember that first stream. I think you're pretty sure the first content creator who hopped on the stream. I remember on the chat
Yeah.
I remember vividly a year. Yeah, it was a year ago. Man, time passed by so fast.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I had 1,000 subs at that time. That was a while ago.
Yeah.
Shit, man. Oh man, that's a while. So as the plug, so as you know, I've been collabing with Dead and Kushi. So that's I'll be dropping that plug as well. I'm also known as Cube of the Red Sea, and just to make it clear, it's not based off Elid's Red Sea theory. I'm from East Africa, so I wanted to give a call out to that. So no connection at all. And for anyways, honestly, check out our the end of Cypherpole video that dropped last week and our God Valley video 2 weeks ago. Honestly, no, appreciate it. And Bluff, thank you for giving us the opportunity.
Hey man, thanks for coming. Cube, if y'all don't know Cube always he joins most of my discussions. So if y'all on my channel, y'all probably hear a lot of Cube, either in the chat or he might be in the discussion. Because I do invite people to discussions. Like, if you're part of my Discord, if you want to be part of a future discussion stream, make sure you join the Discord as well. So, but yeah, so now we got Eliz. Eliz, somebody I knew for a good minute now. I've done a lot of his content. We've done a lot of collaborations. Good guy, y'all. He made some Haki videos, really breaking things down. It's his bread and butter, y'all. I will say go check it out because he really gives y'all like a real world view of looking at Haki, and then he brings it in with One Piece. You know what I'm saying? Even though he talks about chakra though, but I'm gonna let him plug his stuff.
Yep, I do plan on one day start rebooting that Haki series because I learned so much more over the years, and I'll explain why I believe devil fruits are born from Haki, the mastery, awakening, and whatnot. What I have recently, only 2 videos of recently, again, the Joy Boy equals Jesus, his mother is Mary, and why I think Emu is Mary, Mary Joie. So the other one is Morgan's is Venus. Now that one is not as thorough as the Mary one. It's much more just like, hey, I'm putting this out there. Here's the reasons why I think Morgan's is Venus. Here's the hints I think Oda is leaving. Sounds crazy, but once you see the things that are kind of been in our face the whole time, it actually starts to make sense.
Mm-hmm.
What I have coming forward is I want to make more explaining how Vegapunk made seraphims, because I predicted that seraphims didn't eat devil fruits. In fact, I remember the first cross guild, I asked everybody, I said, how do you think seraphims got the devil fruit? Pretty much everyone just said, oh, they ate an artificial devil fruit. And I said, I don't think so. I think they actually.
So I think it was spliced into their DNA or something. I was arguing with somebody about that, but my bad. Go ahead.
No problem. And then I never really followed up more. There's so much more, even stuff I recorded from months ago. So I'm gonna get into that. Why I think it has to do with Nika, why it has to do with Joy Boy, him studying the ancient history, what played a role into making the seraphims, and then I'm gonna follow up on the Mary stuff and the Joy Boy origins. Why, who I think Joy Boy's father is next. Who I think Joy Boy had a twin brother. All those type of things, which those are videos that take a while because I'm making such outlandish claims. I have to put a whole bunch of evidence together to show all these reasons, but that's just all the things to look forward to. And then there's Den, Kushi, and Cube. They released a fantastic theory you have to check out. The original, well, where God's Valley is, and why we don't know it in the modern day. I'm not going to say where it is or what it is. Go watch the video, but it's super convincing. I really do think they found out where God's Valley is in the modern day story. So that inspired me to then take all the stuff I'm already working on in the Mary video, because in the Mary video I talk about certain things like the same vein of which, hey, this island, I mean, I can say it because I'll spoil my own video a little. I think at one point Amazon Lily was called Amazon Galilee, and even that's not true, but that's for another video. Amazon Galilee is in reference to Galilee. It's a place which has Nazareth, Israel, all the stuff that are relevant to the story of Jesus, even the Sea of Galilee. And I give all my reasons why I think Amazon Lily had a different name. Well, in all that research, I looked at that. I looked at what they said for God Valley, and it just clicked. So I'm actually putting together a script and collaborating with the channel, The Last Arc. Hopefully the link's in the chat. I don't have it up, but definitely look out for videos coming out on that channel. It's a community channel, and I'm really excited to be a part of it. So that's also what I have coming out, is a follow-up to Cube's theory.
Yeah. To jump in, because I forgot to put that plug as well. Yes, The Last Arc is for collaboration between content creators. Like this, half of the team of The Last Arc are Europeans, the other half are Americans, and we're trying to finally merge both communities and having, being in, one place, one piece, in a sense. So all content creators who might be interested, just join the Discord.
Yep. You was done, Elias?
Yep.
All right. Well, y'all, for everybody who's new to me, I just give y'all a little bit about myself. Name Sean P, the Bluff guy. You know what I'm saying? You could call me Bluff, you call me Sean, it don't matter. Most people gonna call me Bluff, so that's just I just kind of roll with that, right? So I have a Discord. The Discord should be, if you're watching Twitch, it should be somewhere on the Twitch channel, and if you're on YouTube, should be in the detail, the description box. For my channel, I react to the chapter. I usually do it like Thursdays and Fridays. I've been doing either Thursdays or Fridays. If it comes out early, I do Thursdays. If it's too late, I do Fridays. I do discussions where I do like a post-chapter discussion on Sundays. So if anybody, if you want to join the discussion, I do invite people. You have to be a member of the Discord though. I do invite people off the Discord to join the voice chat and be a part of those discussion streams. I also do reaction videos to other YouTubers. So I listen to theories, give my opinion on it, whether I agree, whether I disagree. A lot of, if you come to my channel expecting me to shit on people's theories, I don't do that. I try to be fair, because we're all content creators, and I do try to respect other content creators as well. But I do try to give a balanced opinion on it, So yeah, I do those. I usually do like 2 a stream, and I'll do it maybe once or twice a week, depending. So yeah, if you want to watch reactions, be it One Piece theory reactions or chapter reactions, check out the channel. If you want to send me videos, if you're a content creator, or if you just want me to react to another content creator that you like their theory, make sure you are part of the Discord. I have a channel in the Discord that's designated specifically for you guys to send me stuff to react to. It's called a reaction submission. It's in the Discord. So yeah, if you want me to react to videos, that's where it is. I react to it. As long as you send it, I'll react to it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Make sure you hit that like button if you didn't. Make sure you're following me on Twitch because I don't stream here on YouTube. I only stream the day before the CGC stream. I usually stream on Twitch, but I'll post like edited clips and stuff here on YouTube. So if you want to catch me live, make sure you are part of the Twitch. Anyway, hey, thank you guys for watching. A lot of you guys have been here since the beginning, man. Oh, appreciate that. I appreciate all you guys in the chat for coming and listening to us just rant and talk about all this One Piece stuff. I know you guys love One Piece. We love One Piece as well. And thank you guys. Thank everybody that was part of the panel. BR Elids, Marshall D. Preach, Cube, Den Kushi, Threevil, Parvision, Dex, Saki, Polyped. I'm trying to remember everybody. Sage. Am I forgetting somebody? Elids.
Kev.
Yeah, Kev DOG. And if there's somebody I forgot, I am extremely sorry. But anyway, y'all.
You didn't say him.
Who?
Parvision.
I thought I said Parvision.
Oh, okay,
Parvision.
well, then I didn't
Of
hear
course,
it.
Parvision. Yeah. Of course, Parvision. Parvision, it's my guy. He comes check out the streams when I'm reacting to his videos, and he gives some of his thoughts as well. But anyway, and I'm sorry I couldn't read all the chats. I usually try to keep up with the chat, but I had a lot of people in the stream. I want to give everybody opportunity to talk. And there's a lot of people in the chat as well, so I wouldn't have been able to read every single chat. That's why I set up my tip thing for you guys. So, you know, if you tip, then your questions get answered. But yeah, appreciate you guys. Anyway, it's your boy Sean P, the Bluff God, and I'm out of here.